the fantasy journey that began with Game of Thrones. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. The curtain rises. Garland groaned, holding his chest and sitting up. My chest hurts so much, as if someone dug out my heart. Garland, are you okay? Yeju opened the room and walked in, looking a little nervous. A guard was attacked last night. Nothing, I just want to sleep. Garland shook his head. Yeju checked his chest and found that there was no infection or suppuration, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The crazy girl doesn't want to go to high court immediately, so it's just right to heal her injuries here, Yeju said. Garland nodded and looked at his chest. He always felt that there seemed to be something extra in his chest. A few days later, the 30th floor of the towering tower. The sea breeze hits, and the old town is picturesque, beautiful beyond measure. The king sent a message today that the scandal released by Robin has come to fruition. At this time, the core members of the Umbrella are gathered on the balcony on the 30th floor. According to the Raven, Stannis of the Deer family and Duke Arryn, the Hand of the King, launched a coup to seize the throne, but were suppressed by the Lion family in front of the Iron Throne. Prince Joffrey ascended the throne and the old Lion Tywin became the Hand of the King. Qyburn read the letter again. King Robert, Prime Minister Arryn, Lord Stannis of Dragonstone, and Lord Renly of Stormland are all dead. Qyburn put down the letter and made another conclusion. The Deer family was exterminated. What do you think? Robin put one hand in his pocket and held a wine glass in the other hand, standing in front of the fence overlooking the seaside. This is too dramatic. Are the kings good made of flour? The king just died like this, Bronn said in disbelief. He felt that these top political events were just a child's play. The White Crows we sent should have been intercepted by the Lannisters, and then when they knew they were about to be finished, they fought back and plotted against all members of the Deer family. The crazy woman came to Robin's side and leaned against the stone pillar of the fence. The unaware family of the Deer were surrounded and killed by the Gold Cloaks. The crazy woman looked at Robin. Robin raised his glass and clinked it with the crazy woman. Ding, that's about it. Grand Maester Pycelle has always been loyal to the Lannisters. If he secretly helped the Lion family, this speculation is very reasonable. Robin turned and looked at them. In his heart, in the early days of the Baratheon dynasty, the brothers of the Deer family all served in the royal council. No wonder they were all killed. Everyone, the curtain has been raised. Robin looked at Bronn. Is our army ready? Bronn stood up and looked around at everyone. He organized his words and raised his hand slightly to preach to everyone. 5,000 warriors of the Warband, 28,000 Old Town Guards, 4,000 slave warriors, and 3,000 sailors for 300 ships. This is almost the result of our continuous recruitment and expansion in the past 2 months, since we acquired Old Town. Most of them are new recruits. It will be difficult to have a significant increase in a short period of time. This is not something that the Golden Dragon can solve. It takes a lot of time to get the source of troops, officers, and soldiers to run in. Bronn saw Robin's dissatisfied look, opened his eyes and explained, Boss, if you want that kind of garbage like the Poor People's Assembly, I can go down the tower now and force 100,000 citizens to fight for you. I see. Thank you for your hard work, Bronn. Robin put down his wine glass and rubbed his chin. What level do we belong to in the 7 kingdoms with our military strength? It should be the 2nd tier level of the 7 realms guardians, the madwoman said. If these dukes summon all the vassal troops, our military strength will be several levels weaker. The Tyrell family can summon nearly 50,000 troops by their own strength. If they unite all the nobles in the Reach, they can at least raise an army of 200,000. The madwoman said to Robin. Is the Rose family so strong? Robin frowned and asked. In the original War of the Five Kings, the scale of the battle did not reach the level of hundreds of thousands of troops. Military power has a direct impact on population differences. The number of soldiers is directly determined by the population, which is the military strength. The madwoman took a sip of wine and continued, the climate in the reach is warm and the products are abundant, so the population is also the most populous guardian territory in the 7 realms. Even without the support of our old town, Highgarden is still the most powerful force in the 7 realms in terms of the number of troops. In any case, Tyrell is a mountain that we cannot avoid in order to dominate Westeros. Robin rubbed his temples and turned to the madwoman and said, reply to Garland, and we will go to Highgarden together the day after tomorrow. Do you have any other opinions? Boss, I have important news here. Rose stood up and said with a smile, tell me. After I released the news of the acquisition of dragon eggs, a chamber of commerce from Ashay in Old Town wanted to fight for the right to wrestle white sugar in Ashay, saying that he was willing to exchange a dragon egg for the right to wrestle, but his appetite was a bit big, and he wanted the right to wrestle white sugar in Ashay forever. Rose finished with a smile. Originally, I asked that merchant to negotiate with you tonight. No need to negotiate, just agree to him. If we have a dragon, everything will go much more smoothly. Robin nodded without thinking. Any more good news? No. Rose replied. He looked at everyone. No one spoke. Okay, that's it for today's meeting. Let's figure out what to do next. Robin waved his hand to disband the meeting. Moroya. Robin called the crazy woman and said, please help me make an appointment with Garland. I want to have a good chat with this Duke's heir. Okay. At the entrance of the Blackstone base, Robin was waiting for Garland. The two of them agreed to go to the old town for a stroll. A moment later, Garland and Wild Chrysanthemum walked towards him together. Are you feeling better, sir? Robin smiled. It's fine now. Garland returned a sunny smile. I even feel much stronger than ever. After saying that, the young man raised his arm and compared his strong biceps. Robin glanced at the few strands of white hair in Garland's bangs and nodded with a gentle smile. Meester, I want to go shopping alone with Sir Garland today. Is that okay? Robin asked the old man next to him. Meester Wild Chrysanthemum forced a smile. Ah yes, of course, no problem. The Meester patted Garland on the shoulder and Garland nodded in response. The two walked across the floating bridge of the Battle Island and came to the port. There was a bustling shop on the main road of the old city port. This was the shop of the Cornerstone Chamber of Commerce that specializes in selling white sugar. It's really lively, Garland exclaimed. When I return to High Court, I must bring a cart of sugar for my father and grandmother to taste. I didn't expect Robin to be not only a wizard with terrifying witchcraft, but also a learned inventor. He had eaten this kind of sugar at the welcome banquet. It was transparent and clear like crystal, sweeter than any honey. Sir Robin, I heard that your Chamber of Commerce also sells the right to wrestle white sugar. Why don't you sell the right to wrestle the sugar in the river bay to me? Garland said with a smile. No problem. The 7 Realms sugar sale rights were originally intended for the 7 Realms protection. Robin nodded, and then he sighed. It's a pity that the 7 Realms are about to start turmoil now. Garland nodded in approval when he heard Robin's words. He and Yeju also received the news from the king. Make way. A rickshaw drove over, urging pedestrians. Garland noticed the trademark emblem on the rickshaw, which was roughly similar to the trademark on the plaque of the shop selling sugar. Did you invent this new type of human car? He asked. Well, it's too tiring to walk when traveling, so I set up a rickshaw pulling Chamber of Commerce. Robin smiled implicitly. Amazing. I can't imagine how many wonderful ideas you have in your mind. Garland acted like an ordinary teenager, quickly liking new things and immediately becoming fascinated by them. Thank you. Strolling along the main road, Garland encountered dozens of shops with booming business. There were long queues in front of each shop, waiting to buy the goods in the shop. Iron swords sharper than ordinary iron, armor forged by water, spicy white wine that burns the throat, soap that can clean dirt, delicious dessert white bread, cheap sea salt. Exquisite porcelain. He had to taste and try out every store in person. In the end, he was so shocked that he was numb. His heart went from admiring Robin to being vigilant, then to being afraid, and finally to being terrified. Just like riding a roller coaster. Can one person complete so many innovative inventions? Garland asked himself. Is the man next to him a human or the incarnation of the blacksmith, one of the 7 gods? Exclamation mark. Many of these inventions have a direct strengthening effect on the combat effectiveness of the army. If these soldiers in the old town are equipped with these weapons and armor, who can resist them? And Robin also knows the ghost witchcraft that assassinates the invincible. Hiss. Garland took a few breaths of cold air in his heart. No! Exclamation mark. Robin deliberately brought me to see these things, to show his strength and muscle. Then Robin's ambition may not only be Old Town, but also. Sir Robin. Garland stopped and turned to face the mysterious man. Garland mustered up his courage and asked seriously, "Excuse me, what is the purpose of bringing me to see these new things? A demonstration or provocation to Highgarden?" Because of his height advantage, Robin looked down at Garland. He showed his usual gentle smile, which can bring people closer and make people relax their vigilance. Garland. Garland swallowed and looked up at Robin, as if he was looking up at a giant. The sunlight hit Robin's side face, as if it was covered with a layer of gold foil. Robin was facing the midday sun, and the shadow completely enveloped Garland's figure. He slowly stretched out his left hand to Garland and said sincerely, "Be my son." Chapter 27 Perfect Life. What a joke. Garland said angrily, his eyes widened, his pupils trembling with anger. Unable to bear the humiliation, Garland punched Robin in the eye. Robin's mouth curled slightly, just looking at him. "Let me see your limit, Garland." Bang! An invisible big hand held Garland's heavy fist. Garland let out a low roar, and the muscles on his arms bulged like steel bars. He actually wanted to wrestle with the ghost. Garland's whole body was shaking slightly because of the force, and the small stone slabs on the ground could not withstand the reaction force of his feet and broke, which shows how strong Garland is. Unfortunately, the ghost held his hand and did not move. Seeing that the citizens had already gathered, Robin sighed and carried Garland with the ghost and walked to the beach. "Let me go, I want to duel with you." Garland kept struggling on the ghost's shoulder. Like a man. "Have an honorable duel, bastard. It's too conspicuous here. Let's go to the beach." Robin laughed. A few minutes later, Garland was thrown on the beach by the ghost. Robin looked at the beach and saw that there were still many citizens watching. Those citizens should have recognized him and were afraid of the wizard's bad reputation and did not dare to get too close. The city guards noticed the commotion here and began to take the initiative to maintain order, trying to make a good impression in front of Robin. The big boy struggled to get up, wiped the sand off his face, and his emotions calmed down. "Do you want to duel again?" Robin asked with a smile. "Of course." Garland said in a deep voice, "The glory of the golden rose cannot be desecrated. If you want to be beaten by me, before you will be obedient, then, as you wish." Robin took off his robe and threw it aside. "If I were you, I wouldn't laugh so happily," Garland said expressionlessly, and his eyes were cold to the bone. "If I kill the wizard here, am I helping the family eliminate a fatal hidden danger? And since coming to the towering tower, my strength has been constantly increasing, and I have a certain degree of confidence." Garland thought to himself. "It seems that you are very confident in your own strength." Robin grinned. Garland looked at Robin, who was still smiling, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. His face became even more stern. He lowered his center of gravity, tucked his hands on both sides of his head, and took a similar grappling posture. Robin's smile did not change, and he approached Garland in a normal standing position. "Just come over like this?" Garland narrowed his eyes, and his thick arm blasted a straight punch, straight to Robin's face. Garland couldn't wait to see that gentle smiling face being smashed into pieces. Snap! A short and crisp sound of flesh colliding. Robin raised his right arm and just hit it lightly, to deflect the straight punch with a breaking sound. Not only that, Robin also slapped Garland's right side with his right hand, and his right face was visibly swollen. Garland howled in shame, and he punched Robin with his left hand again. It was the same straight punch as a few seconds ago, but the citizens and city guards watching outside the beach had already seen that the roaring Garland was the vulnerable party. Facing Garland's second punch, he easily blocked the opponent's palm, and this time the target was Garland's head. Robin's left hand easily blocked the heavy punch from the left, and Robin's right hand had completely covered Garland's head. Bang! Garland's head was slammed into the beach by Robin like a basketball. The deafening collision sound was clearly heard even by the citizens far away on the beach. Bang! The terrifying sound rang again. Robin's strong arms lifted his head. Then he slammed it down. Garland's head was deeply embedded in the beach. Everyone at the scene had no doubt that if Garland was not trampled on the soft beach, but on normal land, then Garland's head would have been shattered like a watermelon hitting the ground. Finally, Robin let go of his kind big hand. Garland, with only half of his face left on the beach, looked at the man standing in front of his face like a god or a demon with his right eye. His mind was already in a trance, his heart was on the verge of collapse, and his right eye gradually became wet with tears of emotion. At this moment, Robin looked down at the big boy, whose body he had conquered, and Robin finally put away the smile on his face. "Galen," Robin called out in a low and magnetic voice. "You are just like your family. Glory has blinded your eyes. You can't see clearly what kind of opponent you are facing." Robin slowly unbuttoned his underwear. At this moment, the sea breeze blew Robin's underwear, revealing a strong body that looked like a sculpture of a god. Robin sneered in his heart, "The body I got after spending 30 customization points is not just a good looking skin, but a perfect creature standing at the pinnacle of human power." He squatted down and pulled Garland's head out of the sand. There was still a faint trace of blood on his left ear, and it seemed that his left eardrum was broken. Robin said calmly, "Walk with me on the beach." After saying that, Robin walked along the waves. Garland wiped his tears and stood up silently, staggering behind him, but his body would sway to the left involuntarily. "Your ambition is not only High Garden, but also the Iron Throne," Garland said firmly. "Those new products and equipment are invented for a purpose, to assist your terrible desire for power." That's right. He actually admitted it without any concealment. This may not be arrogance, but true confidence that Robin has the ability to achieve this goal. Garland thought to himself. There was a moment of silence, and then Robin took the initiative to speak. "Why do you think I told you so much and took you to see these interesting things? You want me to be your son?" "No." Garland's face froze, and his voice trembled. "You want to use me to usurp High Garden." "Not usurpation." Robin stopped and turned around. He put his hands on Garland's shoulders and said to Garland in a serious tone, "It's conquest. Your family was able to kneel at the feet of Aegon Targaryen before, so why can't you kneel for me? What did I do to make your family disrespect me so much?" Robin looked directly into Garland's eyes. "The conquerors have dragons." Garland replied, "My ghosts seem to be no different from dragons, except that they are a little weaker than dragons in terms of large-scale killing. Whoever I want to kill must die." Robin smiled and continued, "And, have you seen my hair and eyes? I'm also a Valyrian dragon king, and dragons will appear under my command in the future." Garland observed Robin's appearance. "I'm sure of the ghost's strength, and the true dragon bloodline is just your one-sided statement." Robin looked at Garland, who was uncertain and lost some patience. Garland spoke again. "Even if I kneel to you today, what if my grandmother doesn't approve? Will you massacre all opponents like the Hightower family did? I can't be like a madwoman and pledge allegiance to the enemies who killed my father and brothers. Your brutal methods will only get resistance from the entire River Bay." Garland said sternly, "The Queen of Thorns will definitely agree to pledge allegiance to me." Robin smiled. "Are you going to threaten her with ghosts?" Garland lowered his head and whispered, "No." Robin clamped his head with his large palms, making Garland look at him again. "I will make you surrender willingly. Old Town is the foundation of the big plan, and High Garden is Robin's base for ruling the continent. If there are gentle means to conquer, Robin will not use tough methods. Listen to me, Garland." Robin looked at him seriously and said sincerely, "In the kingdom I will build in the future, the royal family is just a decoration. The law clearly stipulates that the royal family cannot directly participate in politics. The one who really holds power is the Prime Minister, the Hand of the King. The permanent position of the Hand of the King is the gift I prepared for High Court. And you, my adopted son, you will be the real master of the country in the future. Will you give up power?" Garland was not stupid and asked in disbelief, "After I abdicate, with this system, aren't you worried that the Prime Minister will kill the king?" Garland asked. "The Prime Minister is already the uncrowned king of the country. Why should you kill a mascot?" Garland couldn't find a reason to refute for the time being. and I will leave offspring with your sister, your daughter, your cousin, etc. so that the royal family and the prime minister are all my blood, and it doesn't matter who will be the king," Robin said without changing his face. Garland's face was stiff and speechless. "Do you think the Queen of Thorns will refuse these conditions I give?" Robin asked back. "Probably not. Can you let me go back to High Court to discuss it with my grandmother?" Garland pleaded. He didn't want to recognize a man as his godfather. "Okay." Robin sighed and gave up trying to persuade him. He thought to himself, these people are not NPCs. They are not so easy to fool. Even though he was defeated physically and mentally, he still held on to his bottom line. "Are you injured? I know a doctor from the medical school. I'll ask him to check your body," Robin asked with concern. "Okay." Garland nodded and accepted Robin's good intention. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Soul Crystal. After returning to the towering tower, Mr. Wild Chrysanthemum was stunned by the embarrassed Garland. He pointed at Robin with a trembling hand and wanted to scold him, but was stopped by Garland. "I'm fine, Mr." Garland said softly to Wild Chrysanthemum. "I just asked Lord Robin for some fighting techniques." Wild Chrysanthemum keenly noticed Garland's choice of words. Garland used the address of superiors and subordinates. He looked at Garland in confusion, and the other party just shook his head slightly. "I'll tell you in detail later," Garland whispered. Butterfly came over behind a servant and saluted Robin. "Lord Robin. Today Sir Garland and I practiced wrestling. Can you please help him check if there are any old wounds on his chest?" Robin said to Butterfly with a smile. Garland nodded to Wild Chrysanthemum and then lay down on his bed. "Hello, Mr. Guire. I'm Ambrose, a doctor of the medical school of the academy." Butterfly extended his hand to Wild Chrysanthemum to greet him. Yeju noticed the silver mask on the man's face and couldn't help but speak with a hint of respect. "Hello, Doctor. Sir Garland, please diagnose me." Butterfly nodded, shook his hand lightly, and then let go, and came to Garland's side. After observing this young man, his facial lines seemed to be much more mature after the implantation surgery, and there were silver threads hidden in his hair. Butterfly sighed in his heart and began to do a full body physical examination, mainly to check the degree of rejection of the life seed implanted in his chest. Cornerstone Base, Conference Hall. Cobbin, Butterfly, and Robin were present. Butterfly posted some of Garland's physical examination information on the upright wooden board and pointed to one of the data with her finger. Garland and the life seed are very compatible, and the rejection reaction is minimal. It can be said that it is our most successful experimental work at present. Butterfly said. Then next, should we study how to reduce side effects? Robin said. He supported one hand on the table and turned sideways to face Butterfly in front of him. This reckless and proactive evolution is not his goal, and it runs counter to his ultimate goal of eternal life. We already have a solution, and we are still working on it. Cobbin looked at Robin and said. Butterfly sat back at the table, and Cobbin stood up and took out a small glass bottle. In the bottle was a crystal that was as small as a grain of rice. Its color was pure and flawless, without any impurities or flaws, just like a diamond shining brightly under the light. Robin took the bottle and looked closely. It looked the same as minerals such as crystal diamonds, but he knew that this thing must not be a mineral. This is soul crystal, Cobbin said directly. I use necromancy to refine the personality and memory impurities of the lost soul, and then I got this treasure. What is the effect? Can it reduce the side effects of the life seed? Robin asked curiously. Butterfly also took the bottle and observed it carefully. Yes, and the effect is very good. I put the crystal next to the life seed to delay the shelf life of the seed, and the withering time was delayed for a long time. Cobbin shook his finger. Now, as long as we can find a way for living people to transform and absorb this crystal, we can offset the huge side effects of the seed of life. Do you have a specific idea and direction? Robin looked at Cobbin and asked. Cobbin shook his head, indicating that he had no idea yet. Robin rubbed his chin gently, thinking about how to make the crystal digestible by humans. Digestion. How to digest the soul. A flash of inspiration came to Robin's mind, and he suggested to Cobbin, "Teacher, I observe that this crystal is actually in a state of half material and half spirit." Cobbin listened to his strange ideas seriously. After a pause, Robin organized his thoughts and transformed the inspiration into language. "Well, soul crystal, it belongs to the state of spirit to half material. As long as we completely transform the semi-material into material, the human body should be able to touch it, and naturally there will be a way to absorb and digest it." "How?" Robin asked. "This method seems to be logically reasonable." Then, based on this inference, Cobbin thought for a moment. The crystal is already the limit of our technology to compress the soul, and it cannot be compressed further. We can only use matter to pollute the soul crystal. Maybe using flesh and blood is a good choice. After all, the body and soul are one before death. If we use flesh and blood, can we use beasts? Or? Robin looked at Cobbin, who was in a state of research, knowing that he would not get out of the reasoning in a short time, and nodded slightly to Butterfly, and left the conference room. After leaving the Cornerstone base, he wanted to arrange the details of going to High Court with the crazy woman. He asked the housekeeper at the base where the crazy woman was now, and learned that the crazy woman went to the 401 factory base on the deserted island. In the past month, the deserted island has been doing large-scale infrastructure, and most of the crazy woman's energy has been on the island. "My lord, do you need me to notify the Earl to come back?" the housekeeper asked respectfully. "No, I will go there myself." Robin shook his head. After sailing for half an hour, Robin arrived at the dock of the deserted island. This island was the Blood Island that Robin had chosen before. A small port has been newly built here. There is no clamor like the old town of Blood Harbor. The whole island is under military control, especially near the port. Although there are not guards every 5 steps and every 10 steps, the difference is not very big. The soldiers are strictly guarding to prevent leaks. In the dangerous position not far from the port, there are several watchtowers under construction. After Robin got off the boat, a rickshaw stopped in front of him immediately. He got on the rickshaw and told the driver to take him to Factory 401. The driver drove at full speed on the stone road. The scenery kept sliding behind the car. A large number of sentries were built on the coast along the way to ensure that no one would want to sneak away or land on the island. After arriving at the factory, Robin threw a silver deer to the driver as a tip. The soldier on duty at the factory saw Robin and saluted him with a serious face. Robin nodded slightly and stepped into the gate. Factory 401 is the arsenal planned by Robin. It not only produces weapons and armor, but also some primary mechanical parts are planned to be produced in this factory. At present, Factory 401 has only completed 4 production lines: hot process ironware, steel production line, water wheel textile workshop, and hydraulic forging armor. The full-scale assembly line production has greatly improved the manufacturing speed of weapons and armor, and significantly reduced the manufacturing cost. The split processing of each step is also very beneficial to the confidentiality of technology. In the future, this factory will also increase the production of bicycles, tents, telescopes, kettles, basins, tabloir. Even the mint is planned to be built next to Factory 401. "Hello, sir." The factory manager saluted Robin. These people have long known that Robin is a real master of Old Town, and they are extremely respectful to Robin. "Take me to find more oil," Robin said. "Please." The manager obeyed and led the way. On the road, there were carts carrying goods to the logistics container outside the factory for packaging. After going deeper into several halls, workers were seen inspecting the quality of products and production lines. Following the manager forward, a shallow rumbling sound began to enter the ears. As the footsteps continued to move forward, the rumbling sound became clearer and louder. People can feel the trembling and shaking of the earth. This is the backyard of the factory. A natural waterfall hangs down. Below the waterfall, a water wheel rotates at high speed under the violent rush of water. Part of the power of the water wheel drives several water hammers in the forging workshop to crush the ore, and also drives some forging hammers to punch armor. The rumbling sound Robin heard was the collision of the waterfall and the water hammer. The crazy woman was trying to shout something beside the hydraulic forging table, but the noise was too loud for Robin to hear clearly. Robin stepped forward and patted the crazy woman's shoulder from behind. The crazy woman was frightened and turned around to give him a big slap. "Come out for a while, it's too noisy." Robin grabbed her hand and said speechlessly, "What did you say?" The crazy woman tilted her head and put her ear close. Several doctors from the citadel around saw him and bowed. Robin glanced at the things that the blacksmiths were forging with water hammers. It turned out to be some parts of steam engines. "Get out first," Robin shouted. "What?" The crazy woman put her hand to her ear. She was hugged by Robin and carried on his shoulders. "Outside the backyard of the factory. We'll leave for High Court the day after tomorrow and bring a few samples of the military products we forged," Robin said. "I thought you only brought civilian products like sugar and soap." The crazy woman replied, "I'm going to convince High Court, so I have to bring some solid goods." Robin shrugged and then said, "This time we go to High Court, we must take it down. If we don't surrender, all the vassals of the River Reach present will die." "Are you serious?" the crazy woman confirmed. "Based on my understanding of High Court, the probability of overturning the table is not high." Robin crossed one hand to his chest and rubbed his chin with one hand. "And I can also offer them a price to follow me. You can always create miracles." The crazy woman kissed him. "Did the steam engine encounter any difficulties?" "Alas, the piston is leaking." The crazy woman sighed. "If you hadn't described it so well, I would have given up long ago." "Take your time. You don't actually have to participate in person. Just ask those doctors who are paid for the results." Robin smiled. Robin thought, it's a pity that, although the gunpowder formula can be ignited, it still can't explode. It seems that the physical laws of the two worlds are still somewhat different. The formula must be repeatedly mixed and tried and tested before it can be truly used. Don't expect to get results in a short time. "Okay, let's go back to the tower," the mad woman said. Yes. Time passed, and the day of departure came in a blink of an eye. A large number of citizens gathered at the gate of Old Town again. Thousands of carriages loaded with goods were parked on the flat ground in front of the gate of Old Town like a long snake. In such a crowded and noisy scene, the long snake team slowly stretched and crawled. Robin and the mad woman sat in the most luxurious carriage in the middle of the team. He looked at the walls of Old Town that were gradually getting smaller in his field of vision, and a ripple appeared in his heart. The most beautiful castle in all of Westeros. High Garden, here I come. Apostrophe. Chapter 29 Little Rose. A fast horse galloped on the Rose Avenue. The green-robed rider had a golden rose flag on his back. Passersby noticed it and carefully moved out of the way. This was the Tyrell family's career. The rose flag behind him meant that he had an urgent mission. If you don't know how to give way and get hit and killed, your death is in vain. If you delay the courier's urgent mission because of blocking the road, then congratulations, you will get a one-stop service of confiscating your property and exterminating your clan. Whoa. The rider slowed down slightly when passing the checkpoint on the road, stretched out his hand, and threw out a golden rose card, and the soldier on the checkpoint immediately opened the pole to let him go. When the rider entered the White Wild Acropolis, the horse was already spitting blood and foaming at the mouth. When he ran to the second level of the White Wall, the horse fell heavily to the ground. The rider had no time to dismount, and his right leg was pressed under the horse. He held up a letter and shouted, "An urgent letter from Mr. Wild Chrysanthemum. Help me deliver it to the Thorn Hall." The captain of the nearby city guard saw this and threw away his weapon. He took the letter and ran into the third White Wall without delay. Thorn Hall. The place where the Rose family discussed military affairs. This hall was entangled with dense thorns. The walls, windows, and even the roof of the hall were covered with these thorny plants, making people dare not approach easily. So witchcraft, wizards, and ghosts are all real. And this little wizard is ambitious and wants our family to bring all the nobles of the River Bay to surrender to him. The shrill voice of the inflatable fish duke roared in the hall. 7 gods. Why have all kinds of weird things happened since those 2 white crows flew over? The Queen of Thorns scratched her ears. Her son's sharp voice made her feel uncomfortable. If you inflate it for a while longer, will it explode on the spot? The Queen of Thorns said sarcastically. Mother, such an outrageous thing actually happened on our territory. I'm so angry, the inflatable fish said depressedly, patting the letter paper. I'm going to kill that villain now. He killed my father-in-law, and he dared to come to Highgarden to shit. He really doesn't take me, the guardian of the southern border, seriously. The inflatable fish said aggressively. The Queen of Thorns spread her hands and said in an instigating manner, if you are not afraid of ghosts, go now. They should still have half a day's journey to Highgarden, which is enough for you to gather the army. The inflatable fish pretended to get up and walk out. When he reached the door, he winked at his captain of the guards with his right eye. Oh, Captain Firepalm reacted a beat slower. When the inflatable fish glared at him a few more times, he stepped forward to pull the prince back. My Lord Duke, I suggest that we discuss the response strategy first before taking action. Butler Weepoo, who was standing behind the Queen of Thorns, bowed and said, since you are so persuading me, then I won't be in a hurry. After finding the steps, the inflatable fish returned to the battle table. The battle table in the Thorn Hall is a model of the river bay carved from a 1,000-year-old oak, on which are placed many emblems representing various nobles. Mother, what should we do? The inflatable fish asked, licking his face. The Queen of Thorns got a headache when she heard her son say what should we do. When something happened, her son did not solve the problem by himself. Instead, he directly said to her, what should we do? If I were healthy, I really want to beat this rebellious son to death now. She kept complaining in her heart. Let She-Lion talk first. The Queen of Thorns said. She-Lion is the elegant name given by the queen to the chief steward Weepoo, just like the bachelor Gui was called wild chrysanthemum. The flower language of She-Lion is rich and abundant. The flower language of wild chrysanthemum is firm and wise. From the description of the content of wild chrysanthemum's letter, the witchcraft of this wizard Robin is already very terrifying, and it is completely beyond the ability of ordinary people to deal with. She-Lion said. The Queen of Thorns nodded and raised her hand to let him continue. When the wizard threatened the young master, he showed very strong personal force, as well as new weapons and equipment that were difficult to describe and common goods, and the bloodline of the Dragon King that cannot be confirmed at present. This person does have the strength and confidence to become the king, She-Lion said. But this kid was born a bastard. The inflatable fish curled his lips. Because he is just a bastard, the wizard Robin's legal claim is very weak, almost non-existent to Westeros. No great noble will simply succumb to him, and all nobles will behave like the Duke when asked to submit. Disdain, disobedience, and refusal to obey. She-Lion cleared his throat and continued, that's why he offered such a generous price to young Master Garland, and tailored a permanent prime minister position for our family. The wizard is qualified to compete for the throne, but the process will be more difficult and tortuous than that of Egan the Conqueror of the Dragon family. Firepaw, the captain of the Highgarden Guards, continued, I think the wizard must be a very cruel person. From his past experiences, we can see that he has done live experiments, slaughtered nobles, and had promiscuous sex with slaves. His bad deeds are simply countless. The Queen of Thorns nodded in approval. This is exactly what I'm struggling with. If the wizard was a legitimate son of a noble with a clean resume, and didn't do those dirty and stupid things, I would take the initiative to stick to his ass now. But unfortunately, since he is a pest, why don't we ambush the army and surround and kill the wizard? The inflatable fish said with a smirk. He is easier to kill than Egan. The wizard cannot fly without a dragon, or use poison. Mother, don't you have a big bottle of it? The inflatable fish was interrupted by a cough halfway through his words. Cough cough cough. The Queen of Thorns felt that the biggest punishment given to her by the seven gods was giving birth to this rebellious son. The vassals were so embarrassed that they could use their toes to dig out a map of the entire Westeros. Ignoring her son, the Queen of Thorns said loudly, it is undeniable that the wizard Robin has many flaws. But, she emphasized, he is also a great opportunity that only comes once in thousands of years. The vassals and the inflatable fish looked at the Queen of Thorns seriously, waiting for her to decide Robin's fate and the fate of the Rose family. The queen said in a sonorous voice, I decided to give him a chance, and also give Tyrell a chance. First, Stone Lotus immediately sent Loras to the Tully family. If we are exterminated by wizards, he will be the last seed of the Highgarden Rose. Call on all Highgarden nobles to fight against wizards and rebuild the Tyrrell family. Second, our entire family and retainers will go 10 miles out of the city to welcome the wizard Robin in the Flower Crown Vale and give him the respect he deserves as a king. Third, Fireclaw will lead all the current guards of Highgarden to ambush in the Flower Crown Vale. 19,000 guards should be enough. Fourth, wait for me to weigh the quality of this wizard. If it is another Mad King, Fireclaw will lead the entire army to encircle and kill the wizard and annihilate all the people of the Hightower family. It is just right to bring Old Town under the protection of the Golden Rose. Action. We only have half a day to make arrangements. Yes, Queen. Fireclaw patted his chest with his hand, turned around and quickly left the Thorn Hall. Queen, your will. Stone Lotus bowed and left after Fireclaw. At this time, only the mother and son were left in the hall. The Queen of Thorns showed a gentle maternal nature on her face. She gently stroked her son's hair and whispered in an old voice, "Wild chrysanthemum is rigid and has never exaggerated for decades. This time, the Golden Rose has reached a crossroads of fate. You mean, we may really be exterminated?" The inflatable fish widened his fish bubble eyes and blurted out with a bitter face, "Mother, what should we do?" Bang. The inflatable fish received a heavy slap on the forehead. The Flower Crown Valley has a special meaning to the Tyrrell family in Highgarden. 3 centuries ago, the ruler of the River Reach was not the Golden Rose family, but the Gardener family established by the eldest son of Greenhand. The last king of the River Reach, Gardener Ninth, died in the Battle of the War of Fury with the Conqueror. At that time, Harlan Tyrrell, the steward of Gardener Ninth, surrendered without a fight and swore allegiance to Egan. In return, Egan gave him the right to rule Highgarden and the Reach, and appointed him as the Warden of the South and the Governor of the Manda River Basin. The Queen of Thorns and the Tyrrell family stood in a pavilion in the valley, opposite which was a majestic statue. This huge statue, more than 10 meters high, consists of 2 people and a dragon. One of them kneels on one knee and bows his head to accept the flower crown put on by the other person, and a dragon head stands beside him, watching with eager eyes as a background. Suddenly, the situation has become so serious. The inflatable fish shook his head and sighed. He didn't expect that a small person could make his family the Warden of the South, so much so that his mother even arranged a backup plan to prevent the extermination of the family. Marguerite timidly hugged the Queen of Thorns' arm. "Grandmother, who are we waiting for?" asked the sweet voice of a lark. Miss Marguerite is known as the Pearl of Highgarden. She is the only daughter of the Warden of the South and the youngest daughter of the Duke. She is praised by the subjects of Highgarden as the Little Rose of Highgarden, and some people also respectfully call Miss Marguerite the Princess of Highgarden without any taboo. The little girl was as tall as her grandmother's chest. She wore a green velvet coat under her white and crystal neck. On her chest was the emblem of the Golden Rose, painted with golden silk thread, the color of Highgarden. Although she was still a green bud, her chest was bulging. Her face always had a faint smile, with a pair of gentle eyes like an elk, and long brown curly hair lazily draped over her shoulders. The smile was shy and sweet, waiting for a future king. The Queen of Thorns stroked her granddaughter's hair and said softly, "King?" Little Rose looked at the mouth of the valley with expectation, her eyes sparkling. The Queen of Thorns looked up at the kneeling statue opposite. "Ancestor, you made the right choice once, and got the entire River Reach. Now I will lead the Golden Rose to place a heavy bet again. I want the 7 realms!" Exclamation mark. People's greed is endless. Even if there is all kinds of evidence to prove that Robin is a villain, the Queen of Thorns still chooses to touch this precious opportunity. "Grandma, a caravan is coming into the valley. Is it the king?" Little Rose excitedly shook the Queen of Thorns' arm. The caravan slowly drove into the valley full of roses. The flowers in the valley were in full bloom, colorful and fragrant. It seemed to form a fairy tale world. The guards in green robes stood upright on both sides of the avenue, solemn and majestic, as if they were truly welcoming a king. Chapter 30 Showdown. Just looking at the scene in the valley, Robin was indeed treated as the supreme king. Flowers paved the road, bright green robes holding ceremonial swords guarded the Duke's family, and the Golden Rose clan members were waiting in the pavilion in their best clothes. But when Robin controlled the ghost, to climb to the top of the valley. The convoy in the field of vision entered the valley, and the two valley entrances were gradually blocked by the green-robed army. These soldiers were wearing iron armor, holding weapons, and staring at the convoy vigilantly. Their faces were full of seriousness and determination, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Robin just felt a little funny. If these armies were to encircle and suppress in the plains, they might be able to capture him successfully. What does it mean to only block the two valley entrances? The ghost is a corner that can easily climb the 30-story tower. What's wrong, Robin? The crazy woman asked puzzledly when she saw him suddenly laugh. Nothing. The Rose family prepared an extra gift for us, and I will prepare a gift for them too. Before he finished speaking, Robin closed his eyes and his consciousness possessed the ghost's body. Seeing this, the crazy woman knew that Robin had discovered some problems with the Rose family. In this state, she understood that Robin went to control the ghost. Ms. Moroya, Mr. Robin, the master of the family is waiting for you in the Crown Flower Pavilion. The voice of Wild Chrysanthemum came from outside the carriage. Please wait. I will fix my macup. The crazy woman replied. Wild Chrysanthemum stood outside the carriage and frowned. We have already informed the time of our arrival in advance. Why do we need to fix our macup now? It is not polite to let the master wait. The Queen of Thorns also looked at the motionless high tower carriage in confusion. Galen, during the time you have been in contact with wizards, what kind of person do you think this is? The Duke's eldest son Willis asked his brother next to him. A man who is ambitious, tyrannical, and arrogant, confident, and conceited. Galen frowned, and he remembered the memory of being ravaged. Some of the inflatable fish who were impatient were about to curse, but were stopped by the Queen of Thorns. Outside the valley, there seems to be a noise. The Queen of Thorns listened attentively. Grandmother, the king is out. Little Rose jumped happily. Robin was wearing shiny black armor and embossed breastplate, which was the highest achievement of the satin armor craft. The steel armor, which was stamped by hydraulic machinery, had an indescribable industrial beauty. It was not only light, but also very strong. The edge of his thick cloak was intricately embroidered with mink, and the hook was a miniature dragon, which was the family mark he chose for himself. When Robin heard the news that the Queen of Thorns was going out of the city to welcome him, he was very happy. He put on this carefully prepared majestic equipment, wanting to leave a perfect first impression on the nobles in the future kingdom. However, things always seemed to be beyond people's expectations. From the arrangement outside the valley, he knew that this welcome was not easy. If he could not subdue the difficult Queen of Thorns, it might be the end of the net breaking. Robin got off the carriage first, then reached out and took the hand of the crazy woman and walked down from the carriage. The weather was actually still a little cold at this time, but for those good-looking and suitable clothes, she still didn't wear too thick clothes. Is it cold? Robin said calmly in the crazy woman's ear. After all, she was more than 2 months pregnant. The mad woman shook her head and walked while keeping a sweet smile to the retainers of the Hightower family around her. The Queen of Thorns came up with the people of the Rose family. The Roses were amazed at Robin's appearance and temperament. If they didn't know that this person was a wizard, they would even think that this was a demigod from the Age of Heroes. Sister. The noble lady next to the inflatable fish stepped forward happily and held the mad woman's hands. Ellery, it's so good to see you. The mad woman also said happily. I heard that, father. The noble lady hesitated. The mad woman nodded silently in a low mood. She looked at Robin, who was meeting the Queen of Thorns. You must be the wizard Robin. The Queen of Thorns is over 50 years old. Her face is full of wrinkles, but her eyes are shining with sharp light, as if she can see through people's hearts. I heard that you like to be called a wizard? The Queen of Thorns smiled. Robin took the initiative to greet him. It's me, Lord Elena. To be honest, it's a surprise that you know my habits and hobbies. The Queen of Thorns shook hands with him, and the two did not let go of each other's hands immediately. Her hand gave Robin a very strong feeling, which was not like the strength of an old man, but more like the strength of a middle-aged person in his prime. The Queen of Thorns smiled and nodded. Of course, it is difficult for me not to know you with the 2 letters from the White Crow you sent. And Garland mentioned you many times in the letters he sent back, and treated my grandson like an adopted son. Robin felt a little embarrassed, as if he had bullied someone else's child, and was caught by the parents. I have always been optimistic about this young man Garland. He is an upright, filial and honest child. If possible, I must adopt him as my adopted son. Robin replied calmly. There will be a chance. This is my son, Mace. The Queen of Thorns took his hand and introduced him to everyone in the Rose family. Hello, Lord Mace. Robin smiled. When the inflatable fish heard that his mother had not mentioned his title, he frowned helplessly and shook hands with Robin without saying anything. These are my daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Ellery, Willis, Marguerite. The Queen of Thorns introduced them one by one. Robin found that the future Knight of Flowers, Loris, was not there, so he did not bring it up, but just nodded to break the ice and shook hands one by one. When it came to little Rose, he deliberately blinked his right eye, causing the little girl to tremble with joy. After chilling with everyone, the Queen of Thorns and Robin sat at the stone table in the Crown Flower Pavilion. I think we should talk more deeply about some issues. The Queen of Thorns picked up the rose tea on the table and blew on the cup. I wonder what Madam wants to know? Robin smiled. Ghost. At present, all your confidence and foundation are built on this invincible monster. Show me how powerful Ghost is. The Queen of Thorns looked at Robin calmly. You have to at least prove that the Ghost can really compete with the Dragon of the Conqueror. Otherwise everything is just empty talk. Robin nodded calmly, and the Ghost jumped down from the cliff on the top of the mountain. Bang! There was a sound of heavy objects falling. The Ghost landed next to the Crown Flower Pavilion. Everyone inside and outside the pavilion was shocked, and the green robes even drew their swords and surrounded them. The Queen of Thorns walked out of the pavilion and simply waved her hand. The green robes understood her intention and quickly retreated. She sighed and returned to the pavilion, glancing at the spherical object on the table. It was the head of the High Court Guard Captain Firepalm. Firepalm followed her orders to command the army to ambush outside the valley, but now the head was placed on her table. The Queen of Thorns now witnessed the horror of the ghost with her own eyes. Robin ordered the servants who were calmly serving beside him, take it down and bury it with honor. These servants were not ordinary people, but senior knights pretending to protect the Queen of Thorns. Now only the Queen and Robin were left in the pavilion. You are indeed qualified to claim the throne. The Queen of Thorns said expressionlessly. Whether it is your ghost or this appearance, both are impeccable. Lady Elena, you seem to still have concerns about me? Robin placed both hands on the stone table, leaning forward slightly. You should know the two kings of the dragon family, Krolmeager and Madaris. The Queen of Thorns took a sip of tea. You want to compare me to these two tyrants? Robin smiled. Is there a difference? The Queen of Thorns glanced at the bloodstains still left on the table. Of course, they are mindless tyranny and incompetent madness. Robin said. Oh, do you mean you are more brutal than these two? The Queen of Thorns sneered. She had completely given up on Robin in her heart. The wizard was completely a man who was crazier than the most tyrannical king in the history of the dragon family. Even if she surrendered to him, she would not get any good ending. A mad king with a brain. It makes people shudder just thinking about it. Now that the leader of the army has been dealt with, it may not work to rely on the army to encircle and suppress him, so I just hope that the wizard can drink the tears of Reese in front of him as soon as possible. Robin was choked by the Queen of Thorns and was speechless. Exclamation mark. After a moment of silence, Robin's facial muscles gradually tightened, and the corners of his mouth drooped slightly, showing a strong dissatisfaction and anger. Yes, you are right. I'm a more brutal person than the Mad King, he said in a deep voice. Damn it, I won't pretend anymore. Robin cursed in his heart. This woman is too difficult to deal with. She can't be defeated. Just show your cards directly. The Queen of Thorns was stunned for a moment, and it was her turn to be unable to continue. I want to conquer, rule, and dominate this continent. Tyrell is standing in my way. Robin asked coldly, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Are you really ready to bear my wrath? If you really want to reject my kindness, I will slaughter all the Tyrells without a single one, including Loris who is not here today. Robin's words were like a sharp blade that stabbed the Queen of Thorns in the heart. The backhand is useless. The genocide is coming true. Exclamation mark. She opened her mouth slightly. Her breathing became rapid. Her face was dull for several seconds, but she couldn't say a complete sentence. The Queen of Thorns reached out and trembled to pick up the teacup, but she couldn't put it to her lips. Why don't you answer me? What are you waiting for? Waiting for me to drink this cup of poisoned tea and die on the spot? Ha ha ha. Robin's face was mocking, and he grinned and laughed out loud. He picked up the poisoned tea in front of him and supported himself on the table with one hand. You know what? I have a witchcraft that is not afraid of poisons at all. All your resistance is so ridiculous and childish in my eyes. He raised his head and swallowed the tears of Reese. After closing his eyes and sitting quietly for a few seconds, Robin opened his eyes again and looked at the Queen of Thorns. Bang! The teacup in the Queen of Thorns' hand fell to the ground and shattered. All her psychological defenses were broken by Robin one by one, and she had a mental breakdown. The Queen of Thorns seemed to have lost her energy and spirit all of a sudden, and her body collapsed weakly. Fortunately, Robin was quick to support her. Lying in Robin's arms, the Queen of Thorns gradually regained some consciousness. She murmured in a hoarse voice, "The Tyrrell family, surrender." Chapter 31 Green Hand. Robin let the Queen of Thorns rest in his arms for a while, and waited until she recovered some strength, before he straightened her body and let her sit back on the stone bench. The constant psychological blows seemed to make the Queen of Thorns look much older, and her spirit was much weaker. I felt that my punch to Tyrrell seemed a bit harsh, either bullying the old, or bullying the young. Robin laughed at himself in his heart. Robin consoled her earnestly, "Madam, why do you think I would bring misfortune to Tyrrell? Just because I killed one of your vassals just now? Just because of my black magic experiments?" Seeing that the Queen of Thorns was not willing to listen to her, Robin's tone became earnest. "A perfect king can control both tyranny and kindness at the same time. The two are not contradictory, but complement each other to the king's rule. I call this governance philosophy inner kindness and outer violence. The literal meaning should be very easy to understand. It means being kind to the subjects and brutal to the enemies. This policy can also govern the country well, bring wealth to the people, bring glory to the nobles, and bring power to your Rose family. There is no way. The Rose family is the core force in the subsequent conquest of Westeros. If the Rose family unwillingly follows him to conquer the world, this world may last forever. I admit that I do have a little hobby, such as doing some live experiments, and being obsessed with stunning beauties." Robin gestured with his little finger in front of the Queen of Thorns. The Queen of Thorns raised her head, glanced at Robin, and then put her eyes back on the teacup. Seeing that the Queen of Thorns seemed to have a little reaction, Robin continued to work harder. "But have you ever thought carefully that this might be an advantage? I will concentrate on hard work in the laboratory and hand over the huge power of the kingdom to the Prime Minister. I will be obsessed with collecting beauties and will not be able to engage in political struggles. Who is the final beneficiary? You have to tell me loudly now. Who is it loudly?" Robin stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and said that he would not stop until you told me. This was the first time that the Queen of Thorns was preached by such a shameless person, and it was a continuous and crazy indoctrination of ideas. Subconsciously, she whispered, "It's Tyrrell." "That's right." Robin sat down again, poured himself a cup of tea to moisten his throat, and drank it directly without caring whether it was poisonous or not. In his heart, he was wailing, "This is even more tiring than trying to persuade my girlfriend in my previous life. Being a monarch is really not a job for humans. We are all adults, not children like Garland. We can't just look at right and wrong when dealing with things. We have to analyze the pros and cons. Tyrrell can gain such great benefits by becoming my vassal, so why do you still act like you are being forced and wronged? Your attitude is just like eating my wizard's food and smashing my wizard's pot." Robin spitted and continued, "What did I do? Stop. Stop." The Queen of Thorns finally couldn't stand his nagging and waved her hand to interrupt him. "I understand what you mean, Your Excellency. Stop for a moment. Since I'm here to surrender to you, Tyrrell will contribute all his strength to our common cause. I promise the 7 gods. Don't say these phone-like nonsense anymore. Let's talk about the current situation and discuss countermeasures." Robin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat up straight and raised his hand to signal the Queen of Thorns to continue. "Now that you want to aspire for the Iron Throne, do you have your own family? In what capacity do you want to rule over us nobles?" the Queen of Thorns asked. Robin thought for a moment and told her several plans to the Queen of Thorns for analysis. After all, she was a real veteran who had been in politics for decades. I have 3 arrangements for the family. First, my paternal line, the House of Hirenhal, has died out. I, the illegitimate son, can go back and be the legitimate illegitimate son to inherit the title of Earl of Hirenhal. Second, there are 2 orphans of the Targaryen family on the other side of the Narrow Sea. We can capture the women of the 2 to be our partners and gain a weak claim to the whole realm. Third, forge my maternal lineage to be that of the Targaryen family and add some claims to the whole realm. The specific Targaryen that the forged maternal line is has not yet been determined. To add, I truly have the blood of the Dragon King flowing in my body. It's so rich that it can hatch giant dragons. I have verified this with witchcraft. Now I have collected a dragon egg, which is still on the way. You are going to marry a Targaryen child as queen? The Queen of Thorns repeated. She had originally planned to fight for Little Rose to be the queen. Not a queen, but a partner. I never planned to get married. Robin shook his head and explained. You may not know, but I have awakened the same ability as Greenland Gars. When I make love with others, I'm almost always successful. And those infertile women and girls are not spared. Your Excellency is really fertile. The Queen of Thorns was shocked again. And with my love of beauty, I estimate that within a few years, I will have countless illegitimate children. And I don't want these children to grow up in the contempt of others. In my heart, I will treat these children equally, so I will not get married, and there will be no distinction between legitimate sons, second sons and illegitimate children. My children will inherit the surname of their mother's family, and cannot use discriminatory illegitimate surnames such as Flowers, Snow, etc. In order to identify my bloodline, these children must be named after me. They must use the R in Robin as their middle name, such as Aegon Targaryen. The Queen of Thorns began to think about Robin's special ability and how it could be used in her future career. Go on, as long as you can design this system perfectly, it's not a bad idea. She raised her palms twice and said, slightly tilting her head to look at Robin. These children of mine will naturally have some of the benefits of my guild to help them grow up. And if their mothers can remain loyal to me, they will automatically get an official position in the lovers' court I established. There are 9 levels in total, and each level enjoys different powers and different guild benefits. How is your royal family specifically arranged? The Queen of Thorns took a sip of tea. More royal of the Hightower family helped my career during my most difficult period. As a political reward, the royal family will permanently grant me and her bloodline. Robin replied. So your family will only have you forever? The Queen of Thorns was speechless. Yes. Robin took a sip of tea. The Queen of Thorns nodded, and she began to try to accept Robin's brain circuits, thinking to herself, after all, he is a mad king with a brain, and it is too reasonable to come up with these strange operations. Working with a madman. If I can't turn a madman back to a normal person, then I'd better pretend to be a madman too. Don't tell your future ministers about these strange systems. Let's solve the current problems first. The Queen of Thorns sorted out the context for Robin. First of all, there is no problem with your 3 methods of solving the continental claims, but, she emphasized, you have to solve the claims of the River Reach first, or to subdue the vassals of the River Reach first. Although our Golden Rose has ruled the River Reach for 3 centuries, the great nobles in this land still refuse to obey the will of the Rose. What you mean, sir, is that even if the Tyrell family supports me, these great nobles will resist and not be loyal to me? Robin understood. The Queen of Thorns nodded and continued. The blood of the nobles of the Reach all originated from Garth Greenhand. After the Gardner family founded by the eldest son of Greenland was exterminated by Aegon, the remaining nobles of the Greenland bloodline were in a state of no submission to each other. Fortunately, you wiped out Hightower in advance, otherwise it would be several times more difficult for you to conquer the Reach. So, my family name must be. Robin looked at the Queen of Thorns, and he instantly understood the solution to the claim of the Reach. Gardner? Gardner is not okay. The Queen of Thorns denied. The Gardner family has been exterminated for hundreds of years. Just call it Greenhand. Robin recited the family name in his mind. Robin Greenhand. Greenhand Robin. Beast Robin. Damn. Can it be changed? Robin sighed. It's good. What to change? The Queen of Thorns asked back. Okay. Robin accepted his fate. Then they began to discuss Robin's family emblem, how to set up a plan to subdue or eliminate the Dehids and the Riverlands, the situation in the kingdom, etc. The people waiting outside the pavilion waited until it was getting dark before they came out. Robin supported the Queen of Thorns and walked towards them. Holding meetings for several hours in a row was a huge drain on both mental and physical strength. Galen, the Queen of Thorns called. Galen trotted over from his brothers and sisters, held the Queen of Thorns' right arm, and asked softly, "Grandma, what's the matter?" "Kneel down to see your godfather." Chapter 32 Layout. After hearing his grandmother's order, Galen dared not refuse and said anything more. He immediately knelt on one knee in front of Robin. "Galen, meet your godfather." He bowed to Robin humbly. The Duke of Inflatable Fish and the crazy woman came closer and surrounded Galen and Robin. Everyone saw the determination in the eyes of the Queen of Thorns. This was an unquestionable decision. Galen's kneeling was just the first step. In the future, all of them will kneel before this man. Now they are witnesses of Galen's ceremony of worshipping his father. Little Rose's eyebrows curved into a pair of crescents. She was very happy. She felt that she was witnessing a legend. Just like the legendary stories in the book, The King. It's the real king. The king is going to canonize his knight. Ah, no, it's to accept his son. Clang. Robin drew out the Valyrian steel sword from his waist and placed it on Galen's right shoulder. This was recast after he melted his bachelor's necklace and added the Valyrian steel stock of the Hightower family. The sharp sword made of Valyrian steel can flash a breathtaking cold light even in the dim light of the evening. The sword is slender and straight, like a silver stream, smooth and shiny. The hilt is even more gorgeous, with a lifelike dragon-shaped guard on it. The dragon's scales are clearly visible, and each one is carefully carved. The dragon's eyes are bulging and sharp, as if ready to jump out at any time and give the enemy a fatal blow. "In the name of a warrior, I ask you to be brave." The long sword moved from the right shoulder to the left shoulder. "In the name of the Father, I ask you to be fair." Back to the right shoulder. "In the name of the Virgin Mary, I ask you to protect the weak and innocent." Then to the left shoulder. "My first child, Garland, I have only one requirement for you, loyalty. Absolute loyalty." Robin said sternly with a stern face. Robin was also recruiting thugs for the first time, and he didn't know what the process was, so he could only borrow the knight's canonization ceremony. Fortunately, Garland responded in a cooperative way. "In the name of loyalty, Godfather, the 7 gods bear witness that from now on, my name is Loyal Garland." Robin nodded with satisfaction and put the sword back into the scabbard. He still couldn't bear to give the sword to Garland. He stepped forward and helped Garland up with a smile and patted the big boy's arm heavily. "Good. Loyal Garland, very good." Garland scratched his head shyly, looked sideways at his grandmother, and the Queen of Thorns nodded slightly to him. "Go back, it's late." The Queen of Thorns said, "Sir Robin, Mace and I will take a car. I have some things to explain." "Yes, mother." The inflatable fish responded. "Grandma, I also want to take a car with the king." Little Rose pouted and shouted, "How about I'll let you play with the king tomorrow? Grandma has something serious to discuss." The Queen of Thorns caressed her granddaughter's head lovingly. Okay. Remember to come to me tomorrow." Little Rose smiled and blinked her right eye like Robin. Robin smiled and nodded. "Siri, carry me to the car." Little Rose called to a slender and well-proportioned female guard. "Yes." Robin looked at the back of the female guard in confusion. It can be seen that she is a well-trained warrior. She is wearing a simple and practical black tights and a pair of high leather boots, giving people a cold and mysterious feeling. "Robin, let's go too," the Queen of Thorns reminded. What I thought in my heart was, it is really very lewd. Not even a female guard is spared. Okay. Robin retracted his gaze, helped the Queen of Thorns to get on the car, and entered the carriage with the inflatable fish. The 3 of them sat down in the carriage. Robin smiled and showed goodwill to the inflatable fish, but the inflatable fish looked around, but the Queen of Thorns remained calm. "Mez." The Queen of Thorns called softly, and was also a little dissatisfied with her son's attitude. The inflatable fish greeted Robin helplessly. "Your Highness Robin." Robin nodded in response. Seeing her son acknowledge the master-servant relationship, the Queen of Thorns began to tell Mace about Robin's details. After that, it was Mace's turn to tell Robin about the family background of High Court, assets, wealth, grain storage. Robin didn't expect that the inflatable fish knew the internal affairs of High Court so clearly and explained it in detail. He had heard of the reputation of this inflatable fish duke. The inflatable fish knew what Robin was thinking from his expression. He had been used to seeing other people's eyes like this for so many years. Sir Mace is in charge of the internal affairs of High Court and civil affairs, Robin asked. The inflatable fish nodded. Robin said that he understood. There are more than 30 nobles in High Court, and there are countless knight families. The Queen of Thorns began to introduce Robin to the political structure of the Reach. Robin habitually took out a pen and classified the information element like making experimental records, and then summarized and analyzed them. The Queen of Thorns looked at Robin's focus movements and nodded in appreciation. This person does have some shining points, but he has too many bad reputations to be noticed. Robin looked at the data on the paper. If the nobles of Highgarden were divided into different levels, T0 level, Tyrrell family, Hightower family, Redwine family of the Arbor, and House Surrey, the ruler of the Shield Islands. T1 level, House Tully of Hornhill, and the family established by the descendants of Garth the Green Hand. T2 and below, small noble lords, knights. As T0 level families, they have no obvious shortcomings in terms of military, politics, and economy. Although the Tully family in T1 is very powerful in military strength, it has always been dependent on the Tyrrell family because of its poor economic strength, and is also the sword of the Golden Rose to rule the River Reach. Because of the turmoil in the kingdom, I have summoned all the vassals to Highgarden in advance to discuss countermeasures. The Queen of Thorns saw Robin stop writing and continued. Now more than a dozen nobles have arrived at Highgarden, and the subsequent nobles are coming one after another. Madam, how long have you issued the summons? Robin asked. Almost a month. The Queen of Thorns shook her head and sighed. Some vassals have a long way to go. The inflatable fish explained awkwardly. Old Town is the farthest group from Highgarden. It only took Gulen and I 6 days to get here from Old Town. Robin smiled. The Queen of Thorns spread her hands and said generously, those who have arrived at Highgarden are basically the families that have submitted to the rule of the Golden Rose, such as the Tully family, the William family, etc. Those who have not arrived are basically the families of the Green Hand bloodline and their vassals. So the families in Highgarden are our comrades in arms, and will kneel under my banner with the Golden Rose. Those nobles who have not come are the families that need to be subdued. Robin concluded. The Queen of Thorns nodded. That's generally correct, but you still have to win over powerful families like the Tully family in person. She continued, it is precisely because these families are the remnants of the Green Hand that I want you to pretend that the Green Hand is still alive and try to subdue them with gentle means. I understand. I will combine your Green Hand strategy with my existing chips to improve the strategy. Do you have any questions? Robin took out a blank piece of paper and wrote on it while talking. Strategy for the Reach version 2.0. I use abilities similar to the Green Hand to disguise myself as a divine reincarnation of the Green Hand. Highgarden is holding a tournament specially prepared to build momentum for me. I will defend the tournament alone for 10 consecutive days, and anyone can come on stage to challenge me. You need to keep building momentum for me. 10 days will be enough time for my reputation to spread throughout the Reach, and for all the strong men in the Reach to challenge me. This tournament will be named 10-Day King's Battle. After the 10th day of defense, the reputation of my fake Green Hand will reach its peak. Then, your Tyrrell family will kneel before me in front of all the people of Highgarden. 3 centuries later, the King of the Reach will return to Highgarden once again. The Queen of Thorns and the inflatable fish stared blankly at Robin writing the script calmly. This was treating a Guardian territory as a chessboard layout, but the plan felt a little rough. Robin handed them the first piece of paper and then continued to write on it, describing the plan on the paper. How can power be achieved without beauty? Add a spoonful of wealth. The Reach strategy version 3.0. He expanded on the first point. The purpose and motivation of Highgarden setting up the arena is actually to recruit a husband through a duel. Whoever can hold out until the 10th day will marry Lady Marguerite, the Rose of Highgarden. After I was the first to go up to the arena, I publicly admitted that I was the reincarnation of Green Hand, and stated that I did not want a beauty, I only wanted the crown of Highgarden. I also made a bold statement that I was willing to exchange Old Town and all my wealth for it. The Duke was furious on the spot. Although he agreed to my request, he asked me to remain undefeated until the 10th day. If I win 10 days in a row and create a legend, he will respect me as king. I also stated directly that, as long as someone can defeat me, they can get all my wealth, including sugar, sea salt, fine iron sword, dull steel, soap. The power of being crowned king, endless wealth, and peerless beauty will surely set off the entire reach, and even spread my name to the entire Westeros. Robin filled the second page of paper, and when he looked up, the Queen of Thorns and the inflatable fish were already dumbfounded. Any questions? Robin smiled, and he handed the second sheet of paper to the Queen of Thorns. No. The inflatable fish came back to life. The Queen of Thorns came back to her senses from her daze and took the paper that was filled with writing. It seems, this crooked trick really works. The Queen of Thorns was a little uncertain. After discussing with the inflatable fish for a while, she found a key point. You must really be able to stand on the ring without ghost witchcraft and win 10 consecutive games. The Queen of Thorns asked this question. No problem. Robin touched his chin. Do you have blue hair dye? What for? The inflatable fish asked. If your hair is not blue, how can you be called a blue hand in the world? Haha. Robin grinned. Chapter 33, High Court Style. Mr. Wild Daisy knows how to make hair dye. I'll ask him to come over and ask. The Duke of Inflatable Fish got up and left the carriage. Robin continued to discuss the plan with the Queen of Thorns, adding details. The main thing is the steps to build momentum. The Tyrell family has a complete system of couriers, so there is no need to worry about how to spread their reputation. I brought a large number of goods here, and these goods must be sold in my name. Let these people know about my huge industry, and in the minds of others, at least raise my wealth to the same level as those governors of the free cities. Robin said. I will arrange for all the Tyrell chambers of commerce to cooperate. The Queen of Thorns responded. Whoosh. The carriage stopped, and the coachman reported in front. Madam, we are at the gate of flourishment. Go and deal with your hair first. Tomorrow I will let Marguerite and Wild Daisy take you to familiarize yourself with Highgarden. Time is running out. We will start setting up the game the day after tomorrow, and the chess pieces will arrive soon. The Queen of Thorns said. Robin nodded, and helped the Queen of Thorns out of the carriage together. Inflatable Fish and Wild Daisy were already waiting outside the carriage. Sir, please come with me. Wild Chrysanthemum bowed, and waved to invite him. Robin nodded slightly and followed him. It was pitch black tonight without the moon. There was no scenery to be seen from all directions. Only the rich fragrance of flowers was refreshing. Highgarden is guarded by 3 white walls. We all live in the innermost garden of flowers, Wild Chrysanthemum introduced to Robin as he walked. After Wild Chrysanthemum passed through another city gate, this is the famous plant maze. He turned around and raised the torch high, and the fire illuminated the scenery around him. Robin could see the flowers and green trees in the garden, the paths and cobblestone roads, fountains, and sculptures. I'll take you to play tomorrow. The hair dye you want is ready made in my Meester's tower. Wild Chrysanthemum continued to lead the way. Then I'll trouble the Meester. Robin said with a smile. You will be my monarch in the future, and this is the duty of minister. Wild Chrysanthemum also smiled. The old and new gods of Highgarden are equally respected. People here believe that Greenland Garth is the incarnation of the old god. I think the plan you set up is very good. Wild Chrysanthemum said as they walked and chatted. The less blood you can shed, the better. These people will also be my people in the future. Robin said. I really didn't expect this sentence to be said by a cruel black wizard. I hope you can always keep your kindness at this moment. Wild Chrysanthemum said in surprise. Robin smiled and didn't reply. Just some consumables. A burst of chrysanthemum fragrance came, and they arrived at their destination. Under the illumination of the torch on the tower, it can be seen that this bachelor's tower is located in the center of a chrysanthemum garden, surrounded by colorful chrysanthemums. When Robin came out of Wild Chrysanthemum's bachelor's tower with a head of green hair, a maid was already waiting at the gate of the chrysanthemum garden. "My lord, I will take you to rest." The maid bowed and saluted. "Let's go." Robin nodded. The maid was wearing a green dress, which was characteristic of Highgarden. Although her chest and back were not exposed, the slit of her skirt was very high, almost reaching the base of her thighs. Robin looked from behind, and her slender legs were faintly visible between the hems of her skirt, giving people a pure sexual temptation. Perhaps this is the characteristic of Highgarden. He had heard that Highgarden was very open. After walking for a while, they stopped in front of a garden gate of orange roses. The maid bowed again. "My lord, this garden is where you can rest." Robin was about to step in, and the maid said with a giggle, "Miss Arlen, the shy and beautiful, has not been picked by anyone yet. My lord, you must pity her. It's the night of falling flowers." Robin chuckled and strode in. A melodious harp sounded faintly. The sound was soft and melodious, and people felt a sense of tranquility and relaxation. Orange roses were all over the garden. They tightly surrounded a clear pool, like an orange scarf, decorating the garden beautifully. A beautiful lady sat in the pavilion beside the pool, plucking the strings of the harp gently. Under the bright candlelight around her, her skin seemed to emit a faint glow, giving people a sense of mystery and seduction. Robin walked over and stood beside her to look at her. The musician seemed to be a little nervous. Her fingers were a little stiff on the strings, and the rhythm of the song was destroyed by the intruder. The girl had a slender figure, or thin waist and a big chest. She was the perfect figure of a girl, pure and sexy. "Miss Arlen?" Robin called softly. Arlen Timmerell sighed in his heart. A guy who doesn't understand romance. Didn't even wait for me to finish playing the song. "Hello, Lord Robin." Arlen stood up from the harp and bowed gently. "It's too cold outside. Why don't we go into the house to talk?" Robin smiled. Okay. Arlen nodded, and a blush crept up on her pretty face. She took the initiative to put her hand in Robin's arm, and the two moved to the two-story wooden building next door. Robin spoke gently again. "Missy Allen, it's getting late. Why don't you take a bath and go to bed?" "I've already taken a bath." Yallen's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and her head was almost buried in her chest. "Go to bed and wait for me, dear," Robin whispered in her ear. Yallen mustered up the courage to look up at him, and she said shyly, "Why don't we take a bath together?" The next day, when the sun shone into the bedroom on the second floor, Robin opened her eyes in a daze and found that the sun was already high in the sky. The beautiful girl from last night had long disappeared. Going down to the first floor, the maid from last night was standing by the wooden ladder. It was still the thin dress from last night, and her plump breasts were forced to stand out under the clothes. She was a plump and charming woman. After she bowed respectfully, she brought him hot water to wash. Robin was served like a real noble. He was used to it in the towering tower, so he didn't feel anything. While eating breakfast, he said, "Today we are going to look for Miss Margaret and Wild Chrysanthemum, and you are needed to lead the way." "Don't worry, sir, I'm also one of the breakfast people." The maid smiled coquettishly. "Well, okay, what are you waiting for?" After finishing breakfast, Robin stabbed himself with a poison dagger, and after refreshing to the peak state, he went to meet Wild Chrysanthemum with the maid. The sun was shining brightly today, and the weather was a bit hot. On the way, you can see some women stripping naked and swimming in the flower pond. Robin was amazed by the openness of Highgarden, the bachelor's tower and the chrysanthemum garden. Robin met Wild Chrysanthemum. Wild Chrysanthemum told Robin that Little Rose had gone back because she was impatient to wait because she came to the bachelor's tower too early. Originally, Little Rose wanted to look for Robin, but Wild Chrysanthemum knew that Robin had been arranged for breakfast, so she dared not let Little Rose go. The two of them walked out of the innermost white wall and stepped into the plant maze. Intruders who are not familiar with this maze can easily get lost, walk into a dead end, or be hurt by the traps inside. Wild Chrysanthemum kept explaining to Robin on the way, acting as a tour guide. Robin admired the dazzling flowers on the road. The variety was very rich, and he couldn't name 90% of the plants. This plant maze was full of stone carvings, fountains, and marble columns. Grapes and roses decorated the walls and sculptures, and the ancient buildings were covered with vines. Are all the women in High Garden so open? Robin asked. He found a group of women swimming naked in the pool. This is a liberation of the body and the pursuit of freedom. We have no right to blame anything. Wild Chrysanthemum also looked at the group of girls calmly. Well, I like this culture very much, and I don't mean to blame it. Robin smiled happily. Wild Chrysanthemum smiled. After all, you are a person with the power of the green hand. It seems that you will be satisfied with the place I take you to today. Where? Robin had already guessed in his heart. Flower Street. Wild Chrysanthemum replied with a smile. Robin smiled and asked knowingly, Flower Market? Haha. Wild Chrysanthemum smiled and said nothing. This kind of place is certainly not within the white walls of High Garden, but in a place called Nature Market next to High Garden. This market is home to most of the population of High Garden, and it is said that there are more than 100,000 people at its peak. When Robin and Wild Chrysanthemum came to this street, they found that it was very lively even during the day. Women wore short-sleeved silk tops, and those who were poorer wore cotton clothes. As long as they sweated, the clothes stuck to their skin, which was basically the same as being naked. Wild Chrysanthemum led Robin from the street to the inside. During this time, women kept throwing flirtatious eyes at him, and young girls in love secretly slipped him notes. Robin carefully put the notes into his pocket one by one. It was hard to refuse such kindness, so he had to take care of more of them when he had time. When you find these girls according to the address on the note, it's best to bring a gold dragon. If you only make love with them without paying anything back, their families will make you suffer. Wild Chrysanthemum smiled. Robin nodded and smiled. There won't be any traps here that exploit the psychology of hunting for beauty and defraud people of their money. You don't have to worry. These flower and wildflower services are all taxable business activities and are protected by the laws of the High Court. If someone uses this to cheat, they will be subject to extremely severe criminal laws. Yiju explained. Robin silently praised the High Court in his heart. They walked and chatted all the way. Yiju kept introducing to Robin which ones had good quality and which ones had good service. They smiled and had a good time all the way. After coming out of the flower street, that was more than 500 meters long, Yiju took him to the commercial area of the natural market without stopping. Your products are already sold in the best stores in the market. Yiju pointed to a large store at a fork in the road, where customers were queuing up. These things are selling so well that we have to plan to limit purchases every day to ensure that the goods can be supported until your strategy is completed, Yiju said to him. Robin looked at the shop and found that the shop's plaque had been replaced with a brand new one, with the words Green Hand engraved on it, and it had begun to warm up for his publicity. The Tyrrell family's unintentional hunger marketing seems to be working well, Robin thought to himself. Robin said to Yiju, my Chamber of Commerce manager Rose is here too. She should arrange for Roll Town to speed up production. The second batch of goods should be coming soon. I have notified Lady Rose, Yiju replied. After talking about the goods, they set off again. Yiju also wanted to take Robin to several high-end venues in High Court to find out the way. These places are not open to civilians due to consumption issues. If there is no old customer to lead the way, there is no way to find the location. Even if you find the location, you can't enter the gate without an acquaintance's introduction and capital verification. Sweet Hotel, Red Heart Bar, Widow's Ballroom, Joy Temple. When Yiju took Robin to visit these high-end venues and returned to the Garden of Flowers, Robin's arms were already full of various membership cards. These cards were gold cards with unlimited consumption that Yiju helped him apply for. Judging from Yiju's casual behavior of taking the gold cards, the backgrounds behind these venues were not simple. After running for an afternoon, the old man was a little out of breath. Robin was afraid of accidents, so he sent him all the way back to the Chrysanthemum Garden. Before they parted, Yiju explained the follow-up plan. According to your description of that ability, the woman you favor can be found to be pregnant every other day. If Miss Yalan and Narcissus are found to be pregnant tomorrow morning, then the chief steward Chilean will take you to do the work of building momentum in the afternoon. Understood. Have a good rest. Robin nodded. After leaving the Chrysanthemum Garden, Robin found that the maid Narcissus was walking towards him from not far away, and Robin took the initiative to greet her. My lord, do you need to go back and rest now? Narcissus smiled charmingly and asked, "Well, let's go." Robin took a step. "My lord, we are not in the orange rose garden tonight." Narcissus pulled his sleeve. "Oh, which garden?" Robin raised his eyebrows and smiled, and stretched out his hand to hold Narcissus's slender waist. "The garden of plump Lady Erin, the carnation garden." Narcissus lowered her head and replied. Chapter 34 Philosopher's Stone. "Before dinner, can we have some dessert?" Robin held Narcissus in his arms. The dim torchlight shone on the man, and his tall body looked radiant at this moment, and the exposed skin and muscle lines were heartwarming. "My lord, there is a small forest next to it." Narcissus panted in his arms. "Carnation garden. Carnations of various colors are blooming here, making people feel as if they are in a world full of love and warmth." Lady Erin walked in the garden, rubbing the scarf on her hand with her fingers. "Why haven't you come yet? Didn't my husband say that he saw the wizard return to the courtyard with his own eyes?" Erin Norwich has been married to her husband, Seros Tyrrell, for 7 years. Now they are all over 20 years old, but they still have no children. Seros's family members have long been dissatisfied with Lady Erin, a barren woman, and want Ross to divorce his wife. But Lady Erin and her husband are loyal to each other, so naturally they will not agree. Yesterday, her husband learned from his cousin the Duke that a wizard who could help her get pregnant, which made Lady Erin very happy. But is there any taboo about this kind of treatment? Her husband left her alone at home waiting for the wizard, and she was a little scared. Click. The door to the garden was pushed open. "The wizard is here." Lady Erin turned around happily and looked. "I didn't expect this wizard to be quite good looking. No matter from which angle you look at his handsome features, he is an absolutely perfect handsome man." "Lady Erin?" Robin asked. "It's me. Hello wizard. Please sit inside." Lady Erin warmly invited Robin to come in. Robin didn't expect the lady to be so proactive, and nodded with a smile. Lady Erin and Robin sat opposite each other in the living room, with their hands on the armrests of the chairs, their hearts beating fast. "Excuse me, how do we start the treatment?" Lady Erin asked worriedly. Robin showed a puzzled look, and then calmly looked at the beautiful woman in front of him again. The woman was probably in her early 20s, but she looked very seductive. Her long black wavy hair fell on her magnificent chest. She was wearing a light green silk low-cut dress. Her plump and attractive half-circle looked even fuller and rounder under the restraint of the translucent tube top. The delicate little face was filled with deep worry and tension, which was really appetizing. Robin thought that the lady might like to play a plot, so he cooperated and said, "The treatment is not easy. It will be very tiring." What do you mean?" Robin stood up and walked in front of her. "Madam, please stand up and cooperate with my treatment." Madam Erlin stood up obediently and faced the wizard. Both of them could clearly hear their breathing. "We are going to take the first step of the treatment now. Take off the external objects." Robin took off his clothes. When the lady heard such a strange request, her chest rose and fell violently, as if she had made up her mind. With a clang, she suddenly pulled off the outer sandskirt. Robin came back to his senses, and in an instant, he saw the greatness of evil. He couldn't help but sigh at the greatness of the creator. "I'm willing to do anything to heal." As he spoke, 2 slender fingers slowly untied the bra and underwear, revealing the snow-white skin and the perfect curves. Until the two of them were honest with each other in the living room, the snow-white milk skin shone brightly under the candlelight, forming a strong visual impact. "Well done. The next step is the most important." "I will." Robin's mouth curled up. The lady turned her head away. She was an experienced person, so she understood the meaning of the wizard's words. A hint of blush appeared on her delicate and beautiful face, making her look even more beautiful. Outside the Carnation Garden, the Duke of Inflatable Fish and Sir Ross were leaning against the corner of the yard smoking tobacco. "Ross, actually you don't have to do this, even if you and Erin don't have children. I'm also in the family, and I won't let those old bones break up your family." The inflatable fish sighed. Sir Ross took a deep breath, and how the heavy sound of poker came from his house. "Erin's biggest dream is to have a child. I don't want her to suffer for the rest of her life." Rose slid down the wall and squatted on the ground, with her head buried deep in her knees. The inflatable fish did not persuade him anymore, but just bent down and gently patted his childhood friend's shoulder, and left the Carnation Garden. "Hi garden. My mother who gave birth to me, where will this beautiful land go? With a faint sigh, the figure of the inflatable fish disappeared into the night. The next morning, Robin rejected Mrs. Erin's invitation to continue the treatment. When he went downstairs to wash up, he asked Narcissus to tell the madwoman and Rose to wait for him in the plant maze. After a normal breakfast, Robin, led by another maid named Sakura, met the two women of the old town in the plant maze. The wizard is really busy? I haven't seen him for 2 days. The madwoman stepped forward and smelled the flower fragrance on Robin, which was a bit smelly. Rose laughed at the sight, but did not mock Robin. Both she and the crazy woman are pregnant now, and they haven't served Robin for a while. It's okay to let the man relax. I'm busy with business. The Queen of Thorns has told you about the plan I set. Robin smiled and changed the subject. I've told you that Blood Island has been ordered to speed up the production, using the to-shift method you mentioned. Rose replied. Robin nodded and led the two women to a pavilion made of vines. The maids patrolling the maze brought them chairs and coffee tables. My lord, what do you want to drink? Robin considered that the two women were pregnant. Give me a bottle of juice. But Mr. Coburn sent a letter by Raven, and it seems that there has been a new breakthrough in soul crystallization. The crazy woman handed a letter and a black glass bottle to Robin. After Robin opened the letter and read it, he handed it back to the crazy woman. The soul materialization was successful. The crazy woman murmured. The crazy woman is also a master of mysticism. She has been following up on Coburn's research project. After understanding the great significance of this technological breakthrough to the big plan, Robin unscrewed the sealed glass bottle, and inside lay a red crystal diamond. The interior of this special bottle was light-proof, but the red diamond emitted a soft red light, and the surface was smooth and had a bright luster. It was so beautiful and attractive that people could not help but want to possess and devour it. Robin immediately closed his eyes and quickly covered the mouth of the bottle with the lid. This stone has the ability to induce and amplify human thoughts, but it is very weak and can be easily detected by normal people. The crazy woman took the fruit juice poured by the maid and took a sip gently. What's wrong? She asked. Robin opened his eyes again and shook his head. Nothing. There is a stone in it. It reminds me of a magic weapon, and I overreacted. Rose did not interrupt their conversation. She knew nothing about mysticism and was content to be a mascot. Robin condensed a ghost, then attached his consciousness to the ghost and looked into the bottle again. This time, the soft light of the red diamond was mixed with transparent white smoke. These smokes occasionally combined into tiny white skulls. They wailed silently while desperately climbing out of the red diamond and struggling, but were dragged back into the crystal by the red light. What an amazing thing! Robin exclaimed. Master Coburn said that this thing can only be effective if it is implanted in the human brain. Should we perform surgery on Garland? The crazy woman asked. Well, don't be too anxious. Wait until I finish the game of Ring. Then I will operate on Garland. Robin gulped down a big mouthful of juice. I mean, you will be the main surgeon. The crazy woman laughed. Robin laughed. Ha, you are still questioning my academic ability, although I have been building up my power recently, but I have 14 achievements in mysticism research, and finally I'm a master who has obtained a doctorate in mysticism. It's just a matter of moving a small knife. I can't tell. The crazy woman shook her head and laughed. Robin put away the black glass bottle, stood up and ordered, this stone is made of soul crystals contaminated by the flesh and blood of living things, so let's call it the Philosopher's Stone. Write a letter to Professor Coburn to encourage his work results. That's all for today. I will live in Flower Street for the next half month. If you have important matters, just report the name of Green Hand Robin in Flower Street. I believe everyone there knows me. Haha. Robin smiled and winked at Rose. The crazy woman spat unhappily. Rose was amused by him and shrank her shoulders with a smile. He walked out of the pavilion and was about to go out to find the shy and beautiful Miss Yalan to continue their previous relationship. The maid Sakura came over with little Rose. This time, Robin finally saw clearly the appearance of the female guard behind little Rose. The female guard had long silver grey hair and a deep scar on her left cheek. Her eyebrows were thin and slender, slightly raised upwards, giving people a heroic feeling. Brother Robin. Little Rose saw Robin and shouted softly. Little Rose was privately lectured by the Queen of Thorns. She could not call the king before he put on the crown. She had to change to a more familiar name. Robin laughed, walked forward and picked up the little girl and lifted her up a few times, which made Little Rose laugh. Then Robin put Little Rose on his shoulder. Little Rose hugged his neck and explained in a low voice, "I waited for a long time yesterday. You didn't come, so I went back. It's okay, it's okay." Robin said indifferently, "Miss Marguerite, is this your guard? I saw you take her with you every time you go out." Robin asked. "Yes, she was arranged by my grandmother some time ago. She is very powerful. Even the big knights can't beat her." Little Rose nodded her little head vigorously. Robin hunched Little Rose forward and stretched out his right hand, smiling softly. "Hello, Wizard Robin." The female guard raised her heroic eyebrows. She could see that Robin was approaching her intentionally. She stretched out her hand and shook Robin's and replied in a voice as clear as a mountain spring, "Hello, young lion Siri. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 35, Siri preparing for maternity leave. After receiving the response from the female guard, Robin looked normal, but his pupils shrank sharply, betraying his shock. "Do you know me?" Siri asked doubtfully. Robin shook his head and smiled. "No, I just think your nickname is cute, young lion, haha." The two let go of each other's hands. Robin put Little Rose on the ground, combed the little girl's bangs. "Little guy, I have something urgent to do today, so I won't accompany you for now." After saying that, Robin turned and walked towards the direction of the vine pavilion. "Hate it, you adults are always busy." Little Rose pouted unhappily. Siri put the hand he had just shaken in front of his eyes, lowered his head and quickly recalled the scene of greeting and shaking hands with Robin just now. "No, this wizard Robin must know me." When he heard my name, his hand unconsciously increased the strength of his handshake. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Siri shouted at Robin's back, but Robin just waved without turning back. In the blink of an eye, Robin's back disappeared at the corner of the corridor. Robin was walking with his head down at this time. He had adjusted his mentality, thinking calmly and brainstorming frantically. He recalled the detailed information of this woman in his mind. Name, Siri World, Demon Hunter / Wizard. Identity 1, Princess of the Kingdom of Sintra, Granddaughter of Queen of Sintra Lioness Callan. Identity 2. Identity 3. Ability, Ancient Blood, Magic Source, Lost. Her most buggy ability is the Ancient Blood, the power to travel through time and space. The Ancient Blood must be the reason why she appeared in the Game of Thrones world. Recalling the details of the Demon Hunter story, this woman once used the Ancient Blood to travel to the world of Cyberpunk 2077. This magical blood power that travels through time and space is one of the top extraordinary abilities in the Demon Hunter world. So why doesn't she go back to the Demon Hunter world? There are still a lot of people with deep ties waiting for her to reunite in her hometown. Robin suddenly had an idea and found the key point. He clapped his hands and said, "The magic tide of Game of Thrones." "Robin, what are you doing at the door of the pavilion?" The sound of clapping made the crazy woman in the pavilion find him. Robin looked up in a trance, came back to his senses from his meditation, and said with a smile, "I encountered something difficult. Moroya, you reply to Professor Coburn's letter and add one of my requests. Find the magic methods that were previously banned and the method to limit the time and space spells. The priority of this requirement, S." The crazy woman looked at Robin in confusion. She participated in the establishment of the research institute, and the S level was only one level lower than the big plan. What made Robin suddenly issue such an order? "Let's do it now," Robin said. The crazy woman nodded and got up to release the raven. Robin estimated that the magic ban methods in the Game of Thrones world would be of no use to Siri. After all, the energy level of the Ancient Blood was too high, and asking Coburn to mobilize manpower for a search was just for psychological comfort. Sitting back in the chair in the pavilion, Robin supported his head with one hand and rubbed his forehead with the other hand to think slowly. Siri lost her magic source in an accident and can only rely on external magic to activate the blood of the ancients. Now that the magic tide of Game of Thrones has receded, she can't escape from this world for the time being. Rose still looks like a good girl, and she doesn't come to disturb Robin when she sees him thinking about something. She just pours him a glass of juice and puts it in front of him. Robin took a sip of the juice and continued to think about how to deal with Siri. First of all, I must obtain the power of the blood of the ancients. Having the ability to travel through time and space means that there are infinite possibilities. Based on this purpose, I have two choices. One is to use gentle means to slowly get Siri, and then I can use Siri's power to steal or plunder the power of other worlds, and immortality is no longer an empty talk. The other is to capture Siri and let Siri take a few maternity leave. If my offspring obtains the power of the blood of the ancients, it will be more convenient. It's a headache. Robin sighed in his heart. Both methods have great uncertainty. The first method, the probability of getting it is very small, and Siri has homosexual tendencies in the story of The Witcher. Moreover, she has someone she cares about in the demon hunter world, so she may not date the opposite sex here. The second way is that the child born may not necessarily inherit the power of the ancient blood completely. As the daughter of destiny in the demon hunter world, Siri is special. How many people did we bring here? Robin asked Rose. There are about 200 members of the Chamber of Commerce and 1,500 soldiers. Rose thought for a while and reported a rough number. Robin drank the remaining juice in one gulp and slammed the cup on the table. He had already made a decision in his heart. Call the steward of the High Court. I have something to discuss with him. Yeah. Rose got up and left. A moment later, Rose and the steward Shillian walked into the Vine Pavilion together. Lord Robin, you are looking for me? Shillian was very humble. Robin nodded and invited him to take a seat. Mr. Steward, I would like to ask, how did Lady Margaret's female guard appear in High Garden? This girl suddenly appeared in the plant maze 3 months ago. Shillian explained one by one. We wanted to execute this intruder, but Lady Elena stopped us. When we wanted to find out the reason, the girl said she had lost her memory. Robin found that the time when Siri traveled to Game of Thrones was about the same as the time when he came to Game of Thrones. Is this a coincidence or? Then when our guards went to arrest her, they found that this woman was very powerful and several guards could not beat her at all. Lady Elena saw that the girl did not kill anyone, so she persuaded Siri to surrender, and then Siri has been working as a guard in High Garden. Recently, because of her female identity, she was transferred by the lady to be a personal guard beside Lady Margaret. Sir, you want to take this Siri in? Shillian smiled. Robin did not deny it and nodded directly. Shillian reminded Robin, Siri has a strong character. Guards and knights have pursued her before, but they were all rejected one by one. Arrange her to a suitable place. I want her. Robin ordered directly without any nonsense. Shillian nodded and asked again. Now? Yes. Robin replied. I understand, sir. Please arrange for the soldiers to pretend to have a meal in the Oak Forest restaurant. The High Court guards will have lunch there. I will arrange for the other guards to leave. Shillian said. Thank you for your hard work. Robin stood up and patted Shillian on the shoulder. Shillian nodded and left. Rose, go and inform Moroya to gather the soldiers immediately. Robin ordered. Okay. Oak Forest restaurant. Siri walked into the spacious and bright restaurant as usual. After walking a few steps, she found something wrong. These guards who were eating were all strangers, and they deliberately didn't look at her directly, but were secretly observing her every move. It must be that Robin who behaved strangely today, she thought with a frown. Could it be that Robin was a lackey of the Wild Hunt, the force that was chasing her? Without making a sound, Siri turned and ran away. However, the ambush that had been planned long ago was surrounded by many people when she entered the Oak restaurant. She was blocked in the small square outside the restaurant. The soldiers of the Hightower family raised their round shields and surrounded Siri, compressing her space for movement. The atmosphere was gradually becoming solemn. Looking at the third-story white wall not far from the restaurant, Robin, the Queen of Thorns, the inflatable fish, the crazy woman and others were looking down at the ambush process quietly. Is there anything special about this person? Why did you make such a big fuss? The Queen of Thorns asked. I like strong women to give birth to cubs for me. Robin smiled and replied perfunctorily. The inflatable fish showed a look of I see, and the Queen of Thorns had an expression of I don't believe you. The crazy woman and Rose watched the confrontation in the restaurant below quietly. At this moment, the battle outside the restaurant began to break out. Ciri actually took the initiative to rush towards the shield wall of the Hightower family. With a bang, several soldiers felt a flash before their eyes and were knocked against the door of the restaurant by some powerful force. A big hole was torn in the shield array. The pupils of the crazy woman shrank. Is this human power? Although it was far from being able to knock 3 or 4 soldiers away, the power that could knock 3 or 4 soldiers away was not normal. Ciri picked up a round shield on the ground and continued to attack the encircled army. She looked at the soldiers crowded in the small square with anxiety on their faces. We have to rush out before the army completely blocks all spaces, she thought. Swish. There was a sound of breaking through the air, accompanied by a cold silver light breaking through the air, and the calves of 2 soldiers at the edge of the shield array were cut off. The sound made the nearby soldiers terrified. They hesitated to repair the crack in the shield wall. Taking this opportunity, Ciri continued to expand the results of the battle. She was like a white wolf biting lambs in the sheepfold. While rushing left and right, Ciri really rushed to the edge of the army. This is the 3rd layer of the White Wall of Highgarden. As long as I can break out of the encirclement, climb over this white wall, and find a horse, I can successfully escape. She continued to think of ways to escape. TSK, TSK, TSK. Good swordsmanship, plus extraordinary physique. Ordinary soldiers can't resist it at all. Robin sighed. Inflatable fish was shocked. Can Arthur, the Sword of the Dawn, do this? This woman is not an ordinary person and can't be compared with normal people. The Queen of Thorns shook her head. It's a pity that, if Robin hadn't intervened forcibly, maybe she could be used by Tyrell. Alas. Robin couldn't let Ciri kill like this. These are all his soldiers. Clang, he pulled out the Vulcan steel sword in front of his waist and threw it hard in front of the white wall. The Vulcan steel sword drew an extremely round arc in the air and fell to the battlefield. When the Vulcan steel sword was about to fall to the ground, the hilt was caught steadily by a black claw wrapped in bandages. Ghost. The Queen of Thorns leaned forward and supported both hands on the white wall. Ciri was in a fierce battle, and of course she could see the ghost suddenly appearing. But she was not panicked, just thinking it was a monster similar to the world of witches. She repeatedly threw the bodies of soldiers one after another at the ghost. After throwing the bodies around her, she followed closely and rushed towards the ghost. The steel sword in the ghost's hand was like a long dagger. It swung the sword and threw out several interlaced sword light after images. The sword light seemed to be unrestrained by flesh and bones. The hot knife cut the flying flesh hidden weapon into 2 pieces, and the process was smooth. Even if the people on the white wall were standing far away, as long as they saw the blood gushing out, they could know how powerful the ghost was. The scene was too bloody. Slap. The steel sword in Ciri's hand collided with the ghost's steel sword, and the harsh sound of the 2 swords colliding and biting made people crazy. Clang. The steel sword in Ciri's hand flew out of her hand. Even with her inhuman strength, she could not fight against the ghost. Ciri wanted to duck on the ground and push to the side of the ghost to avoid the next attack, but a black claw fell from the sky, grabbed her waist, and pulled Ciri roughly into the air. Bang. The ghost pinched Ciri and gently threw her to the ground, and she was unconscious. Robin brought Ciri's limp body to the ghost's eyes to check. After confirming that she was not pretending to be unconscious, he threw Ciri to the soldiers like a broken sack. The soldiers put the fine steel shackles prepared in advance on Ciri, and then escorted her to the camp outside the Hightower family city according to the pre-war instructions. The ghost threw the long sword in his hand casually, and the steel sword flew towards the white wall with a whistling sound. Robin opened his eyes and wanted to catch it, but found that he had underestimated the ghost's strength, and immediately shouted, "Squat down." Everyone lowered their heads under the battlements of the white wall. Scandium. The steel sword was completely embedded in the white wall, and the hilt was still trembling slightly. Robin was still in shock. Fuck, I failed to show off and almost got myself killed. Chapter 36. He comes. When everyone stood up from the battlements, they found Robin holding the hilt with both hands. slowly pulling the vulcanite sword out of the huge stone of the city wall. The Queen of Thorns' eyelids twitched. This method of pulling the sword out with brute force was not something that ordinary people could do. Sir Robin, the Queen of Thorns said, in the past 2 days, I have instructed Stone Lotus to let the bards compile your story into poetry, which has been spread in the bars and streets of Highgarden for 2 consecutive days. You should be well known to everyone now. This method is very good. What does the poem sing about? Robin put the vulcanite sword back into the scabbard. She Lion stepped forward and replied, there are mainly 3 poems, The Peeping Secrets of the Towering Tower, Robin's Endless Treasure, and The Long Steps of the Green Hand. He explained in order. The Peeping Secrets of the Towering Tower tells the story of how you quelled the rebellion of the Hightower family and then inherited the ancient ghost magic. Robin's Endless Treasure sings about how you bravely pursued the rebellion of Hightower in the deep sea and obtained the endless treasure of the Pirate King. There are also many Valyrian technical knowledge in the treasure. The Long Steps of the Green Hand writes a prophecy. Your mother is the messenger of Garth Greenhand. She planted the divinity of the Green Hand in your body, but you must sow 10,000 women before you can fully awaken and become a god. Robin crossed his chest with one hand and rubbed his chin with another hand to ponder the 3 poems. The first poem explained the legitimate source of his ghost magic and added legendary nature and also endorsed the legitimacy of his seizure of the towering tower. The second song described his wealth and inventions as accidental acquisitions, which increased people's greed. I can also get rich by chasing rebellion. The third song is to pave the way for subsequent fame, so that he can reasonably pretend to be the reincarnation of King Shao. Very good. Let's start the plan this afternoon. Robin nodded and confirmed. She Lion continued, I have already spread the news in the largest flower shop in Flower Street. You will come to Flower Street tonight and start to take the long steps to the godhood of King Shao. Robin gave She Lion a thumbs up in his heart. This person is really capable and has arranged everything in a comprehensive manner. Very good, She Lion. The future kingdom needs talents like you. Robin encouraged. The Queen of Thorns spoke at this time. There are a total of 12 powerful Green Hand remnants in the River Bay. The Green Hand remnant, the Golden Tree family, was exterminated by you, so they must regard you as an enemy. Now we are usurping the political reputation of the common ancestor of the Green Hand remnants, so these people will definitely cause trouble for you one after another. You must use gentle means to block these attacks. As long as you hold on until Mace issues a summons for a contest in 7 days, when the overall situation is in place, they will not be able to resist. No problem. Robin nodded. The Queen of Thorns was still a little worried about Robin's impulsiveness, and reminded him again, you can't use ghosts to exterminate others. This will prevent the overall situation of the subsequent ring battle from starting. Of course I understand how much energy it will take to manage the River Bay that is conquered by suppression. Even if there are flies that are disgusting, they will be slapped to death afterwards. Don't worry. Robin smiled. The Queen of Thorns nodded and left with the inflatable fish. She Lion invited Robin and his group to have lunch, and then they went straight to the Flower Street Emerald Flower Shop. This 3-story flower shop is the largest butcher shop on Flower Street. It perfectly meets the needs of both low-end civilians and high-end noble ladies. From the basement to the top floor, the grade is also rising steadily. Today, the Emerald Flower Shop is particularly lively and noisy because there is a large and conspicuous billboard at the door of the flower shop, which reads, the legendary Robin the Green Hand will come to the flower shop tonight. This Robin came to the Emerald Flower Shop 2 days ago. The name Robin suddenly became popular in Highgarden overnight. There were bards singing his stories in major restaurants and alleys. 3 classic and beautiful poems fully tell the story of a small person's inspirational legend. Robin's father was favored by the Green Hand messenger. As a bastard, he was sent to the Citadel and studied hard all the way to pass the doctorate. Then he gave up school and joined the army to help the eldest daughter of Hightower defeat the rebellion. After rectifying the chaos, he obtained invincible ghost witchcraft. When chasing the rebellious remnants at sea, he obtained endless wealth and a lot of advanced knowledge. The new merchandise sold in the big shops in Old Town now undoubtedly proves the truth of this story. What's even more outrageous is that this person has awakened the divinity of the Green Hand. He can become a god as long as he enjoys love. The citizens of Highgarden said. Normal people would doubt the truth of these fantastic stories. The influence of the Green Hand in the Riverlands is very huge, and people almost regard the Green Hand as the apostle of the old gods. Now Robin wants to use the Green Hand to get promoted, which undoubtedly arouses a lot of public anger. Under the instigation of some people, this resistance is constantly expanding and spreading. When the Emerald Flower Shop announced the news that Robin was coming, this group of Highgarden citizens who were mobilized with negative emotions surrounded the Emerald Flower Shop and waited to slap Robin in the face. In front of the Emerald Flower Shop, people were shoulder to shoulder, feet touching feet, with almost no extra space to move, and they were all whispering about Robin. By the afternoon, these angry citizens, instigated by some people, shouted Robin's name in unison outside the door. Robin, where are you? Robin, come and die. Robin, you dare to insult the old gods. Robin and She Lion came to Flower Street in a carriage. She Lion looked at the surging crowd. A few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he murmured, "It seems that things are getting out of control. Where are the city guards?" She Lion lost his calm expression for the first time, and he shouted to the servant next to him. She Lion looked at the citizens who were still gathering in an endless stream, and the number was almost over 10,000. If these people started a civil uprising, there would be a big mess. At this moment, purple spiritual energy surged in Robin's body, and the evil god Slanesh actually began to corrupt his soul. Robin comforted the out-of-control She Lion, laughed and said, "How can a big show be meaningful without an audience?" She Lion opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond to him, so he could only clench his fists anxiously. Maintain order and avoid a stampede. Robin patted him on the shoulder, and then ordered the coachman in front, "Let our soldiers clear the way and drive the carriage to the entrance of the Emerald Flower Shop." "Yes, sir," the coachman replied. The crowd around them kept screaming and complaining, because of the soldiers' tough way. Some people even pushed the carriage angrily, and they were injured by the soldiers' rough actions. "Oh, the carriage stopped. We are at the door, sir," the coachman said respectfully. Someone noticed the high tower emblem on the carriage, and began to shout, "It's the carriage of the Tuhaya family. Robin must be in the car. Robin, come out. Come out." Without waiting for the person who shouted the most to continue to provoke the emotions of others, Robin took the initiative to walk out, and found that someone actually wanted to grab his feet. Robin gave him a flying kick without hesitation. "Ah!" the unlucky guy screamed. The purple energy light suddenly flashed in Robin's eyes. Robin shook his head, turned over directly onto the carriage, and then took out a stack of paper from his pocket to make a small trumpet. "Everyone, I'm Robin." He was happy, as if he was meeting a fan, holding the trumpet in one hand, and waving to the surging crowd with the other. The purple light in his eyes gradually became thicker, and condensed into a bright spot. "I'm Green Hand Robin." The conspicuous bag was possessed. Someone in the crowd instigated and shouted, "Liar. Everyone relax, haha." Robin stretched out his hand and shouted, "Kill this liar. Ah, kill the liar." Finally, the purple light in Robin's eyes completely bloomed. Robin's eyes began to reveal madness, and he sighed in his heart. The fans of Highgarden are too excited. They need a perfect joy, and my lord also needs an indulgent sacrifice. Wisps of black mist evaporated and floated on his body, and then more and more. The amount became larger and larger, and the thick black particles were extremely thick, and surged ferociously behind him. The people who gathered around were all furious. Their emotions were like boiling oil on fire, and they could basically see ghosts. They immediately discovered the black particles on Robin. "What is that?" they kept exclaiming. The ghost Amumu condensed and appeared next to Robin. Ghost. Some people thought of the poem The Peeping Secrets of the Tower of Heaven. It's a ghost, the ghost in the poem. But the instigators in the crowd began to make small moves. When they saw that people's emotions seemed to have calmed down, they began to wave their hands and shout wildly in the crowd to incite emotions. "He is just an evil wizard. Robin is deceiving us. He doesn't have the blood of the Green Hand. Robin is a liar. Come on, everyone shout with me." A bucktooth waved to the people around him. "Robin is a liar." Bucktooth shouted to the sky. "Robin is a liar. Robin is a liar." Bucktooth roared. "Robin is a liar." The uniform scolding was deafening. Robin stood on the car box, His eyes were purple, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared in the crazy and uniform curses of the crowd. He pursed his lips and looked around at the group of haters with cold eyes. He stretched out his hand and slowly pulled out the steel sword from his waist and threw it into the sky. The ghost Amumu grinned from ear to ear, roared and laughed horribly, and jumped up into the air to catch the steel sword. The Queen of Thorns, who had received the report from Shi-Lian and rushed over anxiously, was looking at the distance. When she saw Robin throwing the sword, she rolled her eyes and fainted. "Mother!" the inflatable fish exclaimed. The scene returned to the front of the Jade Flower shop. After the ghost jumped up to catch the steel sword, it fell heavily into the crowd, screaming, and it trampled two lucky spectators to death. The killing has begun. Newbies, please support me. Chapter 37, Complete Depravity. Amumu jumped into the crowded crowd, waving the blade in his hand casually. The cold light of the blade was like the breath of death. Sharp screams rang out in the crowd, followed by a series of terrified shouts and cries. People began to run and push in panic, trying to escape from this crowded and dangerous place. Robin stood on the roof of the car with purple light in his eyes, a cold smile on his face, and a row of sharp white teeth in his mouth. Puff, two light sounds came from behind him, and then two big lumps bulged. "Heh, you all have to die, heh." A strange laugh squeezed out of his throat, hoarse like a sharp blade scraping on the surface of a mirror. The changes in his body forced Robin to hunch over. Puff. The sound of skin and flesh being torn became louder, and then his clothes were torn apart. A pair of auxiliary crab legs expanded and grew from his back, like a pair of devil's wings slowly spreading out on his back. The hard and smooth exoskeleton of the crab's legs flashed a cold and evil light. The end of the crab's claws was sharp and powerful, and could easily crush all kinds of hard metal objects. Amumu's massacre continued, and broken limbs and arms flew everywhere, and blood splashed everywhere like a fountain. Robin straightened his bent waist, and his body also completed the decay, while the auxiliary limbs grew. Covered with purple skin, the muscles on his body seemed to be carved from the hardest rock, and the right chest grew into a towering mountain again. The calf turned into a reverse Kalsuf. "Unimaginable joy is waiting for you. Ah ha ha ha." It roared at the screaming and fleeing crowd. The monster's legs bent, and the roof of the car under its feet was deformed. The monster, once named Robin, jumped over a distance of more than 10 meters, grabbed the leg of a buck-toothed man with his hands, and lifted him upside down. Snap, snap. The two crab claws behind it cut together as fast as lightning, and the man's body was divided into 3 parts, and fell to the ground. Pain, the ultimate of all things, enjoy perfection. Yohaha. It roared to the sky. On the other side of the flower street, Amumu, who was just like an ice-cold killing machine, stopped moving. Amumu froze in place, and a frosted voice came from its mouth. "Summoner. The summoner is gone. The black ghosts of the subhumans, the most powerful ones among them, will develop independent consciousness after long-term release and use. Amumu is obviously one of them." At this time, Amumu seemed to be an AI machine that triggered a program command, forcibly stopping the command just issued by Robin. It wanted to execute the highest priority command set by Robin in its subconscious. When the summoner's consciousness disappears, kill the summoner. Amumu turned around and faced the Slanesh demon who had completed the demonization. The Slanesh demon also discovered the mummy next to him that exuded malice. The two extraordinary monsters faced each other in the flower street. "My little pet is going to kill its master. My previous personality actually has a backup plan. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Slanesh demon shook his head and laughed wildly. Amumu remained silent and squatted slightly, concentrating on holding up the long sword of Vajra in his hand. This posture can start to charge, rotate, move, and swing the sword at any time. It is a fighting posture with full alert. The Slanesh demon on the opposite side hooked his mouth, and also adjusted his limbs to squat slightly. It was actually similar to a Amumu sword stand. The battle was about to break out. Then, the two monsters stepped forward at the same time, leaving two after images on the spot, and both collided with each other with terrible kinetic energy. Ding. Sparks flew. The long sword in Amumu's claws was held by the opponent's two crab claws. Although the crab claws were hard, they were still cut into half of the sword body by the sharp Vajra sword, and purple liquid flowed out of the wound of the crab claws. HMPH. The Slanesh demon snorted coldly, and it raised its 2 human arms. Now these 2 human arms were also covered with scales and claws, and they also had strong attack power. Of course, Amumu would not stand there stupidly to endure the attack. He took advantage of the reaction force of the fight, and took a small half step back. Then he stomped on the ground, and stabbed at the Slanesh demon's chest again. Clang! The Slanesh demon blocked the attack with its right crab claw, and clamped the other crab claw at Amumu's thigh. Amumu felt the change in the battle situation in an instant, and the steel sword was flexibly swung around in a half arc to cut off the attacking right crab claw. After more than 2 months of individual instruction from Bron, Robin learned traditional Western swordsmanship, which is a game of tactical thinking. Every attack is a gamble, and every local advantage will determine the outcome of the entire battle. But Amumu and the Slanesh demon are from the same source, and both sides are familiar with each other's attack routines. For a while, they fought for several moves, and it was hard to tell who was better. Ding. Ding ding. The sound of collisions continued. Ding. The 2 monsters, one with a sharp steel weapon and the other with long hands and claws, kept switching between attack and defense, but did not achieve much results. They began to use the terrain, and add unknown variables, to determine the outcome of the battle. The flower shops on both sides of the flower street were in trouble. They chased each other, and drilled into the wooden buildings of the flower shops. After destroying the wooden buildings into ruins, they ran to more complex and difficult places to move. Wood chips and bricks and stones kept flying in the aftermath of the battle. The roar of the demons continued to sound, shrill and violent. After more than 10 minutes, they destroyed nearly 100 meters of the street. Judging from the injuries on both sides, the Slanesh demon was more seriously injured and more embarrassed. At this time, the demon's multiple sword wounds were bleeding, and a small claw on the right rear crab claw was cut off. Little pet, it seems a little impatient, ha ha ha. The Slanesh demon laughed wildly, and held Amumu's sword with his crab claws. The Slanesh demon's fighting style began to change to a defensive posture, and it wanted to delay time. Amumu frowned. My summoning time is almost over. Little pet, guess. If your summoning time is over, I summon another ghost. Will that ghost still be called Amumu? The Slanesh demon laughed. Hearing this, Amumu was a beat slower, and was almost caught in the arm by the Slanesh demon's crab claws. Fortunately, the Slanesh demon was in a defensive posture, and did not take the initiative to attack. Maybe it wanted to tease this difficult opponent. Summoner. Amumu's grinding voice appeared for the first time in the battle. The eyebrows on its 2 empty eye sockets twisted together, looking extremely angry. I'm anxious. You're anxious. Haha. The Slanesh demon grinned wildly, blocking Amumu's long sword, and retreating to keep a distance. Amumu suddenly squatted, and his bandaged body was almost touching the ground. With a sound of swishing. That was the sound of the sharp claws scratching the ground, and producing violent friction. The Slanesh demon opened his mouth in shock. What kind of trick is this? Exclamation mark. Amumu dragged the Vasteel sword behind him, and charged at it with his body. When he rushed to the Slanesh demon, Amumu suddenly turned, and changed his body weight. What? The thick hair of the Slanesh demon swelled up involuntarily because of shock. But Amumu did not stop. The center of gravity shifted between the ankles, shins, knees, and lumbar spine in sequence, continuously accumulating strength. Finally, he bent his body backward like a bow, and was chopped down from the oblique bottom with the blade of the long sword. The Slanesh demon used the same trick again, and blocked the crab claws in front of him. Ketchup, facing the violent slash of Mumu's whole body turning to accumulate centrifugal force, the crab claws were cut in half. The remaining force of the sword sank into the chest of the Slanesh demon. The Slanesh demon had already resisted with all his strength, pressing his whole body forward to assist the power of the crab claws and block downwards. But it was this effective defensive action that made it impossible for the Slanesh demon to dodge the remaining force of the sword. You actually invented your own sword moves. The Slanesh demon's eyes widened in disbelief. Puff. Amumu drew his sword, then swung it towards the demon's neck, and the Slanesh demon's head flew into the air and fell in front of the headless corpse. A large number of black particles floated on the demon's body, and dark purple psychic energy also emanated from the broken neck. The purple psychic energy and black particles mixed together like cold water meeting boiling oil, rolling, boiling, and stirring. In the end, the black particles swallowed the purple psychic energy. The rules of matter won in the battle with the rules of psychic energy. No. The demon head screamed. In its eyes, the naked Robin appeared in the thick black fog. Robin glanced at the demon's head with a cold face, and then the black particles swallowed the demon's head and disappeared in the material world. Amumu curled his lips when he saw Robin appear and dissipated in the wind. Robin looked around the hellish flower street expressionlessly. Human corpses and severed limbs were everywhere, and blood flowed on the ground into a stream. The original Emerald Flower Shop was reduced to ruins, and the 3-story building collapsed to the second floor. It's hard to imagine that this is the order of the massacre I issued. Robin shook his head with a heavy look. The sudden rise of the demon interrupted his original plan. Not only could the subsequent arena battle and other strategies not be launched, but the tragedy in the Flower Street might also cause Tyrell to rebel. It turned out that Sister Cell had been watching me, and she had been looking for the right time to attack. Fortunately, Amumu exploded on the spot. If the demon escaped back to the warp, things might really be irreversible. This was the first time I was so close to real death. This time, the corruption, Slanesh's purple psychic energy has been completely coupled with Robin's soul. When Amumu killed me, it triggered the physical law of resurrection in my body. The black particles of the body, the purple psychic energy of the soul. In Robin's body, the two sides had their first evenly matched contest. Although the quality of purple psychic energy was several times higher than that of black particles, the black particles were almost endless. In the end, the black particles won by quantity and devoured the purple psychic energy. After all, the battlefield environment was a material environment. If it was in the subspace, the result would be different. The battle between these two extreme energies also led to a result. Because the high quality Slanesh psychic energy and Robin's soul were completely integrated together, the black particles could not devour the psychic energy alone. In the end, the black particles devoured Robin's soul and psychic energy together. Even after Robin was reborn, his soul did not reappear in his body. He had an inexplicable connection with his soul and could feel that his soul was soaking in a colorful ocean. That endless ocean might be the Alea consciousness of the Game of Thrones planet, or the material origin of the world. And using the consciousness of the soul in the colorful ocean, he could slightly control the colorful particles in the ocean. Robin stretched out his palm and put it in front of his eyes. Crackling. The sound of burning wood appeared. A small fireball burned on his palm. Robin clenched his fist and the fireball exploded into countless sparks, but it did not hurt his palm at all. Without any psychic fluctuations, Robin relied on the laws of physics to cast a miniature fireball. My soul is soaked in the material origin of the world. How can you corrupt me, sister? Since learning that he was targeted by Slanesh, Robin's mind has been under tremendous pressure, almost making him crazy. Now that he has gotten rid of the threat of the evil god, he finally released his inner depression, and his body and mind seemed to become relaxed instantly. Chapter 38. Follow him. Robin took a step and walked out of the Flower Street. Although his soul was separated from his body, there was still the same consciousness controlling both of them, and there was no risk of split personality. Unless Slanesh sent a great demon to split the world apart and fish out his soul from the sea of the world's material origin, no evil god could corrupt him at present. Robin, the voice of the crazy woman came from not far away. Robin looked up and saw that there were two armies confronting each other at the end of the Flower Street. Both sides were soldiers from High Garden and High Tower. Rose ran over with a worried look and wrapped her cloak around Robin. My lord, are you okay? Robin shook his head slightly at her and then walked to the front of the High Tower army. Tell me about the situation, Robin said to the crazy woman. After you massacred the citizens of High Garden, the city guards of High Garden completely blocked the entire Flower Street. The mad woman grabbed Robin's arm, and she almost cried. We wanted to go in to find you, but the city guards wouldn't let us pass, saying that you had turned into a demon. We were about to force our way in, when we saw you walking out naked. Sir, put on your clothes first. Rose took a piece of clothing from a soldier. Robin let Rose help her put on her clothes. Let's go back to the camp first. Robin looked up at the white wall of High Garden and turned to walk towards Hightower's camp. The mad woman and Robin followed him and left. The city guards of High Garden watched the Hightower soldiers retreat and did not pursue them. After returning to the camp, in addition to asking the mad woman to spread scouts near High Garden, she also asked her to send a letter to the Queen of Thorns, saying that these were all coincidences and accidents, and that someone was secretly inciting the crowd. But the fact of the massacre was in front of her, and Robin seemed powerless, no matter how much she defended herself. The Queen of Thorns did not reply to the letter, nor did she have any intention of contacting him. Robin had no choice but to stay in the camp. He usually played happily with Suri, explored the mysteries of life, and learned about the situation in the Demon Hunter world. He couldn't go to the Demon Hunter world in a short time, so it was always okay to get intelligence first. When the Demon Tide started, it was time to explore the Demon Hunter world. During this period, Robin also sent people to investigate people near the Flower Street, asking if anyone saw the scene of his resurrection at that time. According to the reply from the interviewer, after Amumu and the Slanesh demon fought, the High Court sent the city guards to block the Flower Street, and no one knew what happened in the Flower Street. A few days passed in a flash. The name of the wizard Robin has become a nightmare for the people of the High Court. The evil god's fall is not a joke, and Robin couldn't control himself at the time, otherwise he would not have given such a crazy order to Amumu. According to statistics, more than 200 people died in the Flower Street massacre. Robin instructed Rose to take the money from the recent sale of goods to the nature market to compensate the civilians who died and were injured in the Flower Street. If the children who lost their families are willing, they can go to the academy in Old Town to study for free, and Robin will support them until they reach adulthood. Robin admitted in his heart that this kind of compensation operation was somewhat utilitarian. He really wanted to use his kindness to retain the Golden Rose family. His human experiments were all valuable contributions. It is really wrong to waste the consumables. 1 week later, at night, the natural market. The 9 remaining nobles of the Green Hand lineage were having a secret meeting in a tavern. The noble descendants of the Green Hand in the River Bay, Gardener, Oakshield, Oak, Sweet, Fox, Girl, Archer, Red Lake, Hunter, Destroyer Vine. Golden Tree. The eldest brother, the Gardener, has been exterminated. All the male members of the Golden Tree were exterminated, and there was a pair of twins left to be collected by Robin. The sweet lineage of Peak Nest City was also exterminated. So there were a total of 9 families present. Oakshield was speaking in the strongest Shield Islands. I have just explained the situation of the wizard. This information was witnessed by me and the other 4 clan leaders. It is absolutely true and reliable. Now, let's talk about what everyone thinks. Oakshield opened his hands and waved them, presiding over the meeting. I think we can't seem to afford to offend this demon, Fox admitted first. The ghost's ability to sneak attack and assassinate is too strong. The Hightower family is a role model. Fox came up with the idea to incite civilians to disrupt Robin's publicity plan a few days ago. She was the mastermind and would definitely be liquidated afterwards. Now she just wanted to run to Robin and kneel down as soon as possible, begging for a light hammer. Yes, I thought the original body was the weakness of the wizard, but I didn't expect this bastard to directly transform into a demon. The mortal army can't do anything about that kind of combat power. The girl followed and shrugged. I just don't know why he would fight with his own summons. If we can know this secret, maybe we can try to make another move. The hunter said calmly. Extraordinary power. Only Red Lake has the inheritance among us. What do you say, Red Lake? Oakshield asked. Red Lake said softly, if we compare ghosts to our aliens animal companions, their fight is not difficult to understand. The wizard must have violated his contract with the ghosts, so the ghosts fought against him. Red Lake continued, but with that kind of power, even if the wizard doesn't have a ghost, we can't fight against him with his demon transformation alone. Then just surrender to him. Go there early. Maybe we will have a seat in the Imperial meeting. Grapevine interrupted. Yes, it's better to surrender to him. With this kind of power, even if the wizard is a mad king, no one can do anything to him. Grapevine also nodded. The destroyer curled his lips and said, "Aren't you afraid that the wizard will throw you on the experimental table? This guy has been doing human experiments. The wizard is definitely a more cruel person than the Mad King." Oakenshield hesitated and thought for a while. "You should know the fate of Hightower and the Golden Tree. Will the wizard hate us for inciting the civilians and come to kill us all at night?" The girl's voice trembled a little. "We can't fight. We can't just sit and wait to die, right?" The archer sighed. Oak said in a muffled voice, "Why don't we fight to the death?" "No. Go and die." Fox objected immediately. Oakshield saw that they were about to start arguing and immediately came out to moderate the atmosphere. "Since some are willing to fight to the death and some want to admit defeat and surrender, why don't we vote to decide?" "Let's do it." The girl agreed. "Okay," Oak said. "Then now, the clan leaders who agree to fight to the death with Wizard Robin, please raise your hands." Oakshield stood in the middle of them and said loudly. With a snap, Oak raised his right hand high without hesitation. Oakshield looked around at the clan leaders. Are there any clan leaders who agree?" The remaining clan leaders looked at him calmly, and some of them even shrugged and chuckled. Oakshield despised them in his heart. Weak. There is no spirit of sacrifice of a knight. 9 chiefs voted, and only 1 voted in favor of going to die. Ahem. In favor of fighting bravely. Oakshield then announced, "We, the remnants of the Green Hand, collectively agree to submit to the Wizard Robin." After a brief silence, the archer asked a question. "Have you ever thought about what would happen if Robin was a real lunatic and didn't agree to our surrender?" "Very likely." The hunter nodded. "And our 5 chiefs designed to incite the civilians, causing him to go berserk and destroy the Flower Street. I heard that the wizard and Tyrell are now at odds." The archer continued. "What should we do then?" Grapevine asked. The party fell into a brief silence. "I have an idea. Let's discuss it together and see if there is any problem," Fox said at this time. "What idea?" the destroyer asked. "Just say it directly," Oak said in a muffled voice. Fox glared at Oak, but continued. "Because Robin massacred a large number of civilians in the Flower Street, the Queen of Thorns had to keep a distance from Robin in order to quell the public grievances. Robin is still living in a camp outside the city now. Some people seem to be thinking about something, while others had already revealed an expression of "I see." "You mean, we surrender and act as mediators to persuade Tyrell and Robin to reconcile?" Oakenshield said to the fox. The fox nodded. "They just can't find a way out. They will get back together after a while. Those civilians." Oaken interrupted her. "The lives of a few bugs are nothing. When did we, the great nobles, ever treat these bugs as human beings?" The destroyer interrupted Oaken and said sarcastically. The other clan leaders pretended not to hear what the destroyer said. Although everyone tacitly believed so, you can't just say it out loud. "Okay, do it the way you said," Oakenshield decided, slamming the table. "This is just one part of the repair relationship." The fox laughed. "What else?" The hunter was surprised. "Doesn't Robin want to gain the political prestige of the Green Hand? We, the bloodline of the Green Hand, will publicly recognize his legitimacy," the fox replied. She seemed to have found a direction, and continued. "Doesn't Robin like to adopt adopted sons? Let's all worship him as our godfather. He also likes stunning beauties, so let's give him all the legitimate daughters in the family. Maybe there will be a queen in the future. As long as he likes it, we will satisfy him, even if he likes me." Cough cough cough. Oakshield pretended to cough a few times to let the fox chief pay attention to his image. "Okay, let's follow Chief Flaw's plan, and everyone should do their own thing and act immediately," Oakshield announced loudly. "Implement all the methods," she said. The girl confirmed with Oakshield. Oakshield nodded. "Yes, all." Chapter 39. The North Rises. Oakshield and Fox have connected all the remaining Green Hands to submit to the witch and plan to be a peacemaker, daughter. Chief Oak spoke non-stop in the Thorn Hall, without any trace of his silly temperament in the nature market. The Queen of Thorns and the inflatable fish listened to his narration patiently. "Mother, what should we do?" the inflatable fish asked the Queen of Thorns. The Queen of Thorns frowned and thought for a moment. "How can we follow their arrangements? Oakshield and the others are peacemakers, and we Tyrell owe them a favor for nothing. Now let Olin take the beautiful girl from the family to serve Robin outside the city, and then we will arrange a grand welcoming ceremony to invite Robin back to Highgarden." "Yes, ma'am," Stone Lotus replied. "Mother, where is Garland?" the inflatable fish asked. When Highgarden chose to have a cold war with Robin to take care of public opinion, Garland was caught between Tyrell and Robin because of his awkward identity. Garland was sent to the 7 sacred temple outside the city and has been living a life like an ascetic in the temple. "Let Garland take the whip and go to Robin to apologize," the Queen of Thorns said sadly. The inflatable fish was speechless. The inflatable fish felt that Garland might be killed by the furious Robin. After all, Garland's title was changed by himself to Loyal Garland. Now this relatively disloyal behavior has undoubtedly broken his oath. Alas, the Queen of Thorns sighed. She felt that, since she met Robin, the values she had adhered to for decades were bent by Robin's tough strength, constantly breaking the bottom line. "Sir Oakhead, the taxes paid in your territory this year will be halved," the Queen of Thorns said to the Oak Chief. The Oak bowed in surprise and thanked him. "Thank you for your generosity, my queen." The Queen of Thorns sat upright and nodded slightly to him, thinking to herself, "For your broken place, the annual tax is not as much as a knight's territory near the High Court." The ancient Oak City, where the Oak Chief is located in the hilly mountains. There is no business environment and agriculture is not outstanding. He is the poorest of the 12 green hands. However, Ancient Oak is the most powerful of the 12 green hands and is a famous source of troops in the Reach. Ancient Oak has always been the target of Tyrell's wooing. The Golden Rose often provides free economic assistance to Ancient Oak. Seeing that the Queen of Thorns stopped talking, Oak smiled and left. "Stone Lotus, please invite Chief Tully over. We need to discuss the situation on the continent," the Queen of Thorns said, and she made a pot of roast tea for herself. "Yes, ma'am." Stone Lotus obeyed. A moment later, Stone Lotus walked in with a tall and mighty warrior. His muscles were clearly defined and full of explosive power, which made people feel in awe of his strength. Randall Tully is the Earl of Hornhill and the Lord of the Tully family. He is known as one of the best warriors in Westeros. "Madam, Duke, good afternoon." Earl Tully bowed slightly to greet. The inflatable fish nodded in response. "Well, come and have some fresh tea that was just picked today." The Queen of Thorns handed him a cup of tea. Lord Tully took a bite and said, "I heard that group of clowns are plotting something again." He saw the Oak Chieftain when he came in. In fact, Tully is also one of the remnants of the Green Hand, but he has been married to Tyrell for 100 years and has been completely tamed by the Golden Rose. Alas, the Queen of Thorns sighed. "Is it related to the Black Wizard? I heard that the man is a demon. If the enemy needs to be eradicated, I'm willing to be the pioneer." Lord Tully straightened his chest and said in a shocking voice, "Sir, your bravery is unmatched, but that is a monster." The Queen of Thorns stood up to comfort the vassal. "A monster as terrible as a dragon." Lord Tully narrowed his eyes, revealing a glimmer of determination. He wanted to ask for another fight, but was stopped by the inflatable fish. The inflatable fish nodded. "Mortals cannot fight against it." Lord Tully pursed his lips and nodded thoughtfully. He sighed in his heart. Tyrell is going to surrender. The morality that the Queen of Thorns has insisted on for many years has been abandoned under the pressure of extermination. The Queen of Thorns walked to the battle table in the center of the Hall of Thorns. This sand table model made of 1,000-year-old oak now includes not only the Reach, but also the geography and noble forces of the entire Westeros. According to the Raven news we have received in the past 2 days, the situation on the continent has changed dramatically again. The Queen of Thorns moved a wolf-headed chess piece from the north to King's Landing. Earl Tully and the inflatable fish and others walked to the oak battle table. Duke Eddard of the North has raised an army and is marching towards King's Landing. The letter I received today was sent by him. In the letter, he invited us to send troops to let the Reach and the North besiege King's Landing. The Queen of Thorns pointed to the north and said. The inflatable fish said, "Yesterday we received a letter of alliance from the false King Joffrey, and today the North has also come. Not only that, our merchants in Dawn sent back news that the Prince of Dawn condemned the despicable regicide of the Lion family and is already gathering a large army." The Queen of Thorns added, "Dawn and the Lion family have an old grudge, so it is foreseeable that they will join the battlefield in advance." The new captain of the guards took over. The war that affects the entire continent has begun. Lord Tully sighed as he stared at the battle table. Rant, do you understand why we surrendered to Robin? The Queen of Thorns looked at Lord Tully. Lord Tully nodded seriously and uttered 2 words, war. Robin is not much different from the Conqueror, and ghosts are even more frightening than dragons. The Queen of Thorns said calmly, as long as he doesn't go crazy, we will present a king, and the Reach will stand at the center of the Westeros stage. She moved the sculpture piece with the word Robin written on it to the High Court, and tapped it with her index finger. Madam, are you going to welcome Robin back into the city? Lord Tully asked. The Queen of Thorns nodded slightly, picked up a miniature crown from the side of the battle table, and placed it on the skull. When the civilians make trouble, the inflatable fish said. Lord Tully understood instantly, and he bowed his head neatly. Tully's soldiers will suppress the mob. Thank you for your hard work, sir. The Queen of Thorns comforted. She knew that this was a dirty job, and would have a certain impact on the reputation of the nobles. But the Tyrell family could not do this. After all, it was in their own castle. If the soldiers of the Golden Rose suppressed their own civilians, it would shake the social stability of the court. The sharp blade, that has been maintained, must be used when the master needs it. The camp of the Hightower family. The training ground, that was temporarily cleared. Robin was wearing a thin petticoat, with only a simple cowhide belt tied around his waist, and took a blunt training longsword from the training rack on the side of the field. He walked to the center of the field, where 5 elite soldiers were waiting in the training ground, waiting to fight Robin. Robin's wrist holding the sword turned half a circle casually, and the long sword instantly turned into a sword light, and the tip of the sword drew an elegant arc in the air. Crack. A raging flame ignited on the iron sword. The soldiers in the field were so nervous that sweat broke out on their backs. They looked at each other and saw uneasiness in their comrades' eyes. Robin brought the fire sword close to his eyes and tilted his head to take a closer look. It's just an ordinary flame, and it can't fly away from the body. After many tests, he found that, although his soul could move all colored particles in the material origin sea, he could only move red and black particles into his soul. He didn't know if it was related to the Dragon King bloodline in his body. After his soul was filled with red particles, he could control some natural element of fire in reality. However, the power of fire could only be used to make a roasted whole lamb. If his soul was filled with black particles, he could feel that his soul could use the black particles to leave the origin sea and return to his body. But Robin didn't do this. After leaving, he couldn't return to the origin sea. Before finding a solution to the threat of corruption, he would not let his soul leave the safe house of the origin sea. Walking into the field, Robin danced a sword flower again, and the flaming sword in his hand burst into a huge circular fire circle with a bang. Robin held the flaming sword upright at his side, squatted slightly, and prepared his sword. He tilted his chin to the soldiers. Come on. The soldiers hesitated, but Robin would not. He turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the soldiers. With a nimble fighting step, he instantly flashed to the side of 2 soldiers. Ding! Exclamation mark. These elite veterans were obviously really skilled. They blocked Robin's attack with their swords. Sparks flew everywhere along with the intersection of sword shadows. The other 4 veterans also surrounded him. Ding! 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 Robin dodged left and right between the joint attacks, deepening his experience in siege battles and training his footwork. The sound of weapons colliding continued, and a large area of brilliant sparks exploded in the training ground. At this time, Rose walked into the training ground and shouted, "My lord, Highgarden and the Green Hand have sent people here." Robin and the soldiers stopped attacking, and the maid next to him trotted over to wipe his sweat. "Haha, you finally gave in." Robin laughed heartily, threw up the iron sword, and the long sword fell steadily into the weapon rack. Raising his hand to push away the maid next to him, Robin walked out of the field. "Let's go and meet these people." At this time, there were 2 groups of people standing in the largest tent in the Hightower camp. Both groups were all young and beautiful beauties. On one side was the Highgarden beauty group led by Missy Allen, who was shy and beautiful. Their temperament was elegant and charming, like blooming flowers. On the other side were the Green Hand, the sisters represented by Lady Alien, who was sweet. Their skin was white and smooth, and their hair colors were different. Some were black waterfalls, Some were golden waves, and some were brown silk, competing with the high garden women. Especially the sweet Lady Ellen, who was less than 20 years old, and in her prime, with a plump and hot body. She was wearing a light grey silk dress. Her slender and round white legs were exposed, and her black hair was draped down. Her beautiful and fair face gave people a cold feeling. Lady Ellen was from the Beehive City's Bisbury family. The special women in this family had an exclusive title of sweet. Sweetness does not refer to their smile or personality, but to the fact that some girls from the Beehive family will secrete a special sweet honey from their breasts since their menstruation. The crazy woman sat next to the main seat in the tent with a dark face. The remnants of King Shao were so shameless that they had no bottom line. Peak Nest City was exterminated by Robin, and now those bastards gave Robin the daughter married off in Peak Nest City. This is to let Lady Ellen feed the thieves with her own body. It would be strange if Ellen didn't have a cold face. They really grasped Robin's temperament. When Robin came to the tent and saw this group of young ladies, he shook his head and said to the crazy woman with deep sorrow, "Am I such a person in their hearts?" Alas. When he heard the crazy woman talk about Mrs. Ellen's life experience, Robin made an expression of deep pain and disgust, and angrily accused the King Shao Yume of being beasts. Chapter 40 Welcoming the King. The crazy woman saw Robin scolding loudly while staring at Lady Ellen's chest. She was so angry. She patted her chest that was shaking with anger and calmed down. The Queen of Thorns and the Green Hands invite you to enter High Court the day after tomorrow, and they will formally pay homage to you then. Robin retracted his gaze and sat in the main seat. He looked at the figures of the beauties and said with a teasing smile, "Are they the apology gifts of the nobles of the River Bay? They sent their legitimate daughters and their wives here." The crazy woman shook her head and said, "Sir Robin." Miss Ellen called timidly. She hoped that Robin could give the sisters some face. Robin nodded to Ellen and understood what she meant. "Don't worry, I will treat you well." If he accepted these noble girls and ladies, it would mean that the previous estrangement was resolved. Robin would certainly not humiliate them again. The Hightower camp also received news about the mainland. A war that affects the entire continent is about to begin. If we don't follow this trend to conquer the 7 realms, it will take at least several times or even dozens of times longer to accomplish it in the future. "Madam Alien, please stay first. I will find you in the evening," Robin ordered. The crazy woman sighed softly and led the other women to help them arrange a place to live. "Miss Yallen, stay too. Help Miss Yallen get a harp. Last time, you were too anxious to finish listening to a song. Now you have to enjoy it carefully." Robin smiled. Yallen pursed her rosy lips, her pretty face flushed, and her head buried in her chest again. Madam Alien certainly knew what Robin was going to play. She began to look a little flustered. "My lord, I think I can satisfy you by myself. Serve you well." Her voice became smaller and smaller, and finally she lowered her head in a very unconfident manner. "Aidan, this person is your enemy who killed your relatives, and you actually said such shameful words." Robin saw her in a struggle and stepped forward to hold the lady's waist. "Don't blame yourself or feel ashamed. Fate has made your family stand against me, but you can choose again, to be above me or below." Miss Yallen sat in front of the harp that the servant had placed. She didn't dare to look at the movement of the 2 people in the middle of the tent. She lowered her head and touched the strings, and the elegant sound of the harp sounded under her dexterous fingers. It was like a string of pearls falling on a jade plate, crisp and pleasant. It started softly and slowly, like the gurgling stream in the valley, and gradually, it became more powerful, like waves hitting the reef. On the second day, Robin, who had worked hard all night, was not tired at all. It was just that the wrist felt a little tingling, and he was reborn dozens of times overnight. The wrist was cut dozens of times, and even if it was not injured after resurrection, the nerves in the cerebral cortex would still subconsciously feel that the injury was not healed. He was now sitting in another smaller tent, meeting Garland, who came to plead guilty. Garland knelt on the stone floor, bowed his head, and held a long rattan whip in his hands, and presented it to Robin. From Robin's perspective, Garland no longer looked like a teenager. His back muscles were broad, as if they were 2 hard stone slabs. His raised arms were muscular, like 2 powerful iron bars. The impression he gave was the same as those fitness coaches who eat inferior protein powder, with muscles all over his body but not harmonious, and no smooth muscle lines. Robin sat on a chair, with one hand supporting his chin and an expressionless face. His eyes fell on the hair on Garland's head. On Garland's head, the black hair was already very sparse and fragile, and the white hair almost covered the entire head. Robin's eyes flickered, thinking in his heart, it has been more than a month since Garland implanted the seed of life, and his body has mutated to the peak, almost reaching the limit of human beings. The average life expectancy of humans in the Game of Thrones world is about 50 years old. After the life seed is mutated, it will be halved. After the life seed is transplanted and mutated, it will die at around 25 years old. This year, Garland is 16 years old. Garland must fuse the Philosopher's Stone, otherwise his body will enter the aging period. Robin stood up, and the shadow of the candlelight covered Garland. Garland noticed the movement and his body trembled slightly. "Father," Garland whispered bitterly, thinking of the massacre scene in Flower Street, and fear filled his mind like a tide. "Garland." Robin picked up the whip and said casually, "Please forgive me, Father." The voice was already a little crying. Robin put too much psychological pressure on him. He thought of being dunked on the beach by Robin in Old Town, thinking of the guard chief fire palm in Flower Crown Valley, and thinking of the broken limbs in Flower Street. "Father, it's too scary!" Exclamation mark. "Please forgive me," Garland begged. Bang. Garland knocked hard on the stone slab on the ground of the tent. "Forgive me." Bang bang. Exclamation mark. Another 2 solid kowtows. "Forgive me." With a click, the stone slab was smashed by his forehead. Robin's eyes twitched. "You don't know your current physical condition. This kind of kowtow will crack your skull." "Enough." Robin stopped him in a low voice. Garland raised his head with blood all over his face, looking up at this terrifying man with hope. Robin half squatted down and looked at him expressionlessly. After a moment of silence, Robin stretched out his left hand to hold the back of his head. In Garland's puzzled eyes, Robin's right hand took out something from his arms. It seemed to be a stone. With a sound of, Robin raised his right hand suddenly and pressed the thing on his injured forehead. "Ah!" Garland screamed in fear. His forehead was in excruciating pain. He wanted to lean his head back, but Robin's left hand holding the back of his head made him unable to move. "Don't hide," Robin shouted with gritted teeth. His right hand was desperately pressing the Philosopher's Stone into Garland's forehead. After several minutes of unremitting efforts by Robin, Garland fainted from the pain. Robin stood up and shook off the blood on his right hand and ordered the servant who was stunned beside him, "Bandage Garland's forehead. When he wakes up, tell him that the bandage cannot be removed without my order." "Yes, sir," the servant replied tremblingly. Robin exhaled a foul breath. "Isn't it just an implantation operation? It's so simple, and the craftsmanship is still as good as before. My son, this rough operation is the punishment for your incomplete loyalty." Robin stepped out of the tent. The next day, in the afternoon, High Court, Shengfang Gate. The guards were on full alert near the city gate, forming an indestructible barrier. The main road from Shengfang Gate to the High Seat Cathedral is called the Thorn Road. The Thorn Road has been cleared, and the guards on both sides form 2 layers of solid human walls. The inner layer of guards, they are dressed in gorgeous dresses, holding exquisite weapons, acting as a guard of honor. They were like a long colorful dragon, winding along the thorny road. In front of the Shengfang Gate, there was a trumpeter in a gorgeous dress, holding up his horn high, ready to blow the horn to welcome the king. The nobles of Highgarden lined up in order of power, led by the Queen of Thorns, and stood on the flat ground in front of the Shengfang Gate. Little Rose rubbed her skirt excitedly, staring at the Hightower family camp not far away with her big watery eyes. Not only the little girl, but all the people standing at the city gate looked in that direction, looking forward to it. Of course, there were also some resentful civilians, staring at that direction with their fists clenched. But before they could make any transgressive moves, they were escorted away by the densely patrolled Tully family soldiers. The luxurious carriage of the Hightower family slowly drove out of the camp and stopped in front of them under the gaze of everyone. Robin opened the door with the steel sword at his waist and stood in the carriage with a calm and composed look. He was wearing the shiny black armor and embossed breastplate. The details of the armor were once again carefully polished and inlaid by the Highgarden craftsman. Although it lacked a lot of practical significance, it was more majestic and solemn. Everyone looked up at him, his dark red cloak fluttering in the wind, and his resolute face, as if he was a natural leader. Robin held his sword and looked at everyone with a deep and firm gaze. King. My king. Asterisk 1000 plus. There was a constant sound of rustling, and everyone in front of the Shengfang gate knelt down like wheat being cut. The guards even knelt on one knee respectfully to express their loyalty and respect. Stand up, gentlemen. Robin nodded and raised his hand. Hearing Robin's voice, the dignitaries, merchants, and civilians stood up again. Robin got out of the car and walked to the Queen of Thorns and personally helped her up to express his gratitude to the Tyrrell family. The Queen of Thorns nodded slightly without saying much. He smiled softly in return and patted the old man on the shoulder. Then came the Duke of Inflatable Fish, Earl Tully and other Highgarden vassals. When they arrived at the Green Hand Remnant, Robin did not deal with this group of people separately because of the incident of inciting public resentment. He also gave them the corresponding respect and treated them equally. The Green Hand Remnant came to visit him last night and said that everything was a misunderstanding and Robin should not dwell on that matter. He even gave you his wife and daughter. What else do you want? So Robin reconciled with the Green Hand Remnant. As for the proposal of the Fox Chief to worship his godfather, Robin smiled and politely rejected it. What level? You also want to be my son? The horn of the ceremony sounded. Robin was going to lead this group of vassals along the Thorn Road to the High Seat Cathedral to hold the ceremony of coronation of the King of the River Bay in the Temple of the Seven Gods. A master of ceremonies dressed in a gorgeous dress. She raised the scepter in her hand high and led Robin from the side. Behind Robin was the etiquette team dressed up by the beautiful girls the day before yesterday, but their steps were not light and graceful, and some of them were heavy. Some of the girls walked with their legs apart and limped. Obviously they had not recovered from the injuries they had sustained in the past 2 days. Then came the nobles and ministers of the Reach, who looked at their daughters and wives in front of them with complicated expressions. Chapter 41. The Targaryen Dynasty. The people of Highgarden along the Thorn Road saluted Robin and his party one after another, their faces full of fear and confusion. The people of Highgarden feared that the demon who slaughtered them had become the king of the Reach, while the nobles who protected them followed the demon obediently. They were confused about where the cruel king of the Reach would lead them. The knights behind the nobles were very excited. Glory was not far away from them. In the hearts of these knights, the word glory did not mean justice, but territory and power. The knights were both rulers and the ruled. When the knights knew that the new king was a being like a conquering king, their ambition to cross classes also burned fiercely. Except for the common people, all the characters in this King's March map were full of expectations, desires, and ambitions for Robin. No one cared what the common people, who were the most numerous, thought. In this medieval society, the common people were just enslaved mutant slaves. The High Seat Cathedral, located in the center of the plant maze, its spire soared into the sky, as if it could touch the sun and the moon. This majestic and mysterious ancient castle has an outer wall made of huge white stones. After years of baptism, the surface has become rough and mottled. However, this does not reduce its majesty and solemnity, but makes it more historical. Archbishop Luther, with all the clergy of High Court, waited for Robin and his party to arrive at the door of the temple. When Robin appeared in sight, Archbishop Luther smiled and bowed to him, as if welcoming his family, and he personally stepped forward and used his sleeve to wipe the dust off Robin's armor. Robin nodded to him kindly. Archbishop Luther smiled more kindly. He looked at the madwoman behind Robin, and the madwoman nodded slightly. Only a few people present knew that Archbishop Luther's name before joining the church was Luther Hightower. The madwoman said that half of the archbishops in the kingdom were from Hightower, which was not an exaggeration. After the Church of the Seven Gods was brought to Westeros by the Andals 6,000 years ago, its headquarters was located in Old Town, which lasted for more than 5,000 years. It was not until more than 300 years ago that Aegon the Conqueror moved the headquarters of the Church of the Seven to King's Landing. Archbishop Luther led the way on Robin's side. He deliberately lagged behind by half a body. Robin gave him a few points in his heart. After entering the cathedral, Archbishop Luther led Robin and the others to several tall statues. Robin glanced at the environment of the cathedral hall. On the dome were beautiful portraits of the 7 gods and Garth the Green Hand. Part of the stained glass depicted the 7 gods and part of the Green Hand's mythology. Archbishop Luther stood in front of the statue and began to hold a solemn coronation ceremony for Robin. In the hall of the cathedral, there were a total of more than 100 nobles and quasi-nobles from the Reach, from dukes to proletarian knights, including monks and ladies dressed as etiquette teams. The number of people watching the ceremony was close to 200. They all quietly waited for the moment to come around Robin and the Archbishop. Archbishop Luther first prayed to the gods in soft words. This was to bless Robin, hoping that he could give the king wisdom and strength and make him a great monarch. Then, behind Archbishop Luther on the left, a monk presented a cup of holy water in a crystal container. To his right, the head of the Tyrrell family approached, and the Duke of the Inflatable Fish held a golden crown, on which was inlaid a green hand symbol polished with green jade and the faces of the 7 gods carved in pearls. Robin's eyes fell on the crown. This crown must not be made on the spot. Tyrrell had prepared it long ago. Archbishop Luther first took the holy oil from the monk's hand, chanted a sacred prayer, and gently applied it on Robin's forehead. Luther nodded slightly to the inflatable fish and stepped back. The inflatable fish walked to Robin with a serious expression. He slowly raised the emerald crown, but Robin did not lower his head. The inflatable fish's nervous eyelids jumped, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his back. This solemn and majestic ceremony, if there is a little mistake, will be recorded in history. Robin smiled at the inflatable fish, spread his hands, and placed them under the crown. The inflatable fish stared with his eyes bulging, and pursed his lips. He was too nervous, and didn't know how to deal with this situation so as not to make mistakes. That's right! Exclamation mark. Mother, what should I do? He immediately looked at the Queen of Thorns. The Queen of Thorns sighed, lowered her head, and rubbed her eyebrows, and nodded gently to him. The inflatable fish breathed a sigh of relief, and he handed the crown to Robin's palm. Everyone in the audience held their breath, waiting for this historic moment to come. Robin slowly raised the emerald crown and gently placed it on his head. At this moment, I'm crowned king! Exclamation mark. Robin turned to face the spectators around him, showing a majestic and solemn image, and applause rang out instantly. Pa-pa-pa-pa. The applause of the spectators was like a surging tide, echoing in the temple. This applause was as surging as a tide, as if it could shake the entire temple. Robin looked around at them who were watching the ceremony, and the expressions on the faces of the dignitaries were different. Although the madwoman was laughing, her eyes were filled with tears. When she saw Robin's gaze, she immediately covered her lips with her hands. Rose laughed like a child. Little Rose's eyes were full of stars, and she muttered about the king. She jumped up and down to rush over, but was stopped by Garland, who was wearing a headscarf next to her. Garland held his sister, and bowed to Robin fearfully. The Queen of Thorns smiled faintly, and nodded to his gaze. The spectators felt his gaze, and nodded to Robin, to congratulate the birth of the new king. Gentlemen, Robin said, and he paused to let everyone quiet down. The applause gradually stopped, and everyone in the audience seemed to breathe lightly and listened quietly to his speech. Today, I claim the throne of the Reach with the white background and green palm of the Green Hand family, Robin announced loudly. The madwoman asked the Hightower attendant to hold a green palm banner and unfold it behind Robin. She took a cloak embroidered with green palms and put it on Robin personally and fastened the hooks. Wait, Your Majesty. The fox chief raised his hand and shouted to Robin. Robin looked at her in confusion and asked softly, You are? The crazy woman whispered in Robin's ear. Mrs. Flores, the Red Fox, is the eldest daughter of Gars, the Green Hand, who founded the family. The family's strength is only below the Oakenshield family. Madam, what do you think? Robin nodded slightly and asked with a smile. Your Majesty, you are the Lord of the River Bay promised by the gods, and Flores will always be a loyal dog at your feet. The Red Fox was frightened and immediately knelt on the ground. It's just. Robin looked at the noble woman kneeling in front of him. The Red Fox specially chose a deep red dress with a very open chest collar today. From Robin's perspective, he could watch her tall, plump and round breasts without reservation. Vacuum. Mrs. Red Fox is thoughtful. Robin remained calm and waited for her next words. Mrs. Red Fox raised her white head slowly and nervously. She swallowed her throat, and the sweat on her face slid down her face and slipped into the great career line. She noticed where Robin's eyes were resting and knew that she had made half the right bet. She also responded to Robin's gaze by shaking her chest left and right, causing the huge fruit to shake and collide. Your Majesty, please listen to my suggestion. Lady Red Fox calmed down a little and began to bet the other half. Tell me about it. Robin spoke softly. The crazy woman glanced at the wanton Lady Red Fox and whispered, "Slutty fox." Although it was a low voice, it was heard clearly in the hall at this time. With Robin's permission, Lady Red Fox smiled. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, like a fox sniggering. Your Majesty, you established the Green Hand family for the promotion of the River Bay, but now our entire River Bay has surrendered to your bravery. She shook her chest again and continued, is it not necessary to establish the Green Hand family? In order to save his image, Robin raised his eyes reluctantly and looked into her eyes. What do you think? Robin asked back. I think we can establish a family with a strong claim to Westeros. The Green Hand's claim is not strong in other regions. Lady Red Fox said loudly. As soon as this was said, some nobles in the hall began to discuss quietly. They were persuaded to follow Robin, not just to go to the mainland to make achievements. The Green Hand family is indeed not suitable for the expansion of the Reach. The Queen of Thorns and Oakenshield looked at each other and knelt on one knee. Please choose another family to claim. Asterisk 2. The two giants of the Reach knelt down to persuade, and the other small nobles dared not stand, and they all bowed to the ground like reeds in the wind. Moreover, changing to a strong claim to Westeros is good for the entire interest group built around Robin. Please choose another family to claim. Asterisk 100+. Robin came to her senses, and what Red Fox said did make some sense. This woman should not be underestimated, and she will be more than enough to be a dog-headed military advisor in the kingdom in the future. In that case, Robin twisted a bunch of silver bangs hanging from her forehead and slowly let it go. After brewing his emotions for a while, he showed a helpless and frustrated expression on his face, but his eyes revealed a hint of teasing. Then he spread his hands, but his fingers were trembling slightly. I originally wanted to ascend the throne as the Green Hand, but I didn't expect that I would be met with your firm opposition. I decided not to hide my background anymore. There was a hint of helplessness and embarrassment in his tone, as if he was forced into a desperate situation and had to confess his secret. My true identity is actually the second child of Rhaegar Targaryen and Elia Martell, and also their only son. In order to avoid the war that destroyed the country, I gave it to the River House for foster care. I'm the most orthodox heir of the Targaryen family, Robin Targaryen. He looked down at everyone kneeling in the hall. No one dared to look at him, and they all buried their heads deeply. Robin announced in a deafening voice, solemnly and loudly, the Targaryen dynasty has been restored in Westeros. The vassals shouted in worship, long live our king, His Majesty Robin I Targaryen. Swear allegiance to His Majesty Robin until death. May the seven gods protect His Majesty Robin. My sword will only fight for you, Your Majesty Robin. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42, The Beginning of the Dragon King Era. The nobles all knelt on one knee, clasped their hands in front of their chests, and bowed their heads in salute to Robin. They shouted slogans such as "Be loyal to His Majesty," "Serve His Majesty," "Go through fire and water for the king," to express their loyalty and determination, to sacrifice everything for the king. Robin certainly didn't believe the slogans these people shouted, but it didn't prevent him from listening to them for a while. After the nobles' voices stopped one after another, Luther walked to Robin and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, the nobles have sworn allegiance in front of the statues of the seven gods and the old gods. The next ceremony is for you to confer titles on the ministers. Please move to the Oak King Hall in the center of the 10,000 Flowers courtyard." Robin nodded to him. Little Rose broke free from Garland's hands, ran to Robin, and said in a coquettish voice, "Your Majesty, I want to be an official, and you have to confer titles on me too." She puffed up her little chest, looking like she was also very capable. Garland hurried over to pull his sister back, but Robin raised his hand to stop him. Robin picked up the little girl, nodded to the master of ceremonies, and signaled to continue leading the way. What kind of official position does Little Rose want to hold? Robin scratched her nose. Little Rose's skin was white and delicate, as smooth as porcelain, making people want to touch it. "I want to be." Little Rose blushed and stopped talking. Robin shook his head and laughed. "This girl is really precocious." Handing Little Rose to Garland, Robin raised his head and led the ministers out of the temple. The huge noble team moved again and headed for the Garden of Flowers. In the center of the garden stood 7 ancient oak trees. The bark of these ancient trees was covered with deep wrinkles, recording the long years and countless storms it had experienced. 7 oak trees surrounded a huge platform, which was the Oak King's Hall built by the ancient gardener family. They stepped onto the platform in the middle of the oak trees, and the green stone bricks on the ground were still solid and flat. It is recorded in the ancient manuscripts that when the King of the River Bay ruled High Court, he met with his subjects here to discuss national affairs. The Queen of Thorns walked beside Robin and introduced the history of this place to Robin. The notes describe that the crowns of these 7,000-year-old oak trees interweave to form the dome of the hall, and countless branches stretch out to form layers of green leaf walls. Unfortunately, the conqueror rode a giant dragon to burn down this ancient tree hall, and the symbol of the River Bay King, the oak throne, was also destroyed. The Queen of Thorns pointed to the center of the oak platform in the high platform. "We have rebuilt a throne with ancient oak. Your Majesty, please take a seat." Robin stepped onto the high platform with steady and powerful steps and walked to the oak throne. Perhaps due to the rush to work, the throne still looked a little rough, but Robin didn't care. His real throne was not here. The real throne should stand in the sky, not this broken piece of wood. Wow, he raised his hand and lifted his cloak and sat on the throne. The ministers bowed. Miss Yallen brought the corresponding canonization scroll from the side. The first to be canonized were the members of the Imperial Council. Robin took it and wrote down their names on it with a pen. Arlen turned her head to Robin to confirm that everything was correct, then walked to the podium to announce Robin's will. "Lady Elena of the High Garden Tyrrell family, please come forward to receive the title." Arlen shouted loudly. The Queen of Thorns stepped forward with a serious look and knelt down at the foot of the podium. Lady Elena, appointed by my king as the hand of the king of the Targaryen dynasty. The Queen of Thorns raised both hands to receive the title document and the small hand emblem symbolizing the king's hand. She kowtowed again to express her loyalty and gratitude, and only withdrew after receiving Robin's response. The subsequent appointment process was no different. The royal meeting of the new dynasty was as follows: Hand of the King, Queen of Thorns, Prime Minister, Chancellor of Finance, Rose, Minister of Law, Inflatable Fish, Chief of Intelligence, Red Fox, Secretary of the Navy, Oakenshield, Grand Maester, Qyburn, Archbishop, Luther, Kingsguard, vacant. Since Qyburn was not present, he only read out the decree of enthronement, and then sent a raven to inform Qyburn that the appointment document would be delivered to Old Town by the kingdom's envoy. From the core administrative institutions of the new kingdom, it can be seen that the Golden Rose family occupies 2 seats in the Royal Council, which is the return of Robin's political investment in them. But the words of permanent Prime Minister promised by Robin before were not mentioned in the enthronement. Similar to the physical punishment of Garland's incomplete loyalty, the abandonment of the king by the Golden Rose is also an unforgivable mistake. Robin has reduced the political interests originally agreed with the Golden Rose. The Green Hand Remnant originally only had a seat as the Minister of the Navy in the Royal Council. But today, Mrs. Red Fox's excellent performance allowed Robin to temporarily add a position for Mrs. Red Fox. This is definitely not because the Red Fox has big breasts, but because she has indeed contributed valuable suggestions for the future of the kingdom. As for the Hightower family, which Robin funded the most, Robin will make proper arrangements in the later lecture. The above political system is exactly the same as the old Targaryen dynasty. The only difference between Robin's kingdom and the old dynasty is the queen. The position of the queen was removed by Robin. After the announcement of the canonization, the expressions of the vassal nobles changed. Some were excited, some were very excited, and some regretted not having clung to the thighs earlier. The most excited one was Lady Red Fox. She took a gamble and actually won. Her heart was filled with joy and excitement. Originally, the strength of the Floors family was only the weakest in the T1 category of the River Reach. In the past, they could only follow the T0 big brother to eat soup. Unexpectedly, this time they actually got meat in the gamble. Of course, she was politically minded and very smart. She understood that Robin's purpose of giving such a large share of benefits must not be just the advice in the temple. First, it must be to divide the influence of the remaining branches of the Green Hand in the new dynasty. She can only be Robin's pure minister in the future. If she still gets involved with Oakenshield, she will definitely be taught a lesson to be a fox. Second, she might be kicked tonight. Robin stood up from the throne and walked to the front of the high platform. Arlen saluted and retreated behind him. Before Robin spoke, Garland took the initiative to kneel in front of the high platform. Father, I ask to be a member of the King's Guard. Garland looked determined. He wanted to prove his loyalty again. Inflatable Fish and Queen of Thorns looked at Garland in shock. What will happen to the Tyrrell family if you become a guard? The King's Guard cannot marry and have children. They looked at each other and understood that Garland's loyalty to Robin may have overwhelmed his sense of responsibility to the family. Inflatable Fish cursed in his heart, rebellious son. Robin nodded calmly, raised his hand to let him stand up. Your loyalty should be on the battlefield, charging for me, not guarding beside me. You, Earl Tarley, and one of my old ministers, Bronn, will control most of the army in the future kingdom. The specific regulations will be discussed by the Royal Conference. I understand, Father. Garland knocked his chest, stood up and retreated to the ministers. Robin looked around at all the vassals present and shouted, Loyal ministers of my kingdom, Your Majesty. The knight beat his chest. I'm here, my emperor. The noble saluted. Robin nodded, raised his hand, and pressed it down. After the platform returned to silence, he spoke, You should be able to see the silver hair on my head and the violet eyes clearly. The ministers nodded, continued to look at the king, and listened attentively. I do have the blood of a real dragon in my body. This is indisputable. Robin continued to speak. Now the magic tide has receded for hundreds of years. Why do I emphasize the dragon's blood? Because I have another identity. I'm a powerful wizard. I believe most people have witnessed it with their own eyes. I have made a divination for the future. Within 10 years, the magic tide will surge again, and magic will return. Hearing this, their faces were full of surprise, and they exchanged glances with each other, as if asking each other the credibility of this shocking news. Robin paused for a moment, to let them digest this information. After a moment, Robin raised one hand and pressed it down again. The attention of the ministers was focused on Robin again. Combining these two pieces of news, do you know what the meaning is? Robin asked. He did not give these people time to react and answered his own questions. It means that when the magic tide comes again, I can hatch dragons. It also means. Robin walked to Miss Olen's side, pushed her to the front of the platform, pointed his finger at Alan's belly, and said in a firm tone, My child can also hatch dragons. The faces of the vassals were originally full of emotions, but at this moment, all the expressions were frozen on their faces, as if time had stopped at this moment. Their eyes were wide open, full of shock and disbelief, as if they could not believe their ears. Clang. Suddenly, a sword chant sounded in the silence, breaking the peace. Robin drew out the Valyrian steel sword, crossed his hands on the hilt, and stood the long sword on the platform. The vassals focused their attention on the man again after losing consciousness. Robin continued to speak solemnly to the stunned ministers. My child does not need to return to the Targaryen family, but will continue to use the surname of the maternal family. Just use the R in Robin as the middle name, such as Rosa Bolton. What do you think this means? The vassals had actually heard the news from the Queen of Thorns, and began to think about the subsequent impact of Robin's policy. With a clang, Robin slammed the steel sword hard, interrupting their thinking again. The vassals were now dizzy with the continuous big secret, and could only look at the figure on the podium again. Robin was quite satisfied with their dizzy expressions, and he continued to shout, "This means, with my strong fertility, I will create dozens of Dragon King families. No, it's hundreds of Dragon King families." Robin pointed the steel sword at a noble of the River Bay. "Your family will become the Dragon King family. And you, all of you." He slowly pointed the sword at the ministers. "All of your families will become the Dragon King family." Dozens of small nobles could no longer remain calm and gathered under the high platform to confirm the accuracy of the news at Robin's feet. "Your Majesty, is this all true?" A noble walked to the high platform and kissed his toes, asking in a trembling voice. Robin's mouth curled slightly, and he kept a gentle smile on his face, looking down at these nobles. He did not reply to these people's words, but just nodded gently to the excited people. The Red Lake chief opened his mouth wide. He was shocked by the news. Red Lake looked at the sweet lady alien and the etiquette team. That was his wife. "So, my family is now the Dragon King family?" The Red Lake tribe leader murmured in astonishment. Chapter 43 Absolute Autocracy. The clever knight had already begun to take advantage of the opportunity to promote his own woman. "Your Majesty, my wife is very sexy, and my daughter just got her period this year. Your Majesty, why don't you come to my house tonight? His wife doesn't have one. My family is beautiful and my daughters are triplets. Your Majesty, come to my castle for a drink first." The nobles began to rush to invite the king to their fiefdom. Robin raised his hand to stop these crazy nobles again. He said solemnly, "Families interested in improving their bloodline, please go to Miss Yallen to register your ranking after the canonization ceremony. Everything must be done on a first come, first served basis." "Okay, be quiet for a moment. Let me talk about the royal family's issues." Robin struck the tile steel sword again, and when there was no whispering, he said, "Moroa, come here." Robin called. Moroa walked to him with a smile and bowed her head in salute. "Your Majesty." Robin pulled Moroa to her side. "The first boy born to Moroa and me will become the king after me. The next child will continue to become the royal family." The crazy woman looked at the ministers below with a calm smile, but she was very excited inside. She had finally got what she had longed for. It's a pity that Robin didn't marry him. All the vassals were surprised by the crazy girl's good luck. If they had known about it, I would have been the first to support Robin's investment. The Queen of Thorns shook her head and smiled, knowing that Robin had not finished speaking. Robin raised his palm and said, "After I abdicate, the king has only a symbolic, ceremonial role." The crazy woman pursed her lips. Although Robin had already told him that his specific role in the royal family was only glory, had no power, but there was still a hint of bitterness on his face. Robin continued to speak seriously. "The kingdom's political power will fall solely on the prime minister, who is elected every 7 years, and only people of my blood can serve as prime minister. Under this system, as long as all of your families have my blood, and he is a talented person, so he is likely to have the highest power in the country. After I abdicate, you and the prime minister will rule the world together." But, seeing that the scene became noisy again, Robin yelled twice, "Wah, steel sword, dang." When the nobles immediately stopped talking and listened seriously to Robin's next words. "But, when I'm in power, I want absolute rights. No order of mine can be vetoed by the Imperial Council and the Prime Minister. I have the power to execute any vassal who violates my decision. I don't know, vassals. Do you agree to this deal?" After Robin finished speaking, he quietly observed the situation of the nobles and waited for a reply. The political system of Westeros is actually a variant of limited monarchy. The power of the monarch and king is actually divided and restricted by the ministers. And the deal Robin proposed to the vassals was to give up the royal family's power to the nobles after he abdicated, in exchange for Robin's absolute power when he was on the throne. This system is called absolute monarchy. It also has a more vivid name, dictatorship. If you want to act arbitrarily in the current social environment of Game of Thrones, you must still rely on the great nobles, but Robin will implement many policies in the future that are beyond the understanding of this era. There are also some policies that will be specially set for the big plan. These policies are contrary to the interests of the powerful and the people, and the Imperial Council will definitely not pass them. Then you have to take extreme measures. Proposing this transaction, authority here can provide a legal cover for killing the imperial minister in the future, which is a vaccination. After Robin abdicates, as long as they are of Robin's blood, all noble families can run for prime minister. The prime minister will regent all the power of the country and is nothing more than an uncrowned king. It depends on whether these nobles can withstand the temptation of becoming the uncrowned king. Now is Robin's coronation ceremony. All the nobles are present. In addition, it is the restoration of the country so that the political structure can be changed. Once the political environment stabilizes, it will not be so easy to make and pass such demands. The Queen of Thorns held her forehead again and felt tired. She knew that Robin was a troublemaker. She bowed and asked, "Your Majesty, please allow us to discuss this policy. I will give you time for one candle to burn out." Robin nodded. The Queen of Thorns began to order the families above T1 strength to organize the nobles into several small circles for discussion. After these powerful nobles get the opinions of their circles, they will exchange information together to decide the final result. While the vassals were discussing the exclusive deal, Robin looked up at the ceremonial team on the left side of the platform. At this time, the young lady already had a smile on her face, and she was communicating in a soft voice. These girls originally thought that having a good relationship with Robin and getting pregnant with an illegitimate child would have a negative impact on their lives. Unexpectedly, Robin actually gave them a dragon seed, and it was a blessing from heaven. Robin said to Yalan next to him, "Bring those noble ladies and ladies here, and I will explain the system of the Lovers' Court." Yalan nodded and got off the platform. The nobles under the high platform stepped back, leaving room for their wives and daughters to meet. "Your Majesty, *20+. The delicate cries of orioles and swallows sounded in unison, and they bowed their heads in respect. "Yes." Robin nodded calmly. "I called you here to tell you the rules of my lover's palace. Although I don't get married and don't have a queen, I will still build a palace of lovers to house those who are willing to protect me. Loyal lady, there are 9 levels in the palace, from the junior beauties to the top princesses, and each level will enjoy different things." Waiting for Robin to explain the rules of the lover's palace to the lady, the nobles on the other side also finished their discussion and walked towards Robin. The Queen of Thorns looked calm, and she stepped forward on behalf of the nobles in the kingdom. "Your Majesty, we are willing to trade with you." The Queen of Thorns looked at Robin. "But how can you guarantee that you will abdicate?" The Queen of Thorns stretched out a hand and spread her palm to show that she was telling the truth. "We all know that you are a wizard, and your mentor Qyburn is a master of necromancy. And you also said that magic will revive in 10 years. We can't always serve an undead monarch." Robin laughed out loud. There was a hint of embarrassment in the corners of his wrinkled eyes, and he thought to himself, "I feel like it was a mistake to choose this bitch to be prime minister." Haha. The Queen of Thorns also laughed after Robin. He also smiled like a robin, slightly twitching the corners of his mouth, expressing a slight hint of ridicule. "Very good, very good." Robin kept smiling and pointed at the nobles under the platform. "If you can think of this, it means you have thought about it carefully." After saying this, Robin put away his expression and nodded with his hand. He touched his temples with a solemn expression, as if he was thinking. After a few seconds, Robin turned his palm over and pointed in the air with his fingers. "In this way, we will set a stipulation on the transaction. As long as I'm no longer a living person, I must abdicate, and the kingdom will implement the dictatorship system of the prime minister." Robin spread his hands and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" The Queen of Thorns lowered her head and thought for a moment, then looked at the leader of the Oakshield clan next to her, who nodded slightly. Then she was still uneasy, and looked at the secondary nobles behind her, hoping that these people would check for any gaps. The nobles and knights all nodded slightly to the Queen of Thorns this time. "Your Majesty, we agree to the exclusive contract." The Queen of Thorns raised her head and shouted to Robin. "Exclusive contract, this is a good name." Luo praised. "I will ask the Minister of Law to write this contract into the laws of the kingdom to ensure that it is implemented normally and completely." "Your Majesty, I want to know how the Prime Minister is elected if the Prime Minister becomes a dictatorship." The leader of the Red Lake clan said this suddenly shouted. "Yes. The Prime Minister will be the regent at that time, so we can't just choose him casually." A certain nobleman muttered. The Prime Minister must be recognized by everyone. A certain night, when the Queen of Thorns heard Han Hu's words, her face began to look a little ugly. What these nobles were saying now meant that they did not agree with the Royal Council's election of the Prime Minister. The Golden Rose family has the largest number of votes in the Royal Council. If the Royal Council is used to elect the Prime Minister, it is the most beneficial method for their family. Oakshields half squinted his eyes. Currently, King Xiaoyu also had 2 votes in the Imperial Council, and he also wanted to retain the right to elect the Prime Minister in the Imperial Council. I think it is very correct and fair to elect the Prime Minister in the Council, Oakenshield said with a smile. Robin interrupted him directly, loudly covering the voice of Oakshield. Sir Redlake's question is very insightful. I just said that after I abdicate, all the kings will rule the world together, and the election of the Prime Minister will be by the Grand Council of Nobles votes every 7 years. What do you think of this plan? Okay, Your Majesty is wise. Hong Hu shouted with a smile. Your Majesty is so wise. The small and medium-sized nobles were full of praise. If you are as wise as Your Majesty, the kingdom will surely prosper, a certain nobleman said in admiration. The Queen of Thorns' expression darkened. Originally, this regent prime minister was exclusively owned by her family. Robin set it up specifically for the Golden Rose. Now it is out of the control of the Golden Rose family. She regretted that she actually hated her kindness for so many years. 7 gods, Robin may continue to trample morals and laws. Is it right or wrong for me to support him? She was asking herself. At least it is right for the Golden Rose family. We have not been exterminated, and the family will even go one step further. For this world, it's a complete mistake. Robin did not disturb their joy, and waited for a while for the vassal to calm down before he continued. There is one last law to be announced today. Anything else? The nobles were frightened, fearing that their hearts would die suddenly if they were stimulated too much. Robin said slowly, it's a law about dragon eggs. From now on, private possession of dragon eggs is strictly prohibited in the kingdom. Dragon eggs discovered or acquired must be handed over to the kingdom. The kingdom will judge the value based on the size of the dragon eggs, etc., and give them to the king. Those who submit must make up for it. The distribution of dragon eggs is based on the contribution exchange system. Whether you pay taxes for the kingdom or expand the territory of the kingdom, your contribution will be recorded. These achievements can be exchanged for all resources in the kingdom. Title, land, dragon eggs, my favor, etc. Remember, hiding dragon eggs is a felony, and the minimum punishment is to be hanged. The small and medium-sized nobles originally wanted to oppose Robin's law, but once, thinking that he had just agreed to the contract of monarchy, if you are the first one to stand out now, you may die miserably. For a while, no one objected. Oakshields and other top nobles also remained silent. The exchange rules for dragon eggs are beneficial to the upper class nobles. As the core management of the kingdom, they certainly have no shortage of contributions and meritorious deeds. We agree, Your Majesty. Red Fox was the first to speak in agreement. Yes, this can prevent the dragon from being outside the control of the kingdom and being exploited by other forces. The Queen of Thorns nodded to Robin. Chapter 44, the 44th Battle. Now you must try every possible way and use every possible means to collect information about dragon eggs. We must build a great empire like the Valyrian Free Fortress when the magic tide comes in 10 years. Robin looked down at them and said solemnly, my loyal subjects, you must understand that our common cause is not limited to Westeros. Robin thought of Ciri's ancient blood, that kind of ability to travel through time, and the future conquest may not be limited to the Game of Thrones world. All the vassals temporarily indulged in Robin's bewitching words, with expectations and hopes in their eyes. Robin's powerful witchcraft made his words have a very large trust market. Even during the magic ban period in Westeros, there were many legends of forest witches, and some legends happened around them, such as the fertility curse of the crazy woman. Robin knew that the beautiful vision of the Dragon King family he described was based on the return of the magic tide. If the magic tide did not come in 10 years, they would have to accept it with a pinch of their noses. The child has been born, can it be stuffed back? Well, let's end the enthronement ceremony here. Robin waved to them. The minister of the court, please stay with us to continue to improve the specific design and future plans of the kingdom. Garland, Earl Tully, you also attend the meeting. Robin called the 3 people who were about to leave. As you command, your majesty, Earl Tully replied. The vassals bowed and left one after another. Goodbye, your majesty. Your majesty, please come to my castle, I'm not lying. Goodbye, my king. After a while, there were only 6 people left in the Oak King's Hall who wanted to hold a meeting. Your majesty, why don't we move to the Thorn Hall to hold the royal meeting? There is a miniature model of the continent. The Queen of Thorns said loudly. Robin nodded and jumped down from the oak platform. Let's go. He took the lead to step outside. The Queen of Thorns looked at the somewhat anxious Robin and felt that this person seemed to be in a hurry for everything, as if time was passing by every second, and he still had a lot of things to do. What is he anxious about? The Queen of Thorns thought to herself. Mother? The inflatable fish pulled her sleeve. They are going far away. Let's catch up. Okay. The Queen of Thorns came back to her senses and nodded. Thorn Hall. The 7 people who were in a meeting gathered around the map battle table. While moving the chess pieces of the forces on the sand table, Lord Tully told Robin, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, about the situation on the continent. His face was full of confidence and seriousness, like a war commander who was in control of the overall situation. The battle situation he described was clear and reasonable, as if he could see through the future battlefield. While listening to the information output by Tully, Robin observed Lord Tully. Randall Tully is not a simple person. In the war in which the Deer family usurped the Dragon family dynasty, the Usurper War, in the original book, Highgarden fought a great battle at Ashford because of its support for the Dragon family and Robert of the Deer family. The army led by Lord Tully caused Robert Baratheon's army to suffer the only defeat, the Battle of Ashford. Randall Tully is undoubtedly a top general. If we rank all the generals in Westeros, Lord Tully should be at least in the top 3. But now Lord Tully's current feudal lord is a golden rose. There is a very practical stalk in the Middle Ages. The feudal lord of the feudal lord is not my feudal lord. If I continue to use this person, the golden rose will have too much weight in the dynasty, and Randall will have to be placed in the army. Military power is not given to powerful ministers at will. Robin wants to take Randall Tully, this sharp blade, into his own hands. Robin was thinking about it here, and was a little distracted, but he did not miss what Lord Tully said. So, now in the 7 realms of the continent, the wolf family and the fish family are allied, and they are about to engage in a head-on battle with the lion family. Robin summarized and repeated what Lord Tully said to see if he understood it correctly. The Vale and the Stormlands have fallen into chaos and are unable to participate in the war because their leaders were murdered by the Lion family. We in the Reach and the Prince of Dawn are gathering soldiers to prepare for war and will join the war at any time. Northern Territory, the Wolf family, has entered the battlefield. Riverlands Fish, already entered the battlefield. Westerlands, Crownlands, Lion, already entered the battlefield. The Reach, Dragon, prepare for war. Dawn Martel, prepare for war. The Vale, civil strife. Stormlands, civil strife. The ongoing war, location, Riverlands. Warring parties, Wolffish Alliance vs Lion King, Westerlands plus Crownlands. Yes, your majesty. Now we need to formulate a strategy to determine 2 points. First, who do we want to fight, and where do we want to fight? Second, who do we want to ally with, and who do we want to send? Lord Tully affirmed Robin's description, and he proposed a strategic direction for Robin in a deep and powerful voice. Robin held his right hand in front of his chest, resting his right hand on his right hand. He pointed forward with his left hand. Everyone, please share your opinions. The Prime Minister will speak first. The Queen of Thorns nodded and pointed to the lion chess piece of the Crown Territory. I think we should attack the Lannister family. Joffrey, the fake king born of incest, has no right to sit on the Iron Throne. This is a recognized fact on the continent now. It is legal and moral to attack the Crown Territory directly, and it is undoubtedly the best choice. The Queen of Thorns explained the reasons for her decision. For the power of the alliance, I think the Starks in the north are a very good choice. At this time, Earl Osbert of Oakenshield objected. "Madam, why don't we let the Starks and Lannisters fight each other to a defeat, and then enter the battlefield, to get rid of both families? The North is also an obstacle to our conquest of the continent. While they are consuming each other's troops." Oakenshield pointed to the Stormlands and stopped at Storm's End, the ancestral castle of the Deer family. "We can seize the territory of the Stormlands." Oakenshield looked up at Robin, wanting Robin's approval. Robin rubbed his chin with his fingers. "Randall, what do you think? Lady Olenna and Earl Osbert have very sharp visions. In my opinion, these two plans are the two best strategic plans for the kingdom now." Randolph was serious. "We might as well send troops directly to the Stormlands to take Storm's End. At the same time, send envoys to the Duke of Eddard in the north, to praise the power of our king, and propose that, if the north surrenders, we will attack Lannister together with them." Randolph began to speak decisively and forcefully. "If the north refuses to surrender, we will take the Stormlands first and let the north and the Lion King consume their fighting power." "I think the Prime Minister's plan is very good," Inflatable Fish said. Red Fox did not express her opinion. She was now focused on following Robin's ass. She would support whoever Robin approved of. Robin frowned slightly, as if he was choosing the best solution to the problem. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, looking for a rhythm that could inspire inspiration. The fusion of the two plans and Randolph's plan. "Obviously Randolph's plan is better, but I won't choose either one." Robin shook his head. Robin looked down at the ministers and said solemnly, "I want to conquer the continent in the fastest way, with the least casualties and the lowest side effects. Rather than using conventional military plans, to advance step by step. Do you understand?" Robin picked up the skull that symbolized himself, and smashed it on the King's Landing and the King's territory with a bang. Oakeshield's face became serious. He first experienced Robin's style of doing things, which was very violent and crazy. He thought to himself, he is worthy of being a ruthless man who can kill people on the street. Earl Tully remained calm, but looked at the sculpture's piece that symbolized Robin in a daze, and complained in his heart, who the hell carved the king's name on the skull? He is going to die. Red Fox had no other expression, but felt that tonight was a sad night. Garland stood on the periphery, and saw Robin getting angry. His face was pale, and he couldn't control his teeth fighting. The inflatable fish was frightened by the sound of the chess piece being thrown, and immediately looked at his mother. The Queen of Thorns sweated in her palms. She had carved this chess piece, and forgot to put it away. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" she asked with forced calmness. Robin turned sideways, and sat on the oak model of Westeros. "Send troops directly to King's Landing, and tell Eddard Stark that we will besiege King's Landing with them." Robin continued calmly. "After arriving at King's Landing, I will use my own way to convince this Duke of the North to bend the knee to me, and the Martell family of Dawn. Send ravens to tell them to besiege King's Landing together as soon as possible. When these people arrive at King's Landing, it will not be up to them to decide whether to surrender or not." Several ministers in front of the king were shocked by this rough strategy, and their lips opened slightly, as if they were shouting, but no sound came out. Garland clenched his fists excitedly in the back. "You are worthy of being my father. Your Majesty, is it too risky?" Earl Tully still asked with a stiff neck. Although he had learned about the strength of Robin Ghost in detail, he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, so he was still a little worried. After all, this is a war of legions of hundreds of thousands of people. If they lose the war, they will have to bear so many lives. It would be a light punishment to die. Oakenshield swallowed his saliva and said nothing. "I believe in the power of your Majesty," the Red Fox said with a firm face and chest. The Queen of Thorns shook her head at Earl Tully. "Randall, your Majesty's strategy is fine. I believe in the strength of Ghost." "Well, your Majesty, I'm presumptuous to say too much." Randy hesitated for a moment, bowed his head to Robin, and admitted his mistake. Robin waved his hand indifferently. "The strategy has been decided, so I will now appoint the military generals of the kingdom." Robin turned back to the battle table and said loudly, "For this war, I will directly lead the military marshal, Earl Tully, Garland, and my old minister Bronn. The three are appointed as army generals. Each will lead a legion to King's Landing. Earl Osbert Oakenshield is the naval marshal, and is fully responsible for the coastal defense of the Reach. Garland and El Tali saluted to accept the appointment, and the appointment documents will be handed over to them after the meeting. Your Majesty, I want to. When Oakenshield saw that he had nothing to do with the kingdom's first battle, he immediately wanted to fight anxiously. Robin waved his palm and pressed down, asking him to calm down. During the time when we go out to fight, you must actively prepare the warships and integrate the fleet of Old Town. After the complete navy system is organized, the first action is to besiege Lannister Port, but do not attack. Wait for my order in King's Landing before taking action. Robin stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, there will be more merits waiting for you in the future. Whether it is the Iron Islands or the Free Cities, it will be a big sea battle. How long will it take for our army to be assembled? Robin asked Earl Tully. About 1.5 months. Earl Tully replied decisively. Chapter 45 Samwell. The Queen of Thorns summoned the nobles of the Reach, but she did not order them to assemble the army. The nobles must send ravens back immediately to inform their knights. Robin estimated in his heart, in this month and a half, we may only be able to gather the main combat soldiers who will undertake the main combat missions, and the miscellaneous peasant soldiers who will accompany the army will take longer to gather. In this world, the inconvenience of transportation and communication has become the main factor restricting the mobilization of the army. Then, Robin and the Queen of Thorns and others further discussed the marching route, the number and composition of the 3 legions, and logistics and other related matters. This work obviously cannot be fully planned at present, and they still need to spend several days to discuss and formulate a plan in detail. Robin is only responsible for formulating the overall strategy today, and the specific implementation methods will be analyzed and planned in detail by the ministers in front of the king. Finally, with Robin's approval, the huge machine of the kingdom will be started and implemented. After the meeting, Robin raised his hand to signal Earl Tully to stay, and Randall walked to his side as instructed. Garland, you should stay too. Robin said to Garland loudly, we will go to the training ground immediately. I have heard that Earl Tully is a famous warrior on the continent. I have always been eager to see him. Randolph looked calm, just bowed slightly, and said modestly, Your Majesty, you are too kind. You lead the way for us in front. Robin raised his hand to Garland, and said in a calm tone, Understood, Father. Garland nodded respectfully in response. The 3 of them walked out of the High Court together. The training ground was located on the side of the 3rd White Wall. It took about 10 minutes to walk to reach it. Randolph and Robin walked side by side and started a relaxed conversation casually. I heard that the Earl has 5 children. With so many descendants, your family will definitely prosper and become powerful in the future. Robin said with a smile. Randolph, who had originally looked calm and composed, became gloomy after hearing Robin's praise. It is true that he has 5 children, but the most important eldest son among the 2 sons and 3 daughters has a problem. The eldest son Samwell Tully is now the same age as Garland, but he is timid and cowardly by nature, and extremely lacks self-confidence. He is very fat and bloated, and his movements are slow and clumsy. As a famous general in Westeros, Randall is from the Tully family, which is also known for its bravery and good fighting skills. Their ancestors even passed down a Valyrian steel giant sword, the Broken Heart. In such a martial family, such an heir appeared, which is undoubtedly a sorrow for himself and the entire Tully family. Although it is a bit difficult to say, Randall still frankly introduced the situation of his children to Robin. My family motto is, I'm a pioneer. But my eldest son Sam can't even run faster than some thin soldiers, let alone the reputation of a pioneer. Alas. Randall shook his head and sighed. Robin naturally knew the problems of the eldest son of the Tully family. In the future, in order to let the second son inherit the family business, Randall will send Samwell to the wall and let him be a night watchman there for life. However, in the plot, Samwell did not stay at the wall with peace of mind, but mixed with Jon Snow. In order to deal with the threat of the White Walkers, Samwell went to the Citadel to find information about the weaknesses of the White Walkers. After entering the Citadel, the fat man began to show his amazing talent for learning. In a short time, he successfully used the forbidden medical skills in the book to cure the grayscale disease, which was considered incurable. The 2 generations of the Tully family are full of talents, and Robin intends to take both the father and son into his bag. Since your eldest son is not competent, don't you still have a second son? Robin asked. Randall nodded his bald head lightly, turned his head slightly and replied, the second son is my youngest child. Although he is quite brave, he is only 5 years old. I plan to observe him for a while. He did not hide his idea of changing the heir, but expressed it frankly. Given Robin's style of doing things, he believed that the other party would not be bound by the traditional rules of the continent, and could understand his predicament. Did the eldest son come to Highgarden with you? Robin asked. Lando nodded and said, we are here together, in the patrol team. I plan to train him again. If he is really unworthy of being used, call Sam over. I'm quite interested in this child. Robin said with a smile. Yes, your majesty. Lando called a patrolman and asked him to take Sam to the training ground. Robin didn't say anything more. Soon, they arrived at the training ground. When the soldiers on the training ground saw Robin, they all knelt on one knee to salute him. Robin smiled and waved his hand, signaling them to get up quickly and not to disturb his interest. The ground here has been compacted and become hard and solid. Rows of wooden horses and wooden stakes are neatly arranged on the left edge of the field. On the other side of the field, there is a large archery target area for various training such as bow and arrow shooting. Robin and his friends are standing under the tall trees at the entrance, enjoying the cool shade and quietly observing the guards who are training. Your Majesty, do you want to teach me in person, or? Lando asked hesitantly. No, we don't have to fight today. Robin smiled and shook his head, folding his hands in front of his chest. Let Garland show us. Garland looked at him in confusion and tilted his head slightly. He thought, aren't you here to see Lando's style? Go, find 5 warriors to fight you. Go all out, don't leave any room. Robin gave the order without further explanation. Garland was stunned for a moment, then nodded and walked into the field. 1 against 5, it's really the brave Garland. Lando smiled slightly and said with interest, Your Majesty seems to be confident that Garland will win. Garland will win without a doubt, Robin said firmly, then turned to Lando and emphasized in a stronger tone, because he is my adopted son. Lando raised his eyebrows, just smiled without responding, and turned his eyes back to the training ground. Garland took off the dress he wore specially for the coronation ceremony today, and his exaggerated figure was fully displayed in front of everyone. The chest and abdominal muscles of the upper body are very developed, as if countless bricks are hidden under the clothes, making the clothes bulge. The strong and powerful arms are wrapped with muscles as hard as iron chains, and the waist is as thick as a giant python. Although the immature face and the body of a devil muscle man give people a very strong sense of disobedience, everyone can see at a glance that the strength of this body is very strong. Lando closed his mouth. What did this kid eat to grow up? This body of muscles is exaggerated to the point of being abnormal. The 5 guards dressed in light equipment, holding spears and shields, quickly formed a circular formation and surrounded Garland in the middle. They waved 5 blunt-headed spears without hesitation and stabbed at Garland together. Garland shouted and swung the iron sword tightly in his right hand to push the 5 spears together. Then, he clamped the 5 spears tightly with his left arm and left rib and concentrated all his strength on the spine, which burst out instantly. In the face of this powerful force, the 5 guards were like goods swept up by the wind, crashing into each other fiercely, and then fell to the ground in a mess. The spears in their hands were immediately taken away by Garland easily. Randolph thought that this battle would be a wonderful fight, but he didn't expect it to end in such a brute force. Ha ha ha, I didn't lie to you. Robin laughed. Randolph nodded in agreement and applauded Garland's wonderful performance. An unexpected battle. He was a quick-thinking man, and at this moment he was thinking deeply about Robin's intentions in his heart. Robin found an excuse so that he could witness Garland's crushing victory in a fight with a huge disparity in strength. On the way, Robin deliberately mentioned his cowardly eldest son. What was the intention behind it? Brave Garland. Cowardly Sam. The new king seems to be hinting at something. Randall thought. Robin did not give Randall a chance to continue thinking. He said directly, Garland's power was enhanced by my witchcraft. You mean Sam could also be strengthened by witchcraft and have the same physical fitness as Garland? Randall asked in astonishment, his pupils shrinking slightly. Robin smiled and nodded gently. Don't worry, wait for your eldest son to come. Randall suppressed his excitement. He had completely understood Robin's intention. Garland came over and stood respectfully at Robin's signal. A few minutes later, the Tully soldiers of the patrol team came over with a fat man. The fat man was like a fat bear staggering forward, with heavy and clumsy steps. "Father," Samuel said breathlessly, and then he noticed Robin standing next to Randall. He was stunned for a moment, and wanted to salute Robin on one knee. This bending and squatting action made his round belly leak out from the ill-fitting leather armor, which seemed a bit strenuous. "Your Majesty, hello." Sam's voice trembled, revealing his nervousness and fear. Robin looked at Samuel carefully and found that the child inherited his father's appearance features such as dark hair, grey pupils and tall stature. However, Sam was so fat that the upright and tough facial features of the Tully family looked undignified on his fat face. Robin nodded to Sam kindly without waiting for Sam to stand up. Clang! He drew out the Vulcan steel sword from his waist and placed it on Sam's shoulder, which frightened Sam so much that his fat body trembled and his hands fell directly to the ground. "Samuel Tully, are you willing to worship me as your godfather?" Robin asked with a smile. Samuel knelt on all fours at a loss. He looked up at Earl Tully, his eyes full of confusion and uneasiness. Randall glared at his eldest son sternly and scolded him harshly. "Fool, why don't you thank his majesty for his grace quickly?" Chapter 46 I'm willing to die for you. "I will, godfather," the fat boy answered timidly, with a pair of pale eyes on his round moon face, looking up at the tall and majestic man standing in front of him. "Isn't it scary?" Feeling that the enthronement ceremony was unnecessary, Robin put away his sword and extended his right hand in a friendly manner. "Get up first. It seems that you need to practice your courage with me." The fat boy grabbed Robin's hand and tried to struggle to stand up, but he suddenly lost his balance, slipped, and fell heavily to the ground again. Rand frowned and wanted to yell again, but Robin immediately stretched out his palm to stop him and shook his head gently. Robin bent down, grabbed the fat boy's arm, and easily lifted his body of more than 200 pounds, and at the same time patted the dust off Sam's body. Sam's eyes moved around nervously, and his fat sweaty fingers kept wiping on his velvet shirt. He lowered his head and whispered, "Godfather, I'm rude. It doesn't matter. Courage can be acquired through experience." Robin carefully helped the fat boy straighten his collar, "But human wisdom cannot be acquired through acquired training. Compared with your future performance in bravery, I'm more looking forward to the surprises you will bring me in academics." Rand watched the interaction between Robin and his son in surprise. These intimate behaviors and words did not seem to be pretended. He originally thought that Robin adopted his eldest son as his adopted son just to win him over. But now it seems that Robin really cares about and likes this child. "Godfather, His heart was suddenly touched by such gentle words, and he didn't know how to express his feelings for a while. The fat boy's mother died during childbirth due to his large size. Not long after, his father remarried. During the fat boy's childhood, he rarely had the opportunity to see his father. Lord Randall was either on the battlefield or on his way to the battlefield. As the eldest son of a family, the difficult environment he faced when he was raised by his stepmother was imaginable. In aristocratic families, the struggle for power was even darker and more cruel. The stepmother would insult and blame him for no reason when Randall left, but when Randall returned home, she would pretend to be a good wife and mother. A tough straight man like Lord Randall obviously lacked a lot of human warmth, which made him unaware of the tragic experience that the fat boy had experienced in his childhood. "No one ever cared about my feelings. No one cared whether I was happy, and no one knew that I had been abused." The fat boy held back the tears that were about to fall. Because Randall's father always asked him to be like a man, the men of the Tully family had no right to cry. "I have no right to cry." Sam lowered his head and bit his lip. Seeing that Sam's emotions seemed to be touched, Robin immediately thought of Randall's character and realized that the boy might lack normal fatherly love in his childhood. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a gentle smile on his face, he opened his arms to the fat boy. In the surprised eyes of Randall and Garland, he hugged Sam tightly. Samuel's body trembled in Robin's arms, his eyes were wet, and he finally couldn't help crying. Feeling the warm embrace and strong arms of his adoptive father, his heart gradually calmed down. Robin looked at him with kind eyes and said, "My second child, I believe you are special. The 7 gods took away your courage, and I will give it to you again. I'm special. I will have courage," the fat boy murmured. Robin gently wiped away the tears on his fat face and said softly, "This world does not only punish and scold to make a boy a man. I will change you in my way, my child. You will have a new life." The fat boy had never been so close to anyone before, and his fat face flushed for a while. Robin nodded to him affirmatively, and then said to Garland, "Garland, take your second brother to High Garden. I have something to talk to Lord Randall about." "Yes, father," Garland replied respectfully. Garland looked at his second brother with a complicated expression, and couldn't help wondering, why can this fat man be so tenderly favored by father, while I have to go through painful physical training? "Brother, I will take you to visit the plant maze." "Okay, brother." The fat man looked at his brother who suddenly appeared and left beside Garland. Sam thought to himself, "It seems that from this moment on, my fate has ushered in a huge reversal, with a gentle king father and a mighty and powerful elder brother." Robin looked at the 2 brothers with joy on his face as they left. The big plan finally ushered in a tough general, and Sam's mind will contribute to the big plan. Recently, Robin has been busy with the game of power and exchanging interests with the nobles. This kind of life really made him feel strongly disgusted and tired. If it weren't for the big plan that needed power as a backing, he would not have bothered to fight for the Iron Throne. Power is not strength. In the extraordinary world, personal power is the correct ultimate pursuit. "Your Majesty, is Sam worthy of your treatment?" Randall asked respectfully. He still couldn't believe that a dark wizard would treat a child so gently and kindly. This was a demon who slaughtered an entire street. However, Robin's performance did not seem to be pretended, so Randall simply asked directly, to avoid problems in the future. After all, Sam is still his own flesh and blood. "Randall, do you think I am so close to this child just to win you over?" Robin smiled and shook his head. "You don't understand the true talent of your child at all. He has a very powerful mind and wisdom. Later, I will personally accept Sam as a disciple." "Are you saying that Sam has the opportunity to learn your witchcraft?" Randall said in shock. Robin did not comment, but smiled and said, "Sam will inherit all my extraordinary legacy, and I will do my best to train him." I said, "Sam is special." Randall really couldn't express his gratitude. Although he knew in his heart that Sam might not learn ghost magic, the various magical magics on Robin were still very powerful. He said firmly, "Your Majesty, with such a great favor, the Tully family is willing to die for you. You don't need to do this. Sam and my relationship will promote my real career. I haven't told you the bargaining chip to win you over." Robin smiled. "The real career?" Randall asked doubtfully. "Grand Maester Qyburn will arrive in a few days. I will let him tell you about it." Robin did not say in detail for the time being. He was tired of repeatedly introducing the big plan and felt like a salesman. This recruitment work would be left to Qyburn. "Now, I will promise you the real bargaining chip to win over the Tully family." Robin and Randall looked at each other and said. Randall looked at Robin in surprise. "There is still a bargaining chip to win over?" Robin raised his hand to stop him from speaking, so he had to pretend to listen. The leader of the Vale was killed by the Lion family, and now it is in civil strife. In the future, when you lead your army to conquer the Vale, the Eyrie will be my reward to the Tully family. Robin directly gave an attractive promise. The Tully family must break away from the Golden Rose family, and Robin attaches great importance to Randall's military strength. The best way is to promote them to direct vassals. "Your Majesty, I have nothing to repay you." Randall really felt like tears welling up in his eyes this time. In his heart, the glory of the family is more important than anything else. Now Robin directly promoted the Tully family to one of the 7 realm guardians. What a great favor. Robin smiled and patted Randall on the shoulder. "Do a good job. I never treat loyal ministers unfairly. I entrust my life and honor to you, my king." Randall bowed his head and hammered his chest, saying solemnly. A few days passed. After the coronation and the re-establishment of the Targaryen dynasty, Robin immediately ordered the Madwoman to release the ravens. to notify Bronn and Qyburn to come to Highgarden. Bronn, as Robin's old minister and an important pillar of the future dynasty, will serve as the army general of this conquest war. Robin plans to let him participate in the kingdom's first war and arrange some relatively easy tasks so that Bronn can accumulate qualifications. And Qyburn, as a university scholar, will act with the royal court. In addition to his daily work, he also assists the royal meeting and makes decisions on some academic and professional issues. Since Robin took charge of Old Town and ordered Qyburn to set up the Umbrella Institute, he has intended to let Qyburn accumulate leadership and management experience. Only when facing important breakthrough tasks in core technology research will Robin and Qyburn participate in person. Qyburn's daily work is mainly the guidance of research direction, the establishment and acceptance of research topics. As for material collection, experimental tool optimization, test samples, risk control and other work, they are all completed by the scholars of the institute. The previous single-handed research method has long been rejected by Robin. His goal is to build an experimental field throughout the world of Game of Thrones. In this world, where magic power is relatively weak, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to rely on a few thousand people to crack the secret of immortality. Mastering the absolute supreme power of the entire continent is only the first step in his plan. Robin's real purpose is to transform this continent into a test site for the big plan. As for the Iron Throne, ask those modern people with brains who would go to the world of Game of Thrones to fight for a broken iron chair. It's useless and easy to be poisoned. After Robin finished complaining in his heart, he finished his daily review task. In the past days of hanging around in the A-share market, he lost all his pants. The only thing left for him by the A-share market is this review habit. At this time, Miss Yallen walked in elegantly with a plate of wood chips. "Your Majesty, it's time to turn over the cards every day," Yallen reminded him softly. Robin pushed away the plate with the identity cards of the noble ladies with a distressed look. He bared his teeth and rubbed his waist vigorously with his palms and sighed. "It's fallow today." Hearing this, Yallen smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. "I have something important to do. We are about to go to war with the Lannisters. I need to interrogate Ciri, the female spy who was captured some time ago." Robin didn't explain much. He just stood up and walked out of the room. Chapter 47 The True Love. Robin walked to the door and took off a robe and covered himself. The biggest feature of this robe is its hood, which can wrap the whole head in it, leaving only the eyes and nose exposed. Since his coronation, no matter where Robin went, there were a lot of salutes and salutations, which made him tireless. So it became Robin's habit to wear a hooded robe like the one in Assassin's Creed when he went out. People who are familiar with him naturally know that Robin is going out privately and at most nod and say hello. People who are not familiar with him just think that this person is a little weird. The Rose Prison, located deep in the plant maze, is where the High Court imprisoned high-level criminals. This prison is not for everyone to live in. It is a luxurious prison built specifically for imprisoning nobles. Because the world of Game of Thrones is also a society of aristocratic privileges, if enemy nobles are captured in war, they are usually not killed or abused. Instead, they will be fed and fed, waiting for the captured nobles' families to redeem them with money or other conditions. The Rose Prison is not only full of beautiful women as prison guards, but also equipped with swimming pools, massage rooms, sports fields. Too many luxurious facilities are not listed one by one. Ciri was imprisoned in one of the top-level independent villas. She wore separate steel bracelets on her limbs, and the steel bracelets were connected to long iron chains, and the ends of the iron chains were in the four corners of the room. Whenever the maid came in to deliver food or Robin came, the iron chains would be tightened by the guards outside the room, and Ciri would be hung in the air in a big letter shaped by the tightened iron. This method of imprisonment was designed specifically for Ciri. Her physical fitness was too good. Using traditional shackles had killed several servants who served her. At this time, this mysterious and charming grey-haired woman was wearing a light and loose white robe, stretching her body in the villa. The texture of this white robe was like a cicada's wing, and it seemed that it would be blown away by the wind at any time. It was tightly attached to Ciri's body, highlighting her graceful curves and graceful figure. The neckline was slightly open, showing Ciri's slender neck and collarbone. and the outline of her plump but not excessive breasts was faintly visible under the clothes. The hem of the white robe just reached Siri's knees, revealing her slender and powerful white legs. She leisurely walked to a round table fixed on the ground and sat down. In the middle of the table was a wooden fruit plate filled with fresh grapes. She picked up a grape and put it in her mouth to taste it, with a satisfied expression on her face. Then she sucked the grape juice on her fingers, making a sound of pop. Her back was straight, and her sitting posture was elegant and dignified, like a court lady. However, her movements were wild and spontaneous, as if she was an untamed cheetah, ready to break free at any time. When she came out of the sense of enjoying the delicious food, Siri's eyes were filled with endless bitterness. The man who dominated her would come to this prison from time to time to extract information about the demon hunter world from her. His greed was insatiable. He not only wanted to have his own descendants of the ancient blood, but also coveted the entire demon hunter world. Squeak. The sound of the cell door being opened. Siri's body trembled slightly in reflex. It's not time to deliver the food yet, so he's here again. Robin walked into the room calmly, took off his robe with ease, and then casually hung it on the hanger at the door. The whole process was as natural and calm as a man returning home from get off work. "Siri, I'm back," Robin shouted with a smile. Siri sat there quietly, with her back to Robin, and her hand had quietly placed next to the wooden fruit plate. Her ear was tilted to one side, judging the distance between Robin and her, ready to stand up and attack at any time. Although she had failed several times, as long as this man still wanted to be intimate with her, she would always find an opportunity. Robin and Siri had communicated intimately and at a distance many times, so she knew what she was thinking. He snapped his right fingers. The guards outside the room heard the order, and the iron chain was quickly dragged and tightened. "No!" Siri shouted. She was suspended in the air again, her body forming a big shape. Robin walked up to Siri, repeatedly looking at her figure, recalling the detailed information of the woman in his mind. Siri Fianarayan Rhianran. This name is a legend known to everyone in the world of demon hunters. The titles she shoulders in the world of demon hunters can be piled up like a mountain. Imprisoned in front of you are Queen of Nilfgaard, Princess, Queen of Sintra, Princess of Brugg and Duchess of Sodden, heir of Innisad Skellige and Innocent Skellige, Overlord of Atta and Abayala, Duchess of Rowan and Yarmulak, Lord of Castle Down Rowan. Few people are born as extraordinary as her, born with a powerful magic source that no one can match, flowing with the ancient blood of the world's top, the daughter of the emperor of the strongest empire in the world, known to demon hunters. Few people have such a tragic fate as hers. She was born in a royal family, but she also lived on the streets. She was raised by a demon hunter, followed a sorceress, lived a life of blood and knives with a group of thieves, and communicated with a learned professor all night long. She tasted freedom, and also experienced the taste of slavery. Therefore, Robin could find a contradictory charm in the big character Siri. She was like a generous mercenary, drinking, eating meat, and shopping people. But between her eyebrows, her every move occasionally revealed the fact that she was born noble. Robin had made an agreement with Siri that, if she gave birth to a child for him, Robin would let her go when the magic tide returned. And the more children she gave birth to for Robin, the more support Robin would give her, providing troops to restore the country, participating in the fight against the wild hunt that was chasing her, etc. However, Siri, who had experienced too many ups and downs in her life, and had seen countless sinister people, did not believe Robin's sweet words at all. She never gave up on escaping from Robin's clutches, and her determination to be free never wavered. Of course, Robin had gotten used to the fact that his trick of getting something for nothing always failed. You should think about it carefully. Our cooperation will benefit both sides. My army can go to your world, and you will have strong support and support. Robin said sincerely. Okay, I have promised you countless times. You should untie my shackles first. Siri immediately replied with a smile. Robin pursed his lips and looked at Siri, shrugging helplessly. I untied you once, but it's a pity that you wasted my trust in you and actually wanted to kill me and escape. Swish. Robin tore open Siri's white thin robe, revealing the cool suit designed by Robin for her. She is tall and slender, with a well-proportioned figure, giving people a sense of elegance and strength. Unlike the nobles such as Miss Olin and Lady Ellen, Ciri's body is more agile, with obvious and smooth muscle lines, and she looks very powerful. After the loose robe was torn open, her unexpectedly plump and upright breasts were revealed, and the perfect curves made people unable to look away. Her waist was slender and tight, without a trace of excess fat, showing her excellent physical fitness and strict exercise habits. Her hips were plump and round, forming a sharp contrast with her waist, giving people a feeling of feminine charm. So we have to rebuild trust, do you understand? Robin didn't wait for Ciri to reply. Yeah, you mean trust, to serve me like this? Ciri asked stubbornly. Have you heard of Galmadus syndrome? Robin asked back with a smile. What is it? After completing the interrogation task, Robin walked to the cupboard calmly, opened the lock with skillful hands, and then took out a heavy book from it. Robin gently flipped the pages in his hand, which clearly recorded important information about Ciri and the world of demon hunters. In order to ensure that confidential information was not leaked, Robin deliberately used Chinese to record it. The book records in detail the countries and various supernatural forces in the demon hunter world. When Robin reads these contents, combined with his understanding of the demon hunter world, he can make inferences about the general situation of that world. There are two major forces in the demon hunter world that are at war: Nilfgaard Empire vs Northern countries. Because the war took place on the land of the northern countries, it is also called the Northern War. According to the information obtained from Ciri today, she left the demon hunter world in 1268, so it can be inferred that the second invasion of the Nilfgaard Empire has just ended. The Second Northern War is over. These precious information can only be properly stored in the cabinet for the time being, waiting for Robin to unify Westeros and develop the Dragon King Empire to its peak. His goal will turn to this world full of countless supernatural creatures. Today is also the last time to train Ciri, and then I have to take good care of the fetus. After carefully recording the latest information on a new page, he put on his hooded robe and left the prison. Dawn, with the first ray of sunlight. 13 days have passed since Robin's coronation, and during this time, the various nobles have been gathering their armies. The army of the Reach is camped on the plains outside the High Court. The flags of the various families flutter in the morning breeze. The sun shines through the clouds and gently shines on the camp of the Reach army. The soldiers wake up from their sleep, and the embers of the campfire flicker slightly in the morning breeze, emitting a warm light. As the sun rises, the soldiers begin to gather and prepare for morning exercises. Randall and Robin ride on tall horses and patrol the entire camp. Behind them is a group of nobles from the Reach, dressed in gorgeous armor. Robin sees that the soldiers are busy tidying up tents, taking care of horses, and preparing food. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. There are only 2 days left before the army sets out. Chapter 48 Dragon Egg. After inspecting the camp, Robin and the nobles were about to return to Highgarden. A scout came hurriedly to report, "Your Majesty, friendly troops have arrived." Robin and the others immediately pulled the reins and turned to look in the direction the scout pointed. On the distant horizon, a group of cavalrymen were approaching rapidly. They were dressed in uniform armor, holding spears and shields, and looked mighty and powerful. From the tower-shaped flag, erected at the head, it can be seen that they were knights of the Hightower family. Robin smiled slightly and said to Lando beside him, "Look, we have new warriors coming. Give orders to prepare to welcome them." Lando waved his hand back, and a knight came to his side to wait for orders. "Go and clear out a part of the camp," Lando said. The knight immediately passed the order, and the whole camp suddenly became busy. The soldiers organized their teams and prepared to welcome their new comrades. Robin rode on horseback and led the nobles to meet them. The two groups of cavalrymen met in front of the camp. Bronn immediately dismounted, walked to Robin, knelt on one knee, clenched his fist, and hammered his chest, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the knights, regular soldiers and warbands of the Hightower family have come to assemble and obey your orders." Robin nodded and raised his hand on the horse. "Very good. Where is Master Qyburn?" "The Grand Maester and more than 200 Maesters are in the army in the rear." Bronn stood up and replied. From Bronn's letter, Robin learned that the Hightower family brought more than 30,000 soldiers this time. It would take a long time to arrange the garrison of the army. "I won't wait for him. You should finish the garrison of the army first, and then hold the organization meeting." Robin nodded slightly and ordered calmly, Randall, Garland, and Sam should also be notified to attend. Yes, Your Majesty. Although Randall didn't know what the organization meeting was, he responded immediately. Bron naturally understood the meaning of organization. His eyes were full of curiosity and he glanced at Randall behind Robin. Just then, Randall turned his head to look at him, and their eyes met in the air. Bron grinned, with a hint of amusement and friendliness, and Randall nodded to him calmly in response. Robin waved to the nobles who followed him to leave, then turned his horse's head and galloped towards the direction of the nature's market, waiting for the news that Bron had arranged the army properly. Garland, Sam, come here. Garland and Sam responded, following Robin's horse on the left and right. Father, what is the organization? Garland couldn't help asking. Robin turned his head and looked at the bandage wrapped around Garland's head and smiled and replied, don't worry, you will know in the evening. Father, that meeting. Garland wanted to ask. Brother, since father said that we will understand in the evening, don't ask any more questions now. Fat Sam interrupted him. Garland frowned, then nodded slightly to Sam. In the evening, in the Hightower family's military camp, in a heavily guarded tent, Robin, Qyburn, Madwoman, Rose, Bron, Randall, Garland, Sam and others sat around an oval table. Qyburn stood beside a blackboard in front of the table, holding something like chalk in his hand, explaining in detail to Randall and others, while drawing corresponding patterns on the blackboard. The origin of the big plan, active evolution. The purpose of the establishment of Umbrella. The three major departments of Umbrella and their relationship with them, Research Institute, Consortium, War Group. The current achievements of the Research Institute, Life Seed, Soul Crystal, Philosopher's Stone. Qyburn spoke with a dry mouth, and he gestured in the air with his hands. At present, our Research Institute has combined the Life Seed with the Philosopher's Stone, and developed the second generation of Life Seed. The human body does not need to undergo 2 implantation surgeries, but can achieve the effect of life seed implantation by directly taking it orally. Randall's palms tightened slightly, although he had already heard that Robin was conducting human experiments, and the product of the experiment, Garland, was sitting next to him. However, when Qyburn elaborated on how they had achieved such a huge result from scratch, Langdo could not help but feel deeply shocked. According to Qyburn's statistics, up to now, the big plan has sacrificed more than 3,000 human lives. And no one can predict how many more lives will be sacrificed to achieve this far-reaching ultimate goal. Even Lando, who regarded human lives as worthless on the battlefield, was shocked and chilled by this crazy plan. Now that he has stepped on this pirate ship, it is impossible to jump off. Lando glanced at his eldest son. Although Sam showed some sympathy for the sacrificed humans, the fat boy seemed to be extremely curious about the process of the experiment. At this time, Garland suddenly raised his hand to interrupt Qyburn. He said excitedly, "What a remarkable achievement. Grand Maester Qyburn, can you call a test subject and show it to us?" Garland said with a smile. After hearing Garland's words, Langdo turned around suddenly, looking as if he had seen a ghost, staring at him with wide eyes. Robin, Qyburn, Rose, and the crazy woman all saluted him. Is my request too much? Garland's smile froze on his face, and he slowly put his hand down awkwardly. Sam also looked at his elder brother. His flexible mind immediately compared Garland's physical characteristics with the experimental receptor reaction described by Qyburn. In an instant, he understood why the atmosphere on the scene was so strange. "Brother, did you forget something?" Sam reminded. What did you forget?" Garland was confused. Okay. Robin waved his hand and said to Garland lightly, "Garland, you can take off your headscarf now." Garland was not stupid. Hearing Robin's words and combining the reactions of everyone present, he already understood. When did I become an experimental subject? He cursed in his heart. No wonder his strength kept getting stronger after returning from Old Town. He thought he was gifted, but it turned out to be. He touched his forehead with trembling hands and loosened the bandages one by one. There were still traces of dried blood on the bandages. A small red diamond was embedded in the center of Garland's brow, flashing a faint red light like a heartbeat. And around the red diamond, there were a lot of slightly protruding blue blood vessels, like winding little snakes entwined on his forehead. Rand's pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help feeling a little frightened. He began to hesitate whether to let Sam undergo this strengthening surgery. How is it? Is there anything on my forehead? Garland reached out and gently touched there, feeling a slightly raised, hard object the size of a grain of rice. Rose handed Garland a small mirror that she carried with her, and he immediately grabbed it and put it in front of him. Seeing the scarlet philosopher's stone, Garland opened his mouth in surprise and was speechless for a while. I think Sam is doing well now. Randall still felt sorry for his son. He pleaded with Robin, can we not do the implant surgery first? Your Majesty, didn't you say before that you valued his brain more? Even if he doesn't have a strong body, it won't have any impact, right? Just as Robin was about to agree, Sam suddenly stood up and said firmly, no, I want to do this surgery. I want to prove myself to my godfather, and I have the courage to face the challenge. Although there is only an 80% chance of success, since my elder brother can survive, I can do it too. Haha, Sam, you are indeed the child I admire most. Robin smiled and nodded, and asked Sam to sit down first. Father will not let you take risks. It won't be too late to use it after the life seed is stable in the future. Sam was moved by Robin's caring words, and for a moment he almost couldn't hold back his tears. Garland opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. The pain in his heart could not be expressed in words. His eyes moved back and forth between Robin and Sam. No. Father, brother, you two have a deep relationship here. Have you ever considered the feelings of me, the experimental subject? As a result, Sam, who was deeply moved, did not cry, but Garland, who was shocked, had wet eyes first, and a tear slid down his cheek. Ahem. Cobbin coughed twice to divert everyone's attention. Listen to me. I just talked about the latest generation of life seeds. This new type of life seed has been integrated with the Philosopher's Stone. There is no need for implantation surgery. You can successfully parasitize by swallowing it directly. The side effects are almost negligible, and the upper limit of the enhancement has not changed. The only disadvantage is that the enhancement speed is dozens of times slower than the first generation. In addition, the mortality rate of noble parasitism has been reduced to less than 5%, and the survival rate of civilian parasitism has also increased to 5%. Cobbin took out a transparent glass bottle from his pocket, gently placed it on the table, and then pushed it to Robin. Robin brought the glass bottle to his eyes and looked at it carefully. In the bottle, filled with nutrient solution, there is a peanut-sized ball of flesh with many tiny tentacles growing on it. They wriggle and stretch out in all directions, making the ball look like a tiny planet covered with tentacles, floating in the transparent liquid in the glass bottle. Is this the seed of life of the new generation? Why does it look a bit like a cancer cell? Robin handed it to the crazy woman next to him, so that everyone present could take a look. What do you mean by the strengthening speed is dozens of times slower? Robin asked. It took less than 2 months for the first generation of seeds to strengthen Garland, a perfect recipient, to the limit of human physique. Cobbin explained, and the current version of the life seed without side effects will take more than 5 years to complete this process. At present, the nobles in the Hightower army have secretly taken the life seeds, and we are collecting and analyzing relevant data. The new life seed parasitizes in different parts from the first generation. It parasitizes in the lungs. Based on some ancient materials, we have found some breathing exercises to strengthen the lungs, which seem to accelerate this strengthening process. This secret technique has been passed on to the nobles for practice. The 200 bachelors accompanying the army are counting the effects of the breathing exercises and constantly adjusting and improving them. This exercise method, why not just call it breathing method? Robin said with a smile. Okay. Cobbin smiled. Robin nodded to Cobbin and expressed his appreciation for Cobbin's ability to perfect the life seed so well in such a short time. Although Robin knew in his heart that these achievements were achieved with the joint efforts of thousands of bachelors in the Citadel and the Tower of Heaven, Cobbin nodded slightly in response and then sat back down at the oval table. Seeing Cobbin finished speaking, Rose stood up and walked out of the tent. After a moment, she brought 4 servants and carried a golden box inlaid with gemstones to the center of the oval table. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted by this magnificent huge box. She put her hand on the box and said to Robin with a smile, "Your Majesty, this is the dragon egg we bought from Ashay. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 49, The Birth of the Evil Dragon. Everyone stood up from the oval table because the box was too big, about 1 cubic meter, and they couldn't see what was inside while sitting. Robin twisted the lock of the box and laid with gold foil, and then slowly opened the lid. A huge oval white giant egg was quietly placed in the center of the box. In order to prevent the giant egg from rolling, a wooden bracket was specially made inside the box to fix it. Robin estimated with his naked eyes that the diameter of the giant egg was half a meter. The surface was covered with a hard lime shell with many fine lines and grooves on it, and the whole was pale. "This is the dragon egg from Game of Thrones. I might believe it if you said it was a dinosaur egg." Robin looked at Rose speechlessly, with an expression that said you were deceived. The dragon egg in Game of Thrones is about the size of an adult's head. He still knows this common sense. His mood when he saw the dragon egg at this moment was exactly the same as when he saw Xiaomi spent 2 million to trim the edge of the logo. "Just call the police." Robin complained in his heart. "Boss, why are you looking at me all the time?" Rose smiled with a forced smile. She felt that something was wrong with Robin's eyes. She was so flustered that she even called out the original name. Robin was speechless and just shook his head silently. "You mean, this dragon egg is fake?" Her voice was a little trembling. Robin nodded up and down with a blank expression. The people around looked like spectators. They obviously saw that Rose had made a big mistake. Although dragon eggs cannot be hatched during the magic ban, their value is still an astronomical figure. How is this possible? Touch it. Touch this egg. It's still hot." Rose smiled awkwardly and pulled Robin's hand. "They told me that this was dug out by adventurers from Ashay from the ruins of Arenia." Robin tilted his head slightly, pulled the corner of his mouth, and handed his hand to Rose. Rose continued to laugh awkwardly. She grabbed Robin's hand and gently placed it on the surface of the white giant egg, then looked up at Robin again. "I'm not kidding you, boss. It's really hot." Rose looked at Robin pitifully. Robin's mocking smile gradually disappeared. He felt that the egg was not only warm and hot, but also seemed to contain a fiery vitality. This fiery vitality seemed to arouse an unpredictable energy in Robin's body. It was like airflow and liquid. Then, this boiling energy guided the airflow in his body back to the giant egg. Just as Robin was about to close his eyes and carefully feel this energy, a click suddenly came from the box. This unexpected situation immediately attracted the attention of the people around. They showed surprise on their faces and gathered around the box. The dragon is about to hatch. This thought appeared in their minds at the same time, and they all wanted to see the style of the young dragon. And the white giant egg did not disappoint them. As the sound of the eggshell breaking continued, a skull head with hideous horns and skin and bones broke free from the eggshell and drilled out. The white skin covering the skull head gave people a pale and cold feeling, as if it lacked life and vitality. When everyone first saw the dragon head, their faces were full of surprise, but when they saw that it was a monster, their faces turned into fear. Rose screamed. "Fuck." Robin cursed in panic, and black particles surged violently on his body. At the same time, the white corpse skeleton dragon did not let them down again. Exclamation mark. With a deafening roar, the monster opened its terrifying and ferocious mouth and bit Gowlin's arm, which was closest to it. A heart-pounding hissing sound rang out, and Gowlin's entire left arm was cruelly torn off. In panic, everyone leaned back reflexively and rolled and crawled away. The white corpse dragon's throat moved a few times and then swallowed Gowlin's arm. Exclamation mark. It roared again, looking around for its target. With a loud bang, the white corpse dragon jumped out of the box and showed its complete body to everyone. It was about 2 meters long, nearly half a person's height. Although its body was in the shape of a normal dragon, its flesh and blood had already rotted away, and its wings were only skeletons, with even the membranes gone. The thick and smelly corpse fluid on the dragon's body flowed all over the table. Cry. It opened its huge mouth and pounced on Cobbin without any pause. No! Cobbin screamed in horror. Bang! A huge black claw suddenly fell from the sky and pressed the white dragon hard on the table. The white dragon roared wildly, twisting its body desperately like a python, but the black claw was as steady as a mountain, motionless. Cry, cry, cry. Its roar was gradually weakening, like a sick dying person. Cobbin covered his heart and gasped, climbing up in shock. It won't live long. This dragon should have formed a body in the egg during the destruction of Verenia. But unfortunately, it was buried by the earthquake caused by the doomsday catastrophe before its owner could live. Until recently, adventurers discovered this giant dragon egg in the Ashe region. It's a pity that there is no magic tide now, otherwise it could have survived for a few more minutes. Cobbin shook his head and said, then stared at the white corpse dragon suppressed by the ghost claws with a look full of pity. It has stopped struggling, and its ferocious mouth kept opening and closing as it was dying. Sam and Rose were busy bandaging Garland's wounds. Cold sweat kept rolling down Garland's face, and the severe pain made his whole body tremble constantly. Cobbin walked to Robin, shook his head regretfully, and said, such a big dragon egg. Maybe this white dragon was once the most powerful dragon bloodline in the ancient Free Fortress. What a pity. Robin frowned and looked at the white corpse dragon. He could feel that some energy in his body was connected to the dragon. Moreover, Robin seemed to have a special feeling for the white corpse dragon. It was like an extension of some bloodline. It was like his own offspring. The mysterious fluctuations emanating from the deep body of this dragon expressed the desire for survival, and this emotion deeply affected Robin. It is my child, Robin suddenly said in a deep voice. The ghost's claws were raised from the white corpse dragon, but the white corpse dragon had no movement. It had entered the dying stage and could take its last breath at any time. Is there any way to save it? Robin grabbed Cobbin's shoulders tightly with both hands and said in an anxious tone. Cobbin shook his head silently and sighed. It seems that eating flesh and blood can temporarily delay its death, but it can only extend its life for a few minutes. This dragon is doomed to die. He was about to say something to comfort Robin, but he didn't expect Robin to rush to the long table and pick up the bottle containing the life seed sample. The ghost had already opened the white corpse dragon's big mouth, and Robin quickly poured the life seed and the nutrient solution in the bottle into the dragon's throat. This. Cobbin looked at the sample bottle in Robin's hand and wondered, could it be that the real target of the white corpse dragon rushing towards me just now was actually the life seed in front of me? A few seconds passed. It seems to have no effect. The crazy woman came over and sighed while looking at the dragon corpse. It works. Robin could still feel the weak fluctuations in the dragon's body. Robin turned his head and shouted to Cobbin, one is not enough. Bring all the life seeds here. Quick, quick, quick. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Cobbin rushed out of the tent without hesitation. Not long after, he rushed in with a bunch of bottles, followed by two guards who were carrying a black cabinet. Madwoman and Rose quickly helped to unscrew the bottles and handed them to Robin. Robin desperately poured the seeds of life into the dragon's mouth. When the 10th bottle was fed, the dragon's eyes suddenly flashed a cold red light. Madwoman and others stopped opening the bottles instantly. They couldn't help wondering if this was a sign of life recovery or something else. Continue. Robin stretched out his hand. Randall decisively handed the seeds of life in his hand to Robin. Except for Sam, who was taking care of Garland, everyone in the tent joined in this tense feeding operation. As the seeds of life were fed one by one, the white dragon gradually regained its ability to move. However, it still lay quietly with its head in Robin's arms, as if enjoying the warmth and sense of security. Lee, it chirped softly, as if to express gratitude to Robin for saving its life. The rotten parts of its chest and abdomen were recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood-red granulations grew slowly like tentacles, interweaving to form new flesh and blood. The skin on the dragon's head was also supported by the new flesh and blood, no longer showing a skeleton-like appearance. When the white dragon's skin and flesh were completely healed, and its wings were covered with a layer of flesh membrane again, with a series of crisp knocking sounds, thickened white scales grew out of the dragon's skin, tightly covering its body, as if it was covered with an indestructible armor. On the dragon's head, a thick layer of stratum corneum grew, making the dragon's head more majestic and domineering. There were 3 orbital ridges on each side of the dragon's skull, and 4 blood-red vertical pupils slowly opened under the other 4 orbital ridges. Robin hissed, this white dragon actually had 6 eyes. The blood-red pupils flashing with red light stared straight at Robin, and the pupils seemed to carry a hint of the cub's deep admiration for his father. Swish. The white dragon extended its long tongue and gently licked Robin's face, washing his face. Chapter 50 Evil Thoughts. Slurp slurp. The white dragon licked harder and harder, and it retracted its tongue and smacked its lips a few times. The red glow in the white dragon's 6 eyes was so strong that it could not be dissolved. The naked eye could no longer distinguish the position of the pupils, and the entire eyeball was completely covered with blood red. Robin felt that there seemed to be a crazy emotional fluctuation emanating from the white dragon's body. His eyes were tightly closed and could not be opened, and his face was covered with wet ambergris. He could only use his hands to barely open the dragon's head. Cobbin was watching from the side and gradually realized that something was wrong. The dragon's initial performance seemed to be snuggling and trying to please its master, but later its behavior gradually became disturbing, as if it was licking Robin as a piece of fresh meat. Robin, leave it. Cobbin shouted immediately, his voice full of urgency and worry. Robin also keenly felt the changes in the white dragon. The violent emotions emanating from its body gradually disappeared the original sense of closeness to its master's father, and was replaced by violence and madness. Cry. Robin barely opened his eyes, and suddenly a huge bloody mouth appeared in front of him, blocking his vision, and heading straight for him. Fuck, Robin cursed again. The white dragon fiercely held his entire head in its dragon's mouth, leaving only the neck part outside. Just as the out-of-control white dragon was about to chew hard, a pair of black claws broke the dragon's upper and lower jaws. Ghost tried his best to fight against the dragon's mouth, but perhaps because the white dragon had recovered, Ghost was unable to stop the dragon's mouth from closing. The white dragon's huge teeth at the front had already deeply nailed into the back of Robin's head, causing serious damage. Critical moment. Bang. With a muffled sound, the white dragon's head was hit by a black shadow. It turned out that Lando saw the situation was critical and decisively used his scabbard to hit the white dragon's head hard. After the white dragon was attacked, the strength of its mouth suddenly weakened, and Ghost seized this opportunity to pull Robin out of the dragon's mouth. Then the ghost turned over and rode on the white dragon, suppressing it with the weight of his whole body. Under the order of Cobbin, the soldiers at the door quickly took out the iron chains used to control the experimental subjects. With the help of the soldiers, the white dragon was tied up tightly with the iron chains, like a tightly wrapped dumpling, unable to move. Robin spat out a mouthful of blood foam, covered the back of her head with her hands, staggered to the side of the white dragon, and kicked it hard. It can't be a crazy dragon. The crazy woman was doubtful. She picked up the bandage next to Golan to help Robin bandage. Maybe. I feel that the white dragon's mood is gradually calming down now. Robin walked to the faucet and found that the red light in the white dragon's eyes was gradually fading and disappearing. Cobbin picked up the candle on the wall, slowly walked to the faucet and squatted, shining the light on the dragon's eyes. He stared into the dragon's eyes and carefully observed the changes in them. Its madness seems to be related to the blood red light in its eyes. Cobbin frowned and said. The red light in the white dragon's eyes had completely disappeared, revealing pupils as clear and transparent as red crystals. It stopped struggling and tilted its head to look at Robin eagerly, making an innocent and pitiful look. Loosen its chains, Robin ordered when he felt the white dragon return to normal. The white dragon jumped up happily after being untied, and then crawled to Robin's feet to show a close attitude. It almost killed 2 of its own people when it hatched. From now on, you will be called Evil Thought. Robin stroked its nose and felt the delicate and hard dragon scales. Evil Thought took the initiative to rub his palm. Robin smiled. He didn't expect that this dragon would be so clingy under normal circumstances. In the future, arrange for the dragon guards to pay attention to the eyes of Evil Thought at all times. If it flashes red, lock it up for a while. Robin said to Lando. Yes, your majesty. Lando bowed his head and responded. Teacher Cobbin, do you feel the magic energy? Robin asked while stroking the dragon's head. No, I still can't sense a magic plane as usual. Cobbin shook his head. It seems that my first prophecy is wrong. We must wait until the 298th year of the conquest era for the magic tide to return. Robin said. Your Majesty, your successful hatching of a dragon is undoubtedly an exciting thing. This not only proves the purity of your Targaryen bloodline, but also allows those nobles who aspire to become members of the Dragon King's family to put down their worries. Randall said as he looked at Robin, who was interacting closely with the white dragon. It's a pity that my daughters are still too young. Randall said regretfully. The Targaryen dynasty will usher in unprecedented unity, and our plan to conquer the continent will be smoother. The madwoman also agreed. Robin smiled and patted Randall's arm. Don't worry, there will always be a place for them on my bed. Randall also smiled. He didn't think Robin was taking advantage of him. Now that the true dragon blood flowing in Robin's body has been confirmed, those nobles who were originally on the sidelines will be eager to give the women in their families to Robin. It can be predicted that Robin's bed will be really overcrowded in the future. At this time, Qyburn interrupted and said, in the future, we must focus on collecting giant dragon eggs like the evil one. Once we find it, we must grab it, even if it means destroying the city and the country. There are more than 30 Dragon King families in the ancient freehold, and the Targaryen family is only a Dragon King at the bottom of the ranking. This giant dragon egg is likely to be the dragon beast of the true king of Valyria. The crazy woman asked, are you saying that the evil one may be stronger than the Black Death? Valyrian, known as the Black Death, was the dragon ridden by Aegon the Conqueror during the War of Conquest. It is the largest dragon known in Westeros. That's right. Qyburn replied. Randall will go back to Highgarden to publicize the birth of the evil one. I will bring the evil one to boost the morale of the soldiers when we go out to swear the oath of war the day after tomorrow. Robin ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Randall. General Randall, there are two things that need your cooperation at the research institute. Qyburn said to Randall. Randall nodded to Qyburn, indicating that he should speak. Now that we have been pulled on the Umbrella ship, we must act according to the rules of the Umbrella organization. Once the institute has a need, Lando is not qualified to refuse. Since the stability of the new life seed has been fully tested, we now need to collect data on the breathing method's response to the stimulation of the life seed on a large scale. Therefore, we need to conduct extensive parasitic experiments among the nobles of the army. No problem. Lando nodded. I'll arrange a banquet to cover the mass parasitism. Cobbin smiled and nodded. All the life seeds currently in stock at the institute are extracted from prisoners in the last coup rebellion in Old Town. Since evil thoughts have devoured hundreds of life seeds, our inventory is already facing a serious shortage. Lando thought of the raw materials of life seeds, human souls and the flesh and blood of nobles. I will hand over the information about the Bastard of Highgarden to the Black Hand of the Warband to deal with it. Lando responded like this. He did not intend to get involved in this matter personally. As a great noble, if he is found to be secretly hunting the blood of nobles, his political career will be ruined. No problem, I will arrange a hunting operation for the Black Hand, Bronn said. Seeing them working together to advance the experiment, Robin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The power of the Umbrella is growing, and the big plan is also constantly improving its speed and efficiency. Randall, Bronn, this expedition is different from previous wars. Robin raised his hand, signaling him to pay attention to his next words. For the soldiers recruited this time, I don't plan to let them return to the nobles' castles and manors. Randall stood straight and listened to Robin's speech attentively. Bronn leaned against the long table, folded his hands over his chest, and listened attentively. In the war to conquer Westeros, you must find a way to integrate these nobles' private soldiers and establish a large standing army. Do you understand? Randall pounded his chest without hesitation, guaranteed to complete the task. Bronn frowned, nodded, and replied, no problem. Robin understood that this task was not easy, and it was not easy to seize soldiers from the nobles, but he believed that the means of the two in front of him were enough to deal with it. So far, the meeting is over. Garland fainted silently in the corner of the wall. 2 days later, the River Reach went out to swear an oath. On the plain outside Highgarden, groups of soldiers were neatly arranged into squares according to Robin's request. The entire plain was occupied by the army of the Reach, and the soldiers stood neatly behind their family flags. In front of the army was a wooden platform of about 10 meters. Robin stood on the platform and overlooked the entire plain, with the nobles of the Reach standing on both sides of him. Unlike Robin, the nobles did not look at their soldiers. Instead, they put their hands on their eyes and stared at the young dragon hovering in the air. Evil thought. Even if the sun was dazzling, and even tears blurred their vision, it could not reduce their enthusiasm. Dragon. After a century and a half, it soared in the sky of Westeros again. Exclamation mark. The king did not deceive them. His majesty had the blood of a real dragon, and he, his wife and daughter had made a fortune. Exclamation mark. Cry. Cry. The dragon's cry sounded in the air from time to time. Evil thought rolled and circled in the air, with flexible and graceful movements, as if performing an aerial dance. It seemed to be enjoying the pleasure of flying freely, and also seemed to be patrolling its territory. The soldiers looked up, marveling at its beauty and majesty. Some even thought it was the arrival of a god, and prayed and worshipped it devoutly. As the sound of the dragon's roar gradually approached, the nobles on the high platform were unable to open their eyes due to the strong wind. With a loud bang, the evil thought landed on the high platform, and the wooden platform made a creaking sound under the heavy load. Shockingly, the evil thought, which had only been hatched for 2 days, had grown to the size of a buffalo, more than doubling its size. Under the sunlight, its scales shone with a silvery white light, and became very dazzling. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.